the natural function of accounting that 3900 Damouni LLC will be listed in our 2023 1K filing. So question, South Fulton Rental Group LLC is anonymous, started in New Mexico on August 4th of 2022. Do you, meaning me, do I, have ownership stake in South Fulton Rental Group LLC? Yes, I do. I have ownership stake in South Fulton Rental Group LLC. That is the company that restructured the financing for Tref, got Tref all of its capital back, plus $25,000 of profit in under 60 days, a 13 plus to 16% annualized IRR, and got Tref the full 32 acres or the 27-acre portion of development rights in perpetuity. I want to break that down even simpler. Tulsa Fund, our family property, which was acquired by South Fulton Rental Group, in contract, allowed Tref to make a $25,000 profit in under 60 days, getting Tref's all of its capital back, plus a 13 to 16% annualized IRR on its funds, while contractually and factually giving Tref exclusive development rights to the 27 acres in perpetuity for lifetime. So Tref got 32 acres for the price of 5 acres. Tref paid $150 for 5 acres, but walked away with 32 acres to develop, plus 25,000 in profits in under 60 days. I just want to say it again, because I don't want to be a fast talker or any of that. I want to be a slow talker. Tulsa Real Estate Fund has exclusive development rights for lifetime of the 27 acres of Damouni that my family acquired through South Fulton Rental Group to give Tref the exclusive development rights to put together the vision we all said of building a Black Wall Street, a micro city, a mixed-use development, while Tref only had to bear the cost of 5 acres, and while we bear the carrying cost of the taxes, of the upkeep, of the insurance, of all the carrying costs of the development, Tref has all the development rights to this property, plus made $25,000 profit in under 60 days. That's what I want to make just very, very crystal clear to his family. Tref did not buy my family property. My family bought the property from Tref, giving Tref the development rights and 27 acres to develop free exclusively, and Tref earned the profits on top of that over market value. Let's see. So it talked about Damouni, yes, or South Fulton Rental Group. I also want to underscore the merits of this transaction, which I just said, right? The fund's gains, 25,000, et cetera, of this prime real estate just 10 miles from the airport and this major development. So there was a question, Jay, why the New Mexico LLC was formed, right? Why New Mexico LLC was formed. Mexico chiefly is a matter of tax strategy, but also for security. So to explain to you, as a fund manager and for my family being victims of harassment, victims of just what most of you guys know, and even threats at our home. We have multiple documented threats, death threats on my wife, death threats on our child, death threats on me. For family security and safety reasons, our property address had anonymity, and that was desired. It's important to remember that it had been less than 2 years since our personal property was invaded, and the life of my wife and my daughter were threatened. So yes, for legitimate security reasons, we did so. And the fund did not want to make a public personal living address of the fund manager. To restate, the motivating factor of anonymity was family security, not secrecy, right? We're disclosing the development. It's been online. We're disclosing the development. You guys all need to know about it. We'll know about it. It's in our filing. You all have seen our home attacked. You all have seen us harassed. Like, I'm a father. I'm a husband. And we're literally doing something for our people, and literally, like, I'm offering to the movement because I want the movement to win. I didn't do this out of personal interest. You don't give 27 acres of exclusive development rights away for personal interest. You don't pay $25,000 over market value for an asset for personal interest. That's not personal interest, right? Why would I give the fund $25,000 over market value and give the fund exclusive development rights to develop this asset for my personal interest? It's for our collective interest. These are the facts. And yes, there was a anonymity around it, not publicly, which is already out there now. So God protect us, because people want to put our address out and think that it's some kind of game or joke when I'm trying to protect my family. And you guys have seen my house already online and pulled up on. How would you feel about that? That was you. How would you handle it? If someone posted your house multiple times online, your family online, when you already got death threats. That's not for secrecy to hide from you guys. That's why I'm here tonight. Doing things in the best interest of the fund. Let's go. I'm going to get through these. Thank you guys for listening and bearing with me. We will open it for Q&A. Okay, why no board of directors? The company is an emerging company. It's too small and too early for a board of directors. We do like, and we have pursued assembling a board of advisors. In fact, we have been pursuing this for some time. We've even asked our outsourced HR firm to recruit candidates. That said, the vitriol and personal attacks made upon the fund and its personnel have deferred several qualified candidates from fully considering an advisory board seat. We continue to pursue a board of advisors and plan at least to have one Tref partner to serve as a partner representative on the advisory board. Just to expound, when we launched this fund, an attack started day 3 from launching this fund, and then 6 months in, the SEC and FBI investigation. I can show you email receipts in 2016 in our business plan trying to solicit advisors and partners. I literally had a whole webinar about it. And people didn't believe in the idea at first, and they didn't want to be involved. And then many people said, like even Dr. Boyce Watkins, I talked to him. I talked to Rashad from Earn Your Leisure. I talked to T.I., hip hop star, and all of them said, you're crazy for doing that. I would never do something like that. I would never risk my reputation for something like that. So when I go to the hip hop community, I go to the social conscious community, I go to, and then when you have a cloud around you where like some people will be bold enough to partner and join with us, but many people look at the scrutiny around our fund with one Google search and they walk away. It's very hard to recruit people to be allies and to be on your advisory board when their homes could be online, when they could be called a scam or a fraud with no proof, no evidence, and jump to conclusions. When someone can say to them, no matter what happens tonight, we're still going to criminalize you, no matter what you say. With those kind of conclusions, it's very dangerous to partner with us. Right? This is the reality of the fund. But we will pursue an advisory board. I agree. We just should be an advisory board. I 100% agree. It helps me out, helps us out. What about the Legacy Center being owned debt-free? With the large investment the fund has made in establishing the Legacy Center and stabilizing it, we saw opportunity to tap into the property's appreciated equity to complete phase 2 of the renovation plan. Remember, our renovation plan was paused during COVID. At the time of the refinance, completion of phase 2 had been critically important for the execution of our business plan to leverage the unique format of the building, including having 25,000 square feet of temperature-controlled space under one roof and ample access to parking, becoming a leading culturally dipped Class A events venue and media production space in the greater South Atlanta, which has become known as the Film Triangle. With the growing number of sound stages, production studios, skilled labor base, in close proximity to the Atlanta airport. So you guys see the evidence of it. We're continuing the mission. If the Legacy Center has equity, and we can complete the Legacy Center to make the most out of our business model and perform and stabilize it, this is our cash flow, this is our cash burn neutralizer. I learned early in the fund, this fund is way heavier to operate than anyone would think from the outside in, even other fund managers. If you haven't done this, I'm not talking about a Reg D fund, I'm not talking about a CF fund or another kind of fund, I'm talking about this fund. If you have not done this, you will not understand the operational heaviness of this fund. So I learned early that we needed a cash burn neutralizer, some kind of asset that could produce cash fast monthly to subsidize our burn. So we're not constantly declining in burn. And so that asset was launched on January 8th of 2020. We were excited about it. 3,000 people at our grand opening, a full business plan in the co-working space, billion-dollar industry, and we walked 45 days into a global pandemic. And then coming out of that pandemic, we had to pivot the model and go heavy into the event space portion of it, which we're now stabilizing. We have over a 230% cash on revenue increase since last year. We just hired an events venue manager who has 27 years with the Hilton brand. He managed Hilton Disney. He opened a Hilton Brave Stadium with a $41 million development, Mr. Greg. We have a top-tier hotelier and hospitality venue leader leading our venue right now. We also have hired a new sales team that has over 40 venues in their portfolio. We're stabilizing this asset as our flagship asset to minimize our cash burn, right, as we stabilize, and then scale this asset into the future of legacy center franchises throughout the country and throughout the diaspora. That's been the vision. I said it at our last investor day. This is what we're doing here. Right? That's the vision, that's the plan, and we're putting the right team and investment around that. A State of the Union, okay, a State of the Union was cute, but where's the updated SEC filings? I won't even have to read this, I'll just tell you guys. Why our SEC filings were nearly a year behind is because there's a frauder named E.J. Hawkins, who was one of our syndication partners on our 98 units in Macon, Georgia. He defrauded the fund, and we had to sue him, and we won a judgment against him for defrauding the fund as a JV partner. He was not submitting his financials to us as we were chasing him down, and when we don't get our financials from our JV partners, we can't submit and complete our audits. Like we can't just force it. We have all our paperwork together, but if we don't have one JV partner's paperwork, we can't complete our audits. So our audits have been over a year behind as we sued this guy, one of our other lawsuits, and won against him, won a judgment against him, someone who truly defrauded the fund. If anyone who was reading our SEC filing, as opposed to making conclusive statements about me, would have looked, they would have saw it was actually someone who really did defraud the fund that no one's saying anything about, that no one put any energy towards. Why is his face and address not posted online? The guy we actually have a judgment against who owes all of us. He owes us, but no one's saying nothing about it. We're making conclusive statements about someone who's looking for the best interest of our fund. But that's why our audits were incomplete. And you guys can double check that and verify that with your experts. I'm telling you, it's the facts. That's accounting facts. You cannot complete your audit till your syndication partners submit their financials. Question. What is the employee compensation by year? On family, we do not disclose our staff's personal information and salaries, right? If you were working here, you would want your salary disclosed to the entire world for somebody to manipulate online and post. We don't do that. But in our Investor Day presentation, we'll go deeper into the numbers. But what I will say upon these salaries and financials, there are not secret companies, secret businesses, secret related parties that get compensation from the fund that's related to me. That's not the case. Or I know it's always implied, but that is not the case. I will also say we account for all labor paid for by the fund, including outstanding contractors, employees of working for subsidiaries at part-time help to allow for sufficient analysts of labor at a comparable rate of overall expenses. Still, for even more legit insight, we are going through our labor subcategories in our 2022 1K. So we finish this next audit, which we now are soon to finish. We'll have our investor day, guys, and we'll go through everything like we do every single investor day, right? What is the GMA marketing detail? Again, we will not provide unaudited numbers at this level of detail prior to filing financials with the SEC. That's always been our practice. We don't just spew out unaudited numbers that can be manipulated, skewed, that we can't stand on. We finish our audits. We complete third-party independent auditors. They don't work for us. They're not swayed by us. These are third-party CPAs and third-party auditors who are unbiased. And if you look, the last 4 years, we've had audits with no irregularities. These are independent contractors who are experts at audits, not an Instagram audit, but the actual CPA and third-party audit. For the full year of 2021, just so you guys know, for the full year of 2021, our advertising was 6% of our G&A and marketing. Labor was 70%. As stated above, additional labor cost details we provided during our Investors Day presentation after filing our audited financials with the SEC. We have no problem doing that, as we always have. A question: our G&A and marketing has gone up from $257,000 in 2019, $756,000 in 2020, but $929,000 in 2021, and $1.4 million in 2022, mainly due to staffing. Isn't the management fee supposed to cover the team? If not, who exactly is on the management team and who is on staff? No, the 5.5% management fee does not cover the operational of the team of the Legacy Center or the Tref operations, which is wholly owned by Tref. A full staff org chart will be provided during our Investor Day to provide additional details. 16 in our questions. Can you please show us the team, the titles, and their salaries? You should be able to pull up on a payroll, on ADP, or whatever HR management system you use right now. Show us an itemized list of expenses, vendors, since the category is so general. Please see our previous statements, right? You heard what I said. Again, an org chart will be provided during Investor Day to provide additional details. That said, there are certain industry relationships that we have secured that we will not disclose, and our employees' personal information we will not disclose. There's certain vendors and partners that we use, family, that we can't give to our competitors. We can't tell our competitors every vendor we use so they can hack our particular competitors. But I can assure you, there's not any related party to me. I know that, again, this is about clarity. It's about confidence. Any related party to me is disclosed in our audits. So any of our partners or vendors, these are non-related parties to the manager, non-related parties to me. Well, we can't go around disclosing people's salaries, but the details of this will be given during our Investor Day. How much have you paid your wife, Mrs. Ernestine Morrison, directly or indirectly as a consultant through a business entity such as Tref, Tulsa Founders, etc.? She is listed on the website as Chief Communication Officers. So years ago, we launched the fund. My wife has not received compensation in the fund for 3 years. When we launched the fund, my wife is a successful business owner who had several dozen relationships that she brought into the fund as investors, as partners. She helped curate events, curate our marketing, our branding. She helped us early on in the fund stages and received just a very fair wage of compensation for doing so. And that was also disclosed. My wife has not received the compensation in 3 years. We're not double dipping. We're not using the fund as our piggy bank. We're not doing any of these things. That's not our heart. That's not our intention. That's not how we move. That's not what's going on. And all that is documented. As co-founder, Mrs. Ernestine, she's a co-founder of the company, though. When I met her, she wasn't my wife. She wasn't even my girlfriend. We were just business. It was a business arrangement. And she said, I have 36 NFL clients and other relationships on roster, and I can help bring attention to the fund. Our community garden is named after Pro Bowler and Super Bowl champion Demaryius Thomas. Demaryius Thomas invested $10,000 as an NFL superstar. Rest in peace, he passed away recently. That was Ernestine Morrison's relationship she brought to the fund, as well as many other $10,000 investors who matched Demaryius Thomas during that time. That was her job in the fund, and she did very well at doing so. But in that spirit, we can state Mrs. Ernestine Morrison has not been paid directly or indirectly for any services for the past 3 years. Question 18, and I'm done, y'all. We'll go to Q&A. A dividend, the question is, a dividend is a distribution of profits by a corporation to its shareholders. On February 12, 2021, you elected to pay out a dividend of $391,428.24 to investors when there have never been any profits. Were you simply giving our money back to appease us or disguising it as a dividend? Was that an attempt to deceive? Actually, above definition of dividend is incorrect and is a common misconception or misinterpretation when pulling definitions from Wikipedia and the internet. Applied knowledge knows that a dividend can be paid from distributable cash, debt, or other sources of reserves. I want to say it again. A dividend can be paid from distributable cash you have, even from debt. There's companies that get debt, get loans to pay dividends, or from your profits or other sources of revenue. Meaning, depending on the corporate structure and terms, a company can authorize a dividend payment during periods of financial loss if they elect to do so. Specifically to Tref, dividend payment. We paid the dividend from distributable cash that was received from the sale of a collateralized property attained by the fund after a loan/borrower or developer defaulted on their loan, as documented in the paperwork you received along with your dividend check. Mind you, there's over $75,000 of dividend checks never cashed yet. We have $75,000 that we can't invest, that we can't put to operational use, that has not even been cashed from dividend payments. But as documented in your paperwork you received along with the dividend check, the dividend was a distribution, not a return to capital as implied above. Again, we're going to open up for Q&A, but I want to go over some of those FAQs and just hit head on. There's no misappropriation. There is no corruption. There is no any of those things being done by our fund. But I will open up for Q&A. I want to tackle some of the most popular things head on. King Bo, I'm going to ask you to open and suggest, and let's get the clarity and let's get what we came for.
I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you, Doc, and where's the conversation about the impact of COVID? And I bring that up because I told you guys earlier that I had 3 questions for you, and I never got to the third question. The third question is anyone in here, have you already made up your mind? Does anybody already know what they're going to believe when they leave this evening? Does anybody know that? I hope not, because the intent is to learn something. The intent is for you to ask the questions you need to ask in the way that you need to ask them to get to some level of comfort. Now, I probably shouldn't disclose this, but I coach King Jay in communications. And part of the reason that he wanted me here is that he knows I've got a penchant for clear and constructive communication. I've got a very real passion for that. And he knows that I'll hold all of you accountable to professional decorum. He knows that I'll hold you all accountable to some clarity and to stay away from the emotional parts of it, the feeling of it. And let's get to the facts. Now, he knows I'll hold you all accountable, but the real reason I'm here is because he knows I'll hold him accountable. He knows that I'm not going to let him off with any real easy kind of stuff. He won't get to be emotional. I'm here to check that. He won't get to extrapolate, right? To get into his feelings, because we want to talk about facts. Now, anyone who has any questions, anything that you'd like to get addressed tonight, I'd appreciate it if you come over to the mic. I'm going to put this mic up here for you, and you guys are welcome to bring your questions. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Larry Thomas, Brother Jay, and I'm from Albany, Georgia. I call myself a first-tier investor into the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. I made that decision 5 years ago because I had confidence in a brother like you trying to make a difference with Black people. I'm not rich. I earn everything I have. I'm a self-made man. I invested $20,000 in this fund. Now, I did that because I didn't see nowhere else that I could do 8% return on my money. My wife invested, my daughter, and my son-in-law. And they convinced me, and after listening to some of all the things that were going around, I invested that money. Now, we got the dividends. I have not one time over the last 5 years tried to criticize and even keep a tough eye on what's been going on with Tref. I get the emails, I catch some of the shows that you do and try to keep up like that. But for me, I invested that 20 in a long-term possibility. But now we are 5 years down the road, and the only reason I'm here tonight, me and my wife drove up from Albany because I've heard these same questions that you just sit here and answer. My email that I sent out to my investor family, I said that I'm coming up to the Legacy Center because I've heard these different allegations put out here. And I came tonight to give you an opportunity to address these different concerns that we have. Now, you one by one address most of these allegations that I've already read myself and whatnot, and I think you did a good job for it. But my main focus right now, because most of the things that we discuss in situations like this, and let me say this, I am a retired chief appraiser in Albany-Dougherty County. I'm vice chair of the land bank in Albany-Dougherty County and vice chair of the Board of Tax Assessors. So I'm familiar with real estate to some degree. I invest myself and whatnot. And I am a self-made millionaire. But the whole focus right now is that you got situations where transparency is the key. And as a manager of a fund like this, you got to keep transparency at the highest level you can. Because starting out as a Black man trying to do something like this, you already knew that at some point you were going to come across this crossroad with this situation like this. I'm sure you did. So hopefully you can start to doing the thing. Right now, we need to look at where are we now? Now, I was familiar with the fact that we got about $4 million in real estate property. The development right there, now I want to be sure about that. That was just vacant land at 30 million. This legacy development reserve.
Yes, it's one residential home on a property that my family owns.
Okay.
The land of 27 acres is contributed to the fund in perpetuity for lifetime for fund development. And there's 5 acres of vacant land for a total assemblage of 32 acres for the fund to develop. Over the last year, we've been going through this process of meeting with the city, meeting with Artie Jones, economic developer, going through just the phase 1 of the process, going through our civil, going through our surveys, topography, going through our performer, our site plan for this development to come to life for our fund.
Okay, and my main priority now is to come and get clarity, as you said, which I'm starting to get clarity.
Yes, sir.
But at the same time, this fund's got to go on and do what it was anticipated for it to do.
I agree.
You know, and so for everybody that's out here now, we got other properties. One of my concerns, I want to know what kind of cash flow are we getting on some of the other development. Now, the real estate market has been in a total upswing over the last few years. And COVID, you mentioned about COVID.
Yes.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly, because anything we look at right now, we got to discount a whole year and a half for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
That's the impact COVID made, not just in any one community, but in communities all over the world. COVID made an impact. It slowed things down. But coming out of COVID, everything sped up at lightning speed. And what I want to see that Tulsa right now is moving in the direction to address the real estate opportunities, increase in valuations, and we had seen increases in value of the current holding, real estate holding. What is the monthly cash flow, annual cash flow of income and whatnot? And are we looking at, when we're looking at the fair market value of this real estate, all of these are income producing properties. So we ain't addressing these for the layman on just fair market value unless you are looking at it on an income approach. So if you ain't looking at the cap rate, looking at what income being produced, we might not have the appropriate fair market value of these properties. So I don't know if any kind of income analysis has been done on these current properties. Right now, if the legacy center is the primary focus of income, I agree. If you are utilizing it right now for entertainment or whatever it is, because it's got to be income. It's got to be a certain amount of income
100%.
being generated.
Divided by that cap rate.
That's right.
To make up market value.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right. So these are the kind of things that I'm trying to look at right now. And
Sir.
if it, anything that
Let me ask you this, Doc. Is there a specific question for this man? I know you want transparency. I know you look
Yes.
for those numbers. Tell him what you want from him.
Yeah. What I want from you, Jay, is to move forward in addressing the long-term situation. You can waste a lot of time trying to debunk these allegations, right? The allegation been made. You appear to have addressed them tonight. What I want to see now is that you and this fund is moving forward with these potential and future development, because I still want my 8% return.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I want you to have it. I want mine too. 100%. So let me address that and kind of break down where we're at from a real estate perspective. And again, part of tonight was for my family's sake. For my y'all don't understand. It's hard. Like, I don't want to disclose too much family business, and I'm sure online they'll twist it and say I'm tugging on your heartstrings and being emotional. I'm being factual here. It's hard as a man when my wife got to cry again. When she got to cry again about somebody talking about her and her reputation and her friends, and she's in a text group and they're snickering and sneering. That's very hard to figure out how to deal with, especially when it's unwarranted, right? When it's not professional courtesy and it's jumping to conclusions. And so tonight was a rush for me to get here. I wanted my team, I tried to force my team here. I couldn't get everybody here so y'all could see the team and the genius and all that. And we're doing an investor day. I had to do this as a husband tonight. I had to debunk this for my family. We don't steal, we don't thieve, we don't fraud, we don't misappropriate, period. Now to the fund piece, we're gonna get into the full financials of investor day, but I do want to give everyone clarity that our path forward to progress, the fund needs to recapitalize. We know we got to do another capital raise. It's a must for us to thrive forward. We've been beat up. We've been hit. We have this legacy center asset that is valued at anywhere from $3 to $3.5 million, right? We are stabilizing fast, though. We've had some of our first six-figure months here. We've had Amazon here. We've had Delta here. We've had Disney come a few times to see about the space. We are growing popularity. We have great management, great sales team, great process, and doing it through the storm. These assets on the wall, these 32 transactions or other transactions that we did, many of which in private lending, right? We funded 12 Black developers in 10 different states. We have our Mooney development right here, which we know we got to capitalize for, which has a great value add and upside within the fund. And these are before and after legacy center. So there's a lot of work to do to get to the long-term gains that we have to do as a fund. And I'm here to tell you guys that this is hard. It's been hard. I don't know it all. And I've been giving my best effort at doing this. And not only could we use group economics and capital and resource, in relationship, in partnership. You got something down in Auburn County, how can we work together? How can we partner? But it's very hard to pull together relationships. Like we had I swear to you, we had 150 acres that someone was willing, they inherited from their father in South Carolina. She inboxed me, I hit her back, we're having a good flow. She's willing to develop the 150 acres and contribute the land to the fund. Her brother gets on a Zoom with us, he does one Google search and said no. That was so hard to make moves when every time somebody comes to look at the fund, there's an allegation of something for 5 years. I'm not trying to pull on heartstrings. I'm telling you the factual story. The third day, we had a $50 million raise goal. 50 million sounds way big. We raised $5 million in 3 days. I knew we were on our way to the vision God gave me. But in 3 days, the same people we were doing this for came at us in 2018. And it's never stopped since 2018. Somebody told their friend at the NFLPA, because they were a frat brother, hey, put out this warning about us. They sent out a warning about us before we even got to operate to every NFL player, past and present, said, warning about this fund. How does that hurt our ability to perform? Then 6 months in, after many bloggers getting all their YouTube views up, every time they mention Tulsa Real Estate and Jay Morrison, they get their views up and they cash out on the monetization of YouTube. Then the SEC and FBI come. And it's hard to operate, and I'm not complaining, I'm reporting. I'm reporting to you because who else could tell you this experience living today? The only person that could tell you this experience of what it's like to do something at this level for Black people is not living, and his name is Marcus Garvey. And what was the history of him? What happened? He was ridiculed. They had a Garvey Must Go campaign. W.E. Du Bois and NAACP put a whole campaign about him, put him in newspapers, that Garvey philosophies are fraudulent. And then he was investigated by the FBI, locked up and extradited. We repeat history again, yo. Like, I'm not saying I did it the best. I'm saying I did my best. I'm not saying that I'm right? I'm saying that I could perform better. I need help. I'm working hard. I'm fighting through every obstacle that come my way. I'm trying to do it with dignity, grace, class, and transparency. That's why I ran here for this town hall. A scammer or frauder is not coming to tell you to ask every question. I'm opening myself up so we can have trust that I need your help. This is you have to take yourself out of focusing on me and put yourself in the shoes. And so I'm saying there's a much better job that we can do and that I can do to continue to perform on the real estate asset side, to block out the noise, continue to execute and transact. But I've had some layup deals that get undermined. So it's like you undermine and sabotage the fund, and they say, why isn't he performing? Just today, my wife can show you right now in a text message, if anybody wants to see it, someone hit her up and said, I'm having an event at the Legacy Center, a credit event this September. I'm seeing all the noise online, and I think it's going to affect my sales. It wants to pull out their rental of the building, our building. We lose income every time that we sabotage our own asset. We sabotage our own investment. So again, our path forward, straight talk, no rhetoric, straight talk. Our path forward is to stabilize the Legacy Center. That's my focus because that stops the cash burn. To stabilize the Legacy Center. We then have already been talking, we've had multiple requests from multiple cities, even Ghana, Africa, who want to duplicate this model. We've already talked to franchise attorneys about how we can franchise this building without the operational cost. They pay a franchise fee. We get a 10% of the gross revenue from these other buildings. They take our infrastructure, our model, they do it in other cities. We get a piece of those assets, and we can bring more cash flow after stabilize this building. Simultaneously, through our next capital raise, we pursue our micro city, over 140 doors, 30,000 square feet of commercial real estate right here in one of the hottest markets in Atlanta, Georgia, in the country. We do this development right here that we have in our hands right now in real life. This ain't rhetoric. This assets that we own and we have development rights to. We develop this, we stabilize Legacy Center, we franchise Legacy Center, we raise more capital to do more private lending that we've done well. On our closed transactions of private lending, we've earned about a 24.9% annualized return on private lending. But the issue is you need more capital to lend. So our plan forward, clearly, for everyone, is to recapitalize the fund so we can do more private lending to our Black developers that we've done in the past, that we've earned about a 24.9% IRR on. Develop this micro city, Black Wall Street in real life right here in Atlanta for us. Stabilize this so we stop our cash burn and to duplicate the model into the future. I want to, our vision is 20 Black houses, 20 legacy centers in the next 5 to 7 years, franchised out in 250 years, 215 years all around the world. That's the path forward, clear and plain. Next question, please.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure thing.
Who else has a question? That's my question. Please, sir. Oh, you waiting now? All right.
All right, cool. So, Jay, I respect, I followed the fund since the beginning. I don't have a dog in this fight, right? but I'm in the real estate space and I wanted to see you win, and I still do want to see you win. But I have a 4-part question.
Sure.
So number one would be, how much cash is the fund sitting on the bank currently? 2, is there enough cash on hand to pre-develop the land that you're speaking of for the new development? 3, if the reason was to sell to the New Mexico LLC for privacy concerns, why was it then sold back to your name for $80? That would defeat the original reasoning. And then my 4th question, the last question, would be: the fund has an exclusive right to the said 27 acres, but contractually, how does the current owner of this 27 acres benefit from this exclusive right to the land?
Awesome. Thank you. Great questions. First question, we will go over our financials and we will go over our detailed financials in our completed audit. I will say that the fund is sub $500,000 of cash, and that we absolutely must raise capital to keep the mission going. Absolutely. We have to recapitalize. This has been a very expensive operation, very expensive journey. Even the focus and the energy into nights like tonight in defending ourselves in the lawsuits to E.J. Hawkins, lawsuits to someone else I ain't got a name. We had to sue for 2 years for defamation and slander that hurt us, that we also won. That's 2 lawsuits won, but that cost us money, time, and focus. SEC investigation for $250,000, time and focus, right? Et cetera, et cetera. But that answers the first question. Second question. Sure.
Does that answer first?
Excuse me.
Yeah, he says 500K in the bank. Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Second question.
Sub 500K. I don't have the exact number, and we have exact numbers in our audit. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second question.
Number 2 was: is there enough cash on hand to pre-develop the land for this new development?
Yes, we are not full pre-development, so many phases, right? But what we have here going next into our civil gives us enough to be in position for our equity play, for or subdividing the land, getting into infrastructure, right, with subsidies, et cetera, et cetera. So we are well enough in position as we enter our next capital raise round to bring this development to full pre-development phase.
Cool, appreciate that, man.
Yes, sir.
Number 3 was the reason, we all sat and listened to the reason for the New Mexico LLC. So if it was originally sold to the New Mexico LLC for privacy concerns, why was it then sold to you in records are showing $80? I seen something online. That would defeat the original reasoning for privacy concerns.
For sure. Didn't want to, but economically, it made much more sense. To be very transparent with you, the loan, as you know, as an investor, the loan for a company and the rates for a company are much higher than the rates for an individual. And since this is public anyway, and et cetera, it just was economically more feasible to just bear the risk, if you will, of being public for the economical benefits.
Okay.
It's a finance decision.
I appreciate that, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, number 4, in my last question was, the fund has an exclusive right to the said 27 acres, but contractually, how does the current owner of the 27 acres benefit from this exclusive right to the land?
Are these exclusive development rights?
Yeah, correct.
We don't benefit at all from any development rights on the land.
No, I'm speaking of the current, there's somebody else that owns this 27 acres right now, right?
My family owns it. We own it.
Okay, so you're saying you guys won't benefit at all from it?
Just living there. Yeah.
Cool.
We pay for the property. We overpay for the property by $25,000 to the fund, right? 13 to 16% return to the fund. And the fund got the development rights. And we pay all the carrying costs for the property. The fund does not pay any landscaping, any taxes, any insurance, any mortgage, any carrying costs.
Okay. Yeah. So my question, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. You asked a couple of my questions. You asked a couple about the question, but what's going on, bro?
Peace, King.
All right.
What's your name?
My name is Anthony Brooks. I appreciate that you hit a couple of questions I wanted to know about the transfer. How much total was these properties acquired for?
These properties were originally acquired for a total of about, I'm off memory, 150 and 850, It was about 960 maybe up to $1 million, somewhere in there.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right, and through that acquisition, then that was Tref funds that provided the non-official.
Tref 100% owned the companies and 100%, yes, invested in capital.
Gotcha. Give me a second. I gotta come on, come back to it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
What's going on, King Jay? So,
Peace.
Peace King. So, a couple questions I have for you. One of the things I've heard you say over the years is the original goal was to raise $50 million for this Tref fund, correct?
Yes, sir. Still is.
Yeah. So only raised 11.5,
Be about a fifth of our goal.
about a fifth of the goal. So I'm a full-time investor. I've been a full-time investor since I was 17, 23. What was the decision to push forward with 1/5 of the goal? And before you answer that,
Yes, sir.
I want to say this. If you invest in something and it's now raised only 1/5, I say two things, right? Expectation wise, I don't have a dog in the fight, but if I know that we only raised 1/5 of the goal so far, I look at it like, how much can we really do? Because if it's a $50 million project that takes I'm gonna ask a question. You just said 50 million is what it takes to get the job done, right? Or no?
That was the business plan.
Okay.
To ultimately be able to do these kind of investments and that kind of lending, it was a $50 billion business plan. So when you look at, for instance, we earn about 24.9% on our private lending, right?
Yeah.
So imagine so for every $10 million that we had to lend, that would be $2.5 million approximately a year.
Okay.
So imagine we have the same operational expenses, roughly, maybe a little more, right, with more staff. The same operational expenses with 10 million more, 10 million more, and 10 million more. And we can scale that at the same rate of 24.9%. That's more revenue, more income, and more cash flow with more capital to lend.
Yeah.
That was the original business model. Now, why we press on? I did not know with the momentum of raising 5 million in 3 days. Okay, question to our audience real quick. If you guys had an idea, it could be a real estate fund, it could be an electric car, it could be some kind of app, some kind of whatever, and you went to the public market and said, you know what, I'm gonna be crazy enough, I'm gonna be innovative enough to go raise capital, right? I really want to answer from everybody in the room, seriously. If you went out and you say, you know what, for my business, I'm gonna need 50 million and do this the right way, right? And if you raised 5 million in your first 3 days with this idea that God downloaded to you, had in your head, and you want to execute it. If you raise 5 million in 3 days and your target was 50 million, do you all think with that momentum of 5 million in 3 days that you'd be more likely or less likely to maybe reach that goal or somewhere close? More likely or less likely? More likely. So when I saw, I'm like, I'm not crazy. When I saw 5 million in 3 days, I'm like, we can do this. I did not anticipate the level of opposition year over year over year. So why did I press on? Because I'm resilient.
Yeah, no.
Because I'm persistent.
Yeah, and that's what
pressing on is how I got here in life. So I'm thinking that at some point there got to be trust. At some point the levee got to break. At some point, right? Because we did it already. We did 5 million in 3 days. Right? As an investor, King, like you did 5 million in 3 days. You about to get 50. You like, yo, I'll probably get $1 billion. Okay. Yes, sir. You were about to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically that was the answer because I left out the part that I knew that they raised 5 million in 3 days. So if you raise 5 million in 3 days, you're gonna think that this is, like you said, you've seen it done. Now it goes to the duplication. So could you speak a little bit more as to why you did 5 million in 3 days, but then the fund only did 11.5? Could you highlight those? Because I think that will help people understand it as well too. Because for me, I look at it, just like I said, from an investor perspective. If we had a goal on a project to raise 50 million, we did 5 million in 3 days, but then we only did basically 6.5 the rest of the time. Where was the lapse at? Because my thing is, I look at this, right? As an investor, anytime you put your money into a product, you don't want to necessarily bash the product, right? Because some of the things that I have to agree, some of the things that you're saying, King Jay, do make sense. From a business model perspective, I want to talk about as well the Legacy Center when it first opened. there had to have been a pivot. Now, I don't know how many people showed up in the building. You know, January 2020 it opened. 45 days later, it shut down. Didn't reopen until August. And like everybody got to understand sometimes that life happened too. So some people weren't here in the flesh. I was the first person to walk into the building when the building reopened. I was one of the first people that signed up for a membership here when the building first opened.
Thanks.
A lot of people spent a lot of money investing in the fund. I've spent 6 figures just being here and putting into the building. Where King Jay is standing, I paid $6,000 myself to get married in that spot and book the other side. I've sent people, countless of people over here, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent. And what you're talking about when people come and they say, and text your wife and say, yo, I don't even know about booking this building. You got too much negative press because you got clowns on YouTube that make videos that kind of know what they're talking about, but really don't because they're not necessarily here. So for me, I look at it and say, I just gotta be 100 transparent. I look at it and say, when you talk about all these developments, I see what you're doing. I don't understand where all the smoke is for you, King Jay, because it's like you're here right now, you answering the questions. So the point is, I want to get down to the nitty gritty. A lot of people got the questions, but they just afraid to ask on the mic. King Jay, the $2 million in marketing expenses, did you spend that on JMA or no?
No.
Okay.
Flat out point period. We literally saved the fund money to the sister company JMA. I literally, to save us money, the fund, I literally put the expense of marketing on my other company. Read the document slowly. I'm not fast talking, y'all. It's in the documents. My other company took over a $200,000 hit that I could have claimed. Did not claim it. Management fee. I've deferred over $500,000 of my management fee, and I could charge interest on the management fee. Read our operating agreement. I purposely never took interest and will never take interest on the deferred management fee. If this was a money grab, I can also, as a CEO, can get a salary from the fund, part of the operating agreement. I've never taken a salary. If this was a money grab, if this is a personal piggy bank, I get the interest on the management fee. I get all the money my other companies do. I get the interest. We keep perpetuating this narrative. It's not true.
Yeah. And I think that, and those are the things that, like, the main questions that I really have, because I think it's important that it gets addressed. And it comes down to now, like, what's the future? You know, when you talk about raising capital again, why do you personally believe people should invest again? Being all the things that have happened over the past 5 years, the things that have transpired, you know, the fund not performing maybe to people's expectations.
Not to my expectations.
Yeah.
I want to say this too on a marketing fee. It was not $2 million on marketing, y'all.
Yeah.
It was general administration and marketing. Everybody tries to bottle up online the marketing to make me seem like I don't know what I'm doing. It was all the operational cost.
Gotcha.
So it was not marketing. Marketing was 6% of that line item. That's factually in the paperwork.
Yeah.
So we hear these narratives online and we run to conclusions because guess what? It's online. It gotta be true. Imagine what it would be like for us Blacks in America or anybody in America if a prosecutor laid out a case very, very thoroughly. And because it was thorough and conclusive, that's it. Imagine how many folks would be in jail if all you had was a prosecutor that made a case and now it's concluded. And no matter what the other person says, have the same conclusion. Yeah. So to answer that question, right?
Yeah, you answered it.
The fact about you said about moving forward, raising capital.
The question about why do you think you can raise capital?
The answer to why I believe I can raise capital, despite all this, is because we're already vetted. We're already tested. We've already proven we can go through the fire, through the heat, and still perform. And if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? Like, we literally have went through investigations, lawsuits, insinuations, and we keep standing up and keep fighting for our people and keep charging forward. So if not this fund, if not this opportunity with these experiences, we already have 5 years of experience doing this. We know the technologies to use. We know the efficiencies in operation. We know how to get liquidity now for our investors. We could trade your shares and sell your shares without having to ask for redemption. We have all these findings that we have from the last 5 years of laying the foundation of the fund. So because of our experience and our tenacity and our resilience and our ability to still maintain and produce some fruit through storms most would have quit in, through environments most would have said, you know what, y'all can have that. We still have stood up and still continue to stand up and still fight with the initial vision of initial mission and still charge on for our people. That's why.
Thanks, King Jay. Please.
Hello.
Hi, Queen, peace. You gotta lower that thing.
Sure, too.
Hello, how everyone is doing tonight. My name is Zakia Walker. I'm one of the Tref investors. I invested $500 because I definitely believed in the concept of group economics. And that was around my journey in 2018 when I started looking into real estate investing. So I actually, in my lifetime for real estate, I have my real estate license. I did about 5 fix and flips in my life in the past 6 years. And I didn't have experience. I didn't understand what a crowdfund was. I didn't understand what even developing massive projects like with the 30 acres or something as massive as the Legacy Center. I wasn't familiar with that process. I'm only familiar with a project of maybe less than $400,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I kind of wanted to use this experience as learning and educating myself and building to where one day I can get to the point where I'm a developer myself. So, but a lot of the things that I've learned along the way, King Jay, I feel like, for example, I never received any emails about why the audit was past due, because I actually put in my redemption this year because I couldn't understand, I'll try to reach someone through the software that we use that we were going to get our 1099s and our K1s.
Your computer share.
Yes, I wasn't able to reach anyone through that. And so I didn't understand, like what's going on, like that. I didn't get any communication. I didn't get an email saying that some joint investor was holding up the audit. So one of the things I'm asking you is, as far as the communication process, like what happened to where even Investors Day, I had no idea. I didn't receive any email about Investors Day. I didn't know. I always received the emails about Legacy Center. I always received the emails about the events. I actually have a virtual office here for my real estate business. So I'm like, I get emails for anything else. So I didn't understand like what happened during these last 4 years where I didn't know any of this that was going on.
Thank you for that. It's interesting, even the Zoom link for tonight, my wife didn't receive it. And she's like, where's the link? Right? So we had to go to team.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
So yeah, so it's all a mass list and it is sent. I don't know if it's going to spam or folder or something's going on with your name in there. But I'm going to take that and say, we have to figure out an alternative communication channel or portal where we all can have better access. We do put the replays on our website, et cetera. We have computer share. But if you're not receiving it and she's not receiving it, or some of you guys aren't receiving it, that's something that we have to talk to our, investor relations and communication team about. It's certainly not intentional to not be transparent with you. We do Tref talks every first Tuesday. Right? We might miss 1 or 2 a year, but for the most part, every first Tuesday, we do Tref talks. And we'll look for a way to improve that communication. But we take everybody that's in the investor database based on the email you invested with, and we send out those communications as frequently as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Now, I do want to ask you as far as the safety of you and your family, because I completely understand. I would never let something like this go this far where I'm getting death threats. And I understand you are resilient. You are ambitious. You are, like, I'm not going to stop. But have you thought about, maybe stepping down as fund manager and as the fund manager and maybe being the visionary, maybe being the orchestrator or the coordinator, because so some of this is not just on you, because it's a lot. And I remember being a general contractor for a $300,000 project, and I almost lost my mind, and it was so much that I had to negotiate and coordinate, and people who are not doing their jobs. So, I mean, do you think, if for the betterment of the fund moving forward, is that something you've considered?
1,000%. 1,000%, y'all. I would love just to be the face, voice, visionary, and have other capable people have my and our back to make investment decisions and do other things. That's one of my findings the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you how we also got there. I reached out to people coming into this, and no one believed in the vision before it launched. I could prove it. I'm just not making stuff up. Mm-hmm. It was like, what do you mean you're going to raise money with Black people? And it didn't sound possible until it happens. Mm-hmm. And so then when it happens, when I was reaching out to people, I was a little bit in my ego, in my pride. Y'all ain't believing me then, so now, right? So it's a little bit of me. I'm gonna own that. And then when I was trying to reach out to people after that, we were under investigation. So now I'm telling you, while I'm under FBI investigation, hey bro, I need your help. Come join us. While the SEC and the FBI are investigating us, and you don't know if I'm guilty or not. Do you want your stuff in the middle of that? Who want their stuff in the middle of the FBI and SEC? Raise your hand. Oh, okay. So moving forward, though, that is something that I like too. I like your help in, and I want to do. I ain't trying to be ball hog Jordan in his early days. I'm trying to be Jordan with Pippen and Cartwright and the rest of them. Right? I'm trying to be the best version of me that I can be for the fund. But I do want other qualified people, other qualified help in this environment as we go forward with our next phase of what we're doing. People that believe in what we're doing. But even with the recent smears, it's hard to go get partners with the recent smears. It's always smears. So it's really hard for me to people to say, Jay, I like you, I like the vision, but people don't even want to lease this building because of the stigma on the building, because of the things that are being said about the building and the fund, right? So it just makes it hard. But to your point, for my health, my spiritual health, my physical health, and my family's safety, I'd love to democratize and spread out the risk and all that. But then after seeing my experience, how many people actually want the risk? So, but yes, thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll do better on communications and serving you and the fund.
And I did have one more question.
Sure.
As far as the documentation, because I know you've already seen, one of the lead investors, Julian Gordon, he sent out a blast about showing all of the documentations I know you said that, you don't want to give out unaudited documentation, but even with just the 32 acres, even if you blurred out, names and companies, was that not possible for us to look at today?
I believe we have something coming to everyone with this. We're going to give you guys the contract, the actual sales contract, mm-hmm. the agreement on showing the profits. I believe like another document as well to support what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's something that we're going to get like emails.
Yeah, I thought and you don't be getting the emails, but I will make sure that is likely an email.
Yes.
Likely an email. I thought we were working on trying to get something printed out today, but it didn't work in this rush, mm-hmm. where I have something presented on the screen. So I will do that just so it's not just, me talking, but everything I'm saying is also a part of our audit, right? That's what the audit is for. Right. It's to hold me accountable. Right. It's not somebody that works for us. So when I say the fund owned the money 100%, I just can't make that up, and it's not in the audit. Mm-hmm. When I say the sales contract says exclusive development rights, if you guys read the recent audit, it says it right in the audit, right? Exclusive development rights in perpetuity. Mm-hmm. These are the facts, and they're also in our auditor. They support documents, so I'm not held to Instagram audit. I'm held to an actual certified auditor, third-party auditor, who has no dog in the fight and no lack of objectiveness. But we will try to get you guys something you can physically put your hands on, just to further allow us to demystify, debunk, clarify, and move forward. Will that work?
Yeah, that'll work. And I have one last question.
Wait, that was two last.
I'm sorry, one last question.
Go ahead, Quinn, you got it.
So, this is all a process for people like me who are not familiar with crowd funds, REITs, trusts. Are you willing to do some type of class or some type of education to how these types of funds work? Because it's still a lot of things when I'm reading the audits, when I'm reading, the court documents, I still feel like I should have somewhere I could come here, or where we sit down and we actually go over work for, just like we do in real estate class. We have an actual class where they teach us all of this verbiage so we can understand what we're looking at.
2 sources, y'all. If you go to TulsaRealEstateFund.com, you'll see a bunch of, you can search, or we have a Google, like a kind of our own Google search bar. You can literally search a lot of these terms, and we have FAQ videos that break it down. And also in all of our investor days, we go over the numbers, we slow it down, and we break down these terms during our investor days as well. But I'm totally open to holding a class to, like, to give us more education. But that's the silver, even though I hate the fact that my name got to get smeared, my wife has to get smeared, and we got to, I don't enjoy this, that part of it. But the silver lining in it, think about this. We have a room full of Black people that are talking about P&Ls, audits, analysis, funds. That conversation wasn't a conversation 5-6 years ago. So part of this process, although it's painful, is to go through this process so our families and households can have these conversations about value-add opportunities and development. So I'm certainly more forward to move that education and information forward. And I'm okay enduring the brunt of this for us, that we can be sitting here having a civilized conversation that's increasing all of our awareness about funds that we had no knowledge of as a community just a few years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen.
Thank you. Listen, you got one more last question? No.
She got one. I tell you, she got one.
Yeah, she got one. Listen, I did want to say this. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Come on, man. Want me to lift that up? No, I'm good. All right.
Oh, gosh. Peace, kings. Peace, queens. How y'all doing?
Peace, King.
I'm King Ross. I'm a fixture here. They probably wondering why I don't leave. I'm always here.
Can you raise that mic for him, or can you take that mic out? Yeah, please. He's a little taller than our last guest.
Yes, perfect. I myself has been coming here from day one since they opened, been serving in every capacity that Jay would allow. I have a couple comments, suggestions, and statements real quick. Well, in regards to what the young lady said about learning, our Black families, we definitely need to be building funds within our families. This is something I did almost 7 years ago. We need funds within the families. Each family should have one. Someone should be the banker of that family. So this is a great learning tool for those of us who are looking to build real legacies. So for me, my background is finance, former IRS agent, former corporate development strategist, former manager for 5 Home Depots out west. So I have a solid financial background going about 30 years. I also was teaching this knowledge in the 90s, and my generation looking at me like they didn't know what I was talking about. So I had to actually keep living to find a group who would understand where we're going today with finance. But here's my question to you, Jay. I know you've heard me say this over and over. I'm all about structure. So for me, the advisors would be something I would recommend highly, because I feel like that, one, would take pressure off of you, and two, it would help you get to your decisions that you're taking on pretty much on your own. How do you feel about that?
Well, I want to be clear, guys. I don't take decisions on my own. We have a team. There is a leadership team that I consult with, right? But having people from different industries with different relationships, different resources coming on to be advisors would certainly be helpful, right? So advisors are a good thing. It's something we're pursuing and have been pursuing. But we do have a team. It is not as loud and vocal as I am. It's not just the Jay show. There is a leadership team that does assist and help in our decisions.
Okay. Let me see here. We're in the empowerment zone. So raising capital, I felt, to me, this would be the perfect area, because you can bring in corporate and other dollars that we won't get out of the community. I feel like we could raise maybe 20, 40, 50 million if something was done right here in this empowerment zone.
Yeah, you know what? We were targeting, we had a great relationship with a company called Peer Street. They're a national lender, and their CEO's name is Brock. Brock and I hit it off, and we're talking about some national opportunity zone initiatives and other lending initiatives, all those kind of things. And then Brock stopped returning my emails, and then his team hit me and said, based on what's going around your fund, we'd have to decline at this time. So again, we're still going to be pursuing those opportunities, but guys, we just have to be realistic and just understand and imagine it's very difficult to partner up when someone can do a simple search of your company name or your name, and there's constant scrutiny that people just don't want to be involved in. But we'll continue pressing on, and we'll find those relationships and get into other opportunities on fund, other empowerment zone fund opportunities. Yeah.
That was the next question. You did it with this project. You had a separate entity buy it, even though it was fully owned by the Tref fund. How about doing something like that here? I guess that's where I felt that you would be able to raise the money because it wouldn't be directly the Tref fund.
Yeah, Tref fund or my name. So we need a separate entity, and it may not have to be the person that they're talking to. Because if you look up Jay Morrison, you're going to see allegations, even though there's no findings, even though it's clear, even though we win this lawsuit, even though it's speculation, it looks bad, it feels bad. And as a business owner, you'd be hesitant to get in business with something that's muddy.
That's correct.
And that's been part of the undermining of our company, right? If you just throw a smear on somebody, they're now muddy. And now you have to decide if you want to get in bed with the mud or not.
Right. Yeah. That's right. Like putting tomato sauce on a white shirt and you're trying to clean it out and then it comes out. I can say a couple more. Because this area, I just got a spot around, not right in the area for our youth program. And hello?
What's that?
Oh, okay.
Oh, some bleach on that. Had it.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get down the last two here. I got the overhead. Okay, the management fee was very high and it continued to climb. What are we doing to knock that down? Because right now we're at the stage where we have to raise more capital. I believe that's going to be a sticking point for investors if the fees are still high coming into this new project.
That's a great point. We are looking at ways to cap the management fee or to introduce a management salary.
Okay.
That still respects the level of effort that the manager has to put in and level of risk that I have to endure and all those things, but still respecting the fund and where we're at in the fund, which is why, again, I've deferred over $500,000 of management fees, right? Trying to respect my hard work and rightful compensation, but also respect the level of fiscal status that the fund is at, right? And so I agree, and I'm always cognizant of that. Y'all, I'm not greedy. I'm not here to be a pig. I'm not double dipping. I don't do those things. So yeah, we were definitely looking at in the future of ways to mitigate that, to give investors some level of comfort. And I'm in it too. All right.
I wanted to ask about that anyway. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, the build out costs on this project here, because I'm actually doing I'm working on a 29 unit development myself. What is the build out cost, the full build out cost, land development cost, not the build out. What does that look like? Because after you got that done, of course, you can get the rest of the money.
Yeah, we're looking at land build out costs somewhere between 6 and 7 million, probably upper 6 right now. We're looking at trying to get some subsidies from the city of East Point, city of South Fulton. They've indicated that we can get some infrastructure subsidies and other things that can help mitigate those costs, but somewhere in about 6 million range for full land build out. Ready to go vertical.
Have you spoke with them? Last thing, have you spoke with them about the bond issue down there?
We have, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes. There it goes.
All right. 11.5 million raised.
Yes, sir.
The brother asked, he said it's about 500,000 left.
Yep, so 500,000.
What assets currently does the fund own?
The fund owns the Legacy Center. It owns the Des Moines Annex property, 5 acres here. It owns the 27 acre of development rights. It owns also a property we have to foreclose on in Cincinnati. I think those are, and maybe one other asset, but those are the assets that it owns currently.
That's about how many?
Let's say 3 or 4.
3 or 4 properties.
Mhm.
So in the 5 years, that's the only assets we've been able to accumulate.
We've also accumulated 98 units of housing in Macon that we were defrauded on by E.J. Hawkins, that we have a judgment against. So we accumulated that. We were defrauded by
So when you say
someone in the
defrauded,
community.
monies from the fund went out to this individual for that product that never came back?
Correct.
Gotcha.
He didn't perform. He didn't report properly. It's all in our filing, and we have a judgment against him that we
How
won.
much was that? Roughly.
I don't have the number off the top of my head. I don't want to
So
misquote. Mhm.
So good. I ain't pressing about the house and all that, but my question is, with this property, it's 32 acres, 27 acres is owned by the fund.
The fund owns 5 acres and has exclusive development rights for lifetime perpetuity on 27 acres.
So it doesn't own the,
It does not own the land.
doesn't own the
It does not pay the carrying costs for the land, but has all the rights to develop the land.
got the rights, but no
Correct.
land. How long? How much over 500,000 and how burn rate going? How long before it's out of bread?
It depends on how our revenue's coming in. So right, we can't give a accurate number,
Gotcha.
right? Because there's different monies that come in every single month. There's houses, there's loans that we have. So you ask what we own. We also have loans out as well.
Gotcha.
So there's loans that come out that get redeemed. When someone pays a loan off, we get that capital back. There's a legacy center and the revenue it makes and fluctuates monthly, but it's stabilizing going upwards. So all those things affect the burn rate. But we absolutely must continue the mission, absolutely must raise
Now, I
capital.
feel you. All I gotta say is this, man. Jay, so 5 years later, a lot of people put their money in. A lot of people leave you, myself, believe in you.
Yes, sir.
I want to be in myself. On the story that initially that we supposed to have some of similar fabric coming from a similar background. You know what I mean? So that's
Understood.
I had no issue, throwing a couple dollars up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people did because of that. So after 5 years, $11 million down. I hope you understand how people look at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, where all this money went, man? You know what I mean?
I understand.
And trying to get an understanding, sophisticated, not sophisticated. We just went with the bro because we thought he had the leadership, or believe he has the leadership to take this to where we need to go. My dude, I'm gonna leave it at that, man. I ain't got no more questions. Thank you for your time and for
Do you
answering.
mind staying right there for a second? Can we dialogue? And you keep it 100 with me. Do you believe that I gave my best efforts in this environment of everything that you already know the fund has been going through since the time you've been a part of it? My best efforts to make this happen?
I don't know what your efforts were, so I can't say.
I'm just asking what you believe. It could be no, and I won't be offended. It could be yeah.
Nah, personally, yeah, I'm gonna say no, but I don't know. That's me making an assumption because I'm not here with you day to day to see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I ain't trying to get in my situation, but my little brother and I, we just grabbed up, piecing together real estate information. We bought 3 properties. We squeezed together $60,000 from people we never thought would be able to have that. We bought 3 properties via tax deed situations and auctions and negotiating that, and now we're $600,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what us not having no money. We ain't have $11 million. So I do know what would have been done and what potential if we had access to $11 million. So I'm not even gonna put that on you or answer that in that way, brother. I don't know what you have.
No,
You know
that's
what
the
I'm
perfect answer, King. You know why? I understand why everybody don't understand.
saying?
Because if I didn't sit in this seat, I'd be thinking like you. I'd be thinking like, yo, bro, I'm from where you from? 11 million and what? But King, reporting back, live from the only one that we know been in this seat, right? Is that facts? Anybody we know been in this seat?
Not that I know of.
So reporting back, being 100, what I'm telling you is that it's not just real estate how everybody trying to simplify the real estate. The compliance, the treasury, the legal, the administration, the whole operation, investor relations, of all those kind of things in an environment from day 3 had undermining, sabotage, and pushback was much tougher than we think.
I got all that, bro. But at the same thing I'm saying is you being an investor, there are deals out here that people need money. motivated sellers, all type of properties where people need to get rid of these properties and somebody need the money. So it's $11 million. All right, scratch. Take all those fees away. Take all these things away. All right, we got $2 million. You know what I'm saying? What assets do we got? What cash flow coming in? And that's where my mind is at.
No, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
People gave me $60,000, I ain't lose $1.
But you also didn't have the operations, and you also didn't. Dang, those 32 deals right there was funding. Listen, we just dialoguing. We dialoguing, bro. I'm shutting anything that's costing. I'm shutting it down. All this money that's costing us to tapping into doing this business and all these. All right, y'all gotta go. I'm sorry, it ain't working. We cutting y'all out because we gotta make sure these people get their money. You know what I'm saying? We got to put this into something. So that's where I'm at with it. I would have deaded any extra expenses or reduced them drastically. You know what I mean? To the point where at this moment, you're the one standing here answering questions. Correct. You're the one going through all of this stuff. All these people could have just been you controlling all of this and not having all these expenses. If I was just controlled, first of all, that applause is warranted. I'll own that. Back in hindsight, I would have fired a lot of people a lot sooner. In COVID, your families, your whatever, black, all that, you gotta go. I would have did it, King. I'm being transparent with y'all. I'll take that one back if I could. I'm not saying I did this perfectly. I'm just saying I didn't fraud us in doing this. I didn't scam us in doing this. I didn't misappropriate us in doing this. Y'all can leave here and say, I think he's the worst businessman ever, if you so choose. But I didn't fraud you and do it. I did my best. It was very hard. Well, I've never faced a pandemic before, King.
I know disrespect, but I think this gentleman said you transferred the property or sold a property yourself for $80?
Not from the fund, King. Mm-hmm. The fund made $25,000 on the investment and kept the rights. After the fund had their $25,000 under 60 days.
You telling me about rights, bro. We don't got the land.
King, you let me finish? Right, we're building. The fund wasn't in a capital position to be able to maintain the land and the carrying cost, right? It wasn't the capital position. So being creative, we restructured the financing so the fund could still maintain the rights to the land, to develop the land and get the money from the land and make $25,000 without the carrying cost of the land and all of its capital back in under 60 days with $25,000 on top, King.
I got you on that.
Okay, so we just building.
Right.
We just building. I ain't trying to fast talk you.
No, you ain't fast talk, we good.
Okay, I just want to be clear. And I'm taking ownership that there's decisions as manager in the 5 years as an entrepreneur that I could have made better, y'all. I could have. When the pandemic happened and we opened this, and we had a beautiful business plan. I'm telling you, I really believe it would have worked. We would have cashed out here. I didn't know how to face the pandemic. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do.
With disrespect, buy real estate, man. Buy the real estate. Take the money, buy some real estate.
What?
Transactional funding. Do these different things that are being done. And that you say, my dude, God bless. Man. Thank you for answering these questions.
I'm talking about staff
for coming out. Good night.
Yeah. You did your thing. You waited patiently. No, I feel you. What I want to say is, during the pandemic, we had staff in a business model here. Remember, we had heavy cash burn. So we were using the legacy center to be our cash burn neutralizer. So when the pandemic happened, I don't know if it's a 30-day thing. See, it's easy in hindsight to act like we all know, because we all know now. But when you end it, I'm thinking like, is the pandemic 30 days and we just keep moving? Or is it 60 or is it whatever? So I'm trying to juggle how do I make my decisions, focusing on our biggest asset while we're still deploying capital and building a company at the same time. You have to remember, the fund had no infrastructure, no staff, and we're building it from January 1st, 2018. So I'm building a company while still raising capital, while in that same pandemic, the King just mentioned, go buy real estate, while I'm just develop this, while we're in SEC investigation, and I'm still in FBI investigation, and I'm just figuring it out. I'm trying to tell you all, I didn't do it all perfectly. I didn't even do it great. I didn't even do it good. I did it my best, and I don't mind that judgment. I do not mind the judgment. You can have your opinion of me as an entrepreneur or a real estate person, right? And I won't even complain about you not being in this seat in which we think it is. What I want to try to say is that I don't steal, I don't scam, I don't fraud, I don't misappropriate, and have not. That's what I'm here to say.
Yeah, so I remember my question from earlier.
Sure.
And this, I'm at the tiptoe, y'all. It's kind of high. My question is, I'm picking up on a theme. The communication, the clarity, the visibility, the thing with the email is easily solvable. Does Tref have a membership-based site where Tref members log in?
It does not.
It does not. Okay. We'll talk about that. But generally, you have a membership-based site where you can go and list all the documents that were sent via email. So people can go check in at a regular kind of clip to get all the latest information, whether they're receiving it in email or not. Again, the question is it a question? The question is, how much of your concerns are around communications? By a show of hands, who really has a challenge with the communications for the fund? It's okay if you raise your hand, love. I saw you. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. That's two. So everybody else, you feel like you're good with the data and the information you're receiving? How many people feel good about the level of communication they receive from Tref? Okay. There's a whole lot more people here than that. What's that, Doc? Mixed? Yes, sir. Okay, but that's the challenge. It's mixed. That's a challenge. That's something I think we're gonna have to try to address.
We'll improve that for sure.
Okay, sir, please come.
What's up, Jay?
Peace, King.
My name is Joe Stone. I'm here from the Church of Joe Stone podcast. I'm not a real estate guy. I'm a social media guy. I've held off on making a video about you, even though it would have been profitable. And it would have been profitable. I hop on the train, but I didn't yet.
It came up,
and I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak for yourself. And since we're in the same town, I see you face to face. So my first thing I wanted to ask was, and I think one of the gentlemen here asked if the land got developed. He asked you if you would be personally enriched, and you said no, correct? Because the land is developed and it becomes worth 10, 20, 30, way more than it was before, then now you are the owner of all this equity that the company built into the land, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's what the development rights are for.
I'm saying, but you would still own the land. So even though the company can develop it, if the land becomes more valuable, you're the one that holds that value, not the company. I could be wrong. I'm just asking.
Once we get into the development phase of breaking ground and going vertical, that land that we own is now contributed to the larger development, right? So that land and that value is equity in a development, and we move forward fair and appropriate.
So you would charge the company a fair value for that land once they choose to develop it?
Yeah.
So the investors have to hope that you would be fair when it comes time to do that and not charge an unfair amount of money, right? That's the idea?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
I have to do that. I'm going to do what's in the best interest of the fund, as I have been.
I mean, that sounds good, but you personally own it. So, I mean, and I'm not saying it's a question of character and integrity, and I'm not saying you don't have it, but what I am saying is that's asking a lot of your investors who didn't necessarily they agreed to let you manage it, but they didn't agree to let you have 27 of these acres. You get what I'm saying?
Let's back it up, Joe.
Good, fair enough. Cool.
The land is not land that Tref paid for.
So you didn't buy it from Tref?
No, I did buy from Tref.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So I bought from Tref, recapitalizing Tref. Tref got all of its capital plus a profit.
So 25,000. And also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but 25,000 sounds a little crazy, because when we're talking about a development like this, and we're talking about the type of potential income, because you're investing in this land because and I'm not a real estate guy, I'm just a common sense guy. When you're investing in the land, I'm guessing it's because you understand the potential value as a company, right? So you're investing in this land because you believe deep down that it can be worth 10, 20, 30x over the next, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, whatever. But now you own control of that. You gave yourself control of that. Now the company has to hope that, you do business in the correct way moving forward, right?
Let's slow down.
Fair enough.
Right? So the fund has the exclusive development rights to the land to benefit from all that upside that you're mentioning. What I have done is allowed the fund to benefit from that, because this takes time. This is a year since that purchase. The fund has paid no carrying cost in that entire year of mortgage insurance, maintenance, taxes, and won't for any of the years.
It sounds a little crazy when we're talking about $11 million fund. We're talking about this much real estate, and it's such a big part of the portfolio. And the people involved didn't have an opportunity to like vote on this. And you are the sole controller of it. And it's like you personally own it. You don't like, am I tripping, y'all? Like, I'm the only one that's okay, just making sure I ain't tripping.
Let's talk
Like,
through that.
right, I could be wrong. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm just asking questions that I just think that because it just seems like if I was you guys, I would be a little frustrated about the fact that this happened. And you're saying like, yeah, we control 27 acres. No, we don't. You control the 27 acres. Because if you set the price too high, right, and Tref can't afford it, what happens then?
But why would I set the price too high?
Why would you give yourself the 27 acres? The $11 million fund can't cover the landscape costs?
Bro.
I can't cover the landscape costs and the mortgage. Like that was a bad investment. I'm sorry. Y'all being really nice to him because y'all friends. And I like you. You my nigga. I like you. My bad.
You use that word here.
Yeah, my bad. You my king.
Listen. Iron sharpen iron. I'm cool with the iron sharpen iron.
Cool. Let's go.
But you taking it out of context.
Okay, let me shut up. I'm gonna let you talk.
All right. You can still build up.
Okay, go ahead.
Concept. Mm-hmm. So the fund is benefiting, right, from these development rights from the land. You're saying, oh, but you control the land, all that kind of stuff. King, I'm the manager of the fund, right? I got our fund all of its capital back based on our capital, because we were an $11 million fund at this acquisition.
Okay, fair enough.
Right? So look at the context. So you just throw that $11 million out there. I just said we're sub 500,000 and must raise capital, right? I just said that.
But not at that time. Correct.
Not that time. But we were not in a capital position to carry this land. So if I got us all our capital back, so we continue to operate and move forward, and still got us the land, King, I gave the fund a layup. Opportunity for us to develop and pull this together, King.
And also, this is another question, and this is another topic or another. Let's change it a little bit.
Did he answer?
Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that answer. And it's really not for me. It's for them because I didn't invest. I wish at the time I believed in you, and I can't say I do, but I did at the time, and it hurt my feelings because I wasn't in a financial place to invest. Now it wouldn't be a thing, but at that time it was. So it kind of hurt my feelings that I couldn't be a part of this. So to see it, become this it's even like more saddening, more heartbreaking. But what I will say is this too: you spoke about your family. You spoke about how the taxing you've been brutal, and that you were trying to protect your family by moving things around. And also you were a fund manager and you have fiduciary duty. And you also spoke to the fact that you have a higher level of accountability because of what we've seen in the Black community with the churches and other people taking advantage of the Black dollar. Do you think that, looking back in hindsight, that it was foolish to involve any type of personal residence, family business involved with Tref at all? Because now you having to answer these questions, and it does let you look bad. It makes the fund look incompetent and bad because we're having this, like you say, it's just bad press. Do you think that now that decision was foolish and you shouldn't have involved your personal residence at all with any of the fun stuff? Because I feel like a lot of these people probably would feel better if it was separate. Like, I wouldn't want your personal residence involved in if it was our business. Like, that seems like that's creating murky water, and now you have to answer these questions, and it puts you and the fund in a bad position. So I'm just asking, do you think that was a bad idea looking backwards?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity where the fund gains profits about a 13 to 16% annualized return with getting all of its capital and still the ability to produce the vision of what we produced without having to bear the operational cost and the burden. Like, these are the facts. I'm not like just making this up. These are the facts. The fund has the opportunity to develop this, and we've been working. This is not, we didn't make this up overnight or the last 2 weeks. This has been a year in progress of pushing forward. Yeah, so you said a better way to do it?
This is the fund. This is the fund really prepared for it.
Excuse me? I have an $800,000 house from $11 million. I did. Yes. Yes, not the $11 million. The fund acquired the initial property, with my own financing and my own dollars, I restructured the financing for the fund and got the fund and all of this capital back for this property and to keep and maintain the development rights to the property. And for me to personally maintain the development costs and the carrying costs for us out of my own, Jay.
Also, was there a particular reason why the property was split the way it was? Like, you know, that the fund got the 5 acres and you got the 26 or something like that? Is there a reason why? Is it because of like the parcel or like, I don't know shit about real estate. I mean, anything about real estate. So like, is there a reason why it was split up? Because again, but like people would probably feel a little bit better if it wasn't 26 over here and 5 over here. I don't know.
I get the feelings part. I'm talking about the facts part.
Okay.
The fact is that our fund made a return over its capital and got all of this capital back to continue to operate the fund and still are in position
$25,000 profit when we're talking about potential like millions or tens of millions of dollars if your development goes through.
The fund is still participating in, brother.
You are well as well. I'm done. I'm good.
Which the fund is still participating in.
Okay. All right.
Right. So upfront money and long-term money with no carrying cost, and the refinancing and structuring was brought by not funds of the fund. These are the facts. Thank you for your questions and your challenge, Joe.
He beat and feed. So listen, again, I'm yes, sir. What you need? Let's get after it. Questions?
Thank you. All right. Okay.
Hold on. Looks like
Can you hear me? All right. Folks online is going crazy. Okay. All right. So here we go. Zoom folks, you are now to ask your questions in the Q&A, and I'm going to rapid fire these, King.
Yes, sir.
All right. How can I get my investment reimbursed?
Tulsa Real Estate Fund.com. And please, you can follow the redemption tab, redemption instructions, and you can be on our redemption list.
How are conflicts of interest managed? And RM is asking, who is the compliance officer? What is the due diligence process for third parties that the Tref does business with?
Our compliance officer, our compliance goes through legal, our accounting, and our independent audits. And what was the second question?
Dang, I got rid of it.
How was something about managing risk?
How is conflict managed, basically?
How is conflict of interest managed? Through disclosure, through our audits, through making sure that anything that is related parties or that is material is disclosed to you all, to our fund.
Will you liquidate the fund?
That's not my plan to liquidate the fund. If any business, if we're continuing to be undermined and sabotaged, I know the request is to liquidate, or from someone is to liquidate the fund at a lower valuation that would cannibalize the fund. I'm not here to lose, we're here to win. We're here to realize this vision. So no, it's not my vision to liquidate the fund. It's our vision and intention to grow the fund.
If Jay's family, the owner of the LLC of the NM, that now owns the 5 acres and 27 acres, gives exclusive rights for X years to Tref to develop that land, does that mean his family profits personally off of any development? And if so, what are those terms?
It's not X years, it's in perpetuity, that's lifetime. So if the fund has development rights for lifetime on the land, the fund owns the 5 acres of land, and the fund, and our participation in this is not to enrich my family. If it was to enrich here's a really simple way to put it. If the goal was to enrich my family, then I didn't have to give Tref, I wouldn't have gave Tref development rights. I just say the Morrisons got development rights, Tref gets 25,000 and we out. Like, let's keep it really plain. If the goal was personal enrichment, that was a goal, personal enrichment, then why would we contribute development rights to our fund if I'm trying to personally enrich myself? Just don't do that. The goal was for Tref to be in position for this Demoni asset next to this major billion-dollar development and to restructure the financing so the fund, which is limited on capital, can recapitalize to keep operating and to still execute the vision. It's really that simple. The fund made money upfront, made return, and still has development rights with all of its capital back. If Jay Morrison or the Morrisons would enrich themselves, then I would say, yo, I could just get this land and just do it myself and keep it myself. So next question, please.
Have you made any actual profitable investments with the fund?
Yes, several dozen. They're there. They're on our website. Go to TulsaRealEstateFund.com. You can see our portfolio. You can see our per transaction returns, etc.
Where's the leadership team and why aren't they up on stage with you?
Great question. This was a triage impromptu town hall to address baseless accusations about misappropriation and slander and defamation that I needed to address immediately. We couldn't get the team here, I said it earlier, on time for this town hall, but the team is at our investor days. They have been at our last investor days. This is our company practice, and they'll be at our future investor days. You guys can meet the team for sure.
Is Julian in the building?
Ask, I don't know.
Okay. He is. All right. Somebody's statement. If you need help, work with the brilliant minds like Julian. Why is Julian not on stage with you?
I don't know.
Okay. I submitted a form to receive, Kanisha asked, I submitted a form to receive my funds back. What is the status of being able to sell our shares?
Our liquidity for shares, which is called a secondary market, that's something we're going to be implementing on the next phase of our fund, where you can be able to buy, sell shares, trade shares on a secondary market. Until then, we have our traditional redemption policy.
Kristen says, I think bringing in board members or advisors would be beneficial, especially when speaking of the operational heaviness of the fund. Investments are being made to stabilize the assets of the Legacy Center, but in my opinion, there should be prioritization of growing the strategic leadership of the fund to reinstate trust. Question, have you thought of, or are you working on different strategies to bring in advisors? Is there an active plan in place?
Yes, we've been pursuing it, continually will pursue it to bring on a board of advisors and other experts. I mentioned it earlier, excited about it. It'll help take load off me and democratize the risk and democratize our genius as well and crowdsource all of our relationships. So that is part of what we're doing here. Our goal.
When is Investor Day?
When we'll announce it after we complete this next audit, which should be fairly soon.
Do you have any evidence to substantiate what you're saying that can be shared with the public?
Yes, I will speak with the team tonight and we'll look at disseminating that. Everything is documented. Everything is, again, will be in our audits, but we'll look at some direct ways to disseminate it to you. Everything we're speaking about on our transactions and the fund. I want to say, I ran here, I called this so that we can immediately hit head on transparency and not come to false conclusions and preset conclusions and to debunk allegations and demystify what's being spread online. That's why I came here, to be transparent, to give you guys access like we do every first Tuesday, but in a different way to let you know this is not it. This is baseless. At least the firm allegations of me being a perpetrator that's robbing the community. That's not it. I'm literally making every pivot and move I can to enrich the fund and enrich our community of investors and to meet the mission that we all set out for. Despite every allegation, attack, investigation, or whatever comes forward, I'm continuing to press and trying to do my best to continue to produce and be transparent as I produce. That's why I'm here.
Can Julian come in and ask his questions?
I think we answered about 18 of them earlier. But the microphone's available for everyone.
Who? Okay. Why is this update only being shared after Julian sent an email to all the investors?
Well, we do Tref Talks Tuesdays every single Tuesday, first Tuesday for the last 5 years. It would have been one anyway. Usually we don't get these turnouts. But because Julian made very strong, not even allegations, because he made false statements that slandered and defamed us and stood on it and said we have to stop perpetual, whatever, because of that. Because I had to address it head on, because my wife and I are not frauds, we're not thieves, we're not misappropriating. I don't have a problem addressing that head on. You can say, I don't like how they, whatever, I don't like how he performs or whatever. That's fair critique. But to criminalize us, that's wrong, family. That's not how we do business. And to come to conclusions without the information, that's wrong. And so that's why I had to address this on, because I can't keep allowing my family to be shamed. And you guys can do the due diligence for yourself to see if it's genuine interest or if there's other interest. You guys can look yourselves. I don't have to insinuate. But when someone, however they get our email list, illegally, to get our email list and send out emails to our investors and to spam them and then to make these really firm accusations and all that, that's not brotherhood. That's not what we're doing here. And so that's why tonight.
The previous year audit issued what's called, quote unquote, going concern, AKA, I don't think this company will be around in 6 to 12 months. What's your plan to survive outside of raising more money?
Our plan forward is exactly what I said. Stabilizing the legacy center, stabilizes our cash burn. Going to raise capital, recapitalizing, not just through equity, but also through debt and other partnership opportunities. Going to do what we've done already successfully, 24.9% returns on average for our lending transactions. Continuing to grow, stabilize, and scale legacy center, and bringing to life this demonic development. That is our plans to move forward.
If no more money is raised, where does that leave the fund and investors? Will you sell all assets, including legacy center?
Real estate and fund management is a capital-intensive business. You need capital to run a fund. And so it's not a matter of no more money being raised. We absolutely will raise capital. The issue is, since January 3rd of 2018, as we went to raise capital, we've constantly been undermined, sabotaged. People literally said, don't y'all do that. It's been happening for 5 years. No matter what we produce and what we do, and we're going through this right now. So the same people are undermining our fund and just saying, hey, why don't they perform? So we're still fighting for our investors. We represent our 15,000 investors, not someone because their investment level doesn't make them the representative. We represent the people. We see, even with this very surprising smear campaign, from my brother, who texted me at 7:04 a.m. and said, how about we meet on August 28th or August 30th to speak, as we text each other back and forth trying to sit down in person. Julian Gordon, trying to meet in person. He's busy with his daughter. How your daughter doing? I'm busy with my daughter. How your daughter doing? Brother talk. 7:04 a.m. on a Thursday. Hey, King, how's August 28th or 30th for us to meet? By 9 p.m. that night, tried, homie, as a flyer made it about me and he went public. He texted me at 7:04 a.m. to meet in person as we were communicating, and then went to an online smear campaign by the same night. These are the facts. He's here. This was somebody that brought a teddy bear to my daughter while she was in brain surgery, my brother. He went live about me in less than 12 hours. We're trying to meet on August 28th and 30th. He's here. These are facts. Why his intentions? I don't know. But somebody, I called my brother, I don't try to meet you for lunch in the morning and have a flyer made about you by the night. That's not how brothers do. Think of one of your friends, your associates. If I text you in the morning and say, bro, we got to meet about this, and how you doing? I don't have a flyer made and go live about you by the nighttime. What's the motive behind that? Y'all be the judge. But what I could stand on is debunking, demystifying misappropriation, theft, fraud, robber, all them terms I've been getting for the last 5 years. I stand on that. That's why we're here tonight, because I stand on it. Performance, we struggled in performance. I'll own that. To try my best in every environment, but we're going to end that fraud. Like, don't do that. That's not cool. That's not right. Say something else. But don't make conclusions and allegations and then tell people, no matter what you hear tonight, still go to the SEC and DOJ and criminalize or whatever the case is. And that's your right to do that if y'all want to do that. That's your right. I'm not going to stop nobody from we've been through that already before. But what kind of leadership tells someone, no matter what you hear, still do a thing? What kind of motive is that? No matter what you hear, still come to this conclusion. That's not the spirit of Tref. That's not group economics, not Black Wall Street, it's not my Tulsa Real Estate Fund, not the fund that we founded, the fund I've been fighting for, the fund I done cried with this woman for, the one fund I've been fighting for. That's not this. Our spirit is, Jay, we got to hold you accountable. Put your feet to the fire. And I'm cool putting a foot out there, both of them, and let's do it constructively. Y'all can get on me. It's okay. Y'all can tell me, oh, it's okay. But don't make false conclusions and false statements about our family and our legacy. That's not Black Wall Street. It's not Black excellence. It is not. My wife has some words she wants to say. Go ahead, honey.
I wasn't going to speak tonight. I was just going to let Jay lead this, but I was convicted as I was sitting in the back. I want to publicly commend you, Jay, and not just because you're my husband, because Jay knows I'm the first person to hold him to the fire, and the first person to challenge him, and he knows this. But I want to commend you publicly on the level of poise that you exuded tonight and that you've been exuding for the last 5 years. And I want to say this. We are not internet figures. I know we live in the world of Instagram, and you think you can just say what you want in comments and throw darts. We're not internet figures. We are real people, real feelings. I have a real child back there. I have a real house, a real husband, a real life, real feelings. I have cried myself to sleep countless of nights because of all the allegations. I'm like, yo, I'm an actor. I am not used to this. I got a good reputation. I make movies. This is a lot. This is heavy. And when I started this thing with Jay, when he first told me about the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, I was like, man, this is such a great idea. If I had known what I know now, I probably would be like, I don't know if I want to be involved. I don't know if I want to do this, because the people who you are fighting for, the same people who will tear you down, the same people who will clap for you on Monday as the same people who will be snickering and throwing darts on Tuesday. So I may not have done this, but I want to commend you for showing poise, for showing excellence, for being transparent, for being honest, not perfect, but honest. And to anyone who thinks it's okay to do a smear campaign, the same person who brought my child, a teddy bear, to the hospital when she had brain surgery, the same person who stood with Jay, the same person who supported us, to not even say, hey, brother, let's go live and talk about this like men, real Black excellence. But what we want to do in this day and age is chase clout and get attention and subscribe to my YouTube page. Come to my YouTube page. I'm tired of it. And we have to stop that. We have to hold those accountable who do that and operate from that divisive spirit, because it's divisive. We got to hold them accountable too. Yes, hold Jay accountable. Yes, hold the fund accountable. Ask the challenging questions, but do it with dignity. Do it with grace. Do it with poise. Do it with productive communication skills. That's how you build, especially with someone you once called brother. You once called sister. It's okay for us as Black people to just have challenging conversations with each other. We don't got to fight and argue and slander to have a conversation. We are adults. And if we're saying we operate from Black excellence and we're setting new standards, we got to really be that and not just talk it. And subscribe to my YouTube. So I want to commend Jay for handling this with grace and poise. Even when I'm at home, I'm like, bro, this dead it. I'm tired. I am so tired. I see Jay work tirelessly. I see people shun him. I see people slander him. I see the same people who he once was in this movement with, really one of the pioneers of this movement. I see some of those same people snicker and turn their backs. And that's hard. Jay's not Superman. It's hard. I know you guys see Jay is boisterous and he's strong, but it is hard to constantly be kicked, and still show up. Jay didn't have to do this tonight. Jay's been doing this for 5 years straight. Every first Tuesday, first Thursday. He used to do it weekly. He didn't have to say everybody pull up in person. come ask your questions in person. You didn't have to do it. So I want to commend you, and I want to commend you all for showing up and holding him accountable and coming with your questions, because it shows that you care. So I had to say that. I had to get that off my chest. It is burning in my spirit that people out here claim Black excellence, but operate from a spirit of divisiveness. It is not cool and it is corny. There's more ways that you can do to get subscribers to your YouTube page. It's corny, period. And I'm tired. So thank you, Jay, for your level of poise and integrity. And thank you to the investors, the true investors, who said, hey, I want to pull up because I want to have I have real questions. I want to ask the challenging, tough questions. And I know, if I know Jay and I know Jay's heart, Jay is going to continue to fight, continue to show up, continue to be integrous. That's all he knows to do. And I had to say that and had to get off my spirit.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. And she wasn't going to speak. And we know the rhetoric is going to be like, oh, they used emotion. I know, it's like, listen, man. Yeah, we use emotion. We're humans, it's called. It's called humans. And guys, we sat in this seat for us. I only can report back to you, right? Like, I ain't making excuses. You go call me out. I'm taking it. But I'm only reporting back what it's been like to sit in this seat, representing 15,000 people from 22 countries going under attack for 5 years. Only one person can tell you that. I'm just reporting what the experience has been like. Most people won't take this seat. And you know what would show me something? If all of us sitting here use a portion of this energy that we put towards me, towards a person who's actually been found guilty of defrauding the fund right in our SEC filing. And no one said nothing about him yet. Yes, sir. Hold on, let's give my microphone, please. If you don't mind. You don't mind, turn.
What's up, brother? My name is OG. I'm from New York.
Yes,
I
sir.
do not think you and your wife are criminals.
Thank you. We're not.
I don't have any dog in the fight. I'm just a guy who watches you on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
I'm a small-time real estate investor, self-made man. And I would just say, you need a cleanup, my brother. You need a major cleanup, restructuring, probably a consulting firm, maybe step down, separate personal from the corporate, like the brother was saying, because it has a look, it has an appearance. So you could be doing everything 100% right. Oh, but now he lives in that $800,000 house. He's got 5 acres. It's going to be 30 million. You're almost
optics.
Yeah, you're almost set up for failure. Even though you've done everything right, as you say, and I'll take you for your word. Major cleanup, consulting firm, step down, put someone else as a figurehead, get some major corporations behind you, and you'll be fine. Worst case scenario, if you can't make it work, if you have to sell all this to get your investors their money back, everybody walks away even, and you'll be good.
I want to say something while you're standing here. That's a great advice. And everything's on the table in business, right? It's entrepreneurship, as we assess.
It's all a risk.
Yes. And if we sell all this, where we're currently at, we're selling at our lowest valuation and not fighting for the mission and the movement.
It's the last option.
Correct.
Last
I just want to mention that first.
You can save all this.
Yeah, that's my goal.
Absolutely.
And what I'm saying is that, fam, I'm open to the restructuring.
Yes, sir.
JG, I'm open still to the conversation, King. Me and you. I'm still open to the conversation, King. I would appreciate some maybe public atonement and some take back a little bit from our family name. But Ash, anybody, I'm down for it. I'm really with it, y'all. I'm not like out here playing. I'm really with the building. I'm really with that. And it'll give me ease to restructure and have some other help, another phase. King, it's been hard on me doing this. And if somebody else was in this, they'd be able to co-sign like, yo, see, it's me only telling y'all because I'm the only one in it. You're like, I got to believe Jay. If somebody else is actually in this experience who could co-sign, they were like, yo, y'all don't even know what this is like. You think it's just easy real estate, 11 million to do some real estate. It's different.
It's not easy. It's a whole other level.
We're always moving parts.
The average person would never experience what you experience.
Sabotage from day 3. So God gonna work it out. And I'm gonna keep fighting. But I'm calling on support, help. Keep challenging me. I'm not running from nothing. I'm running towards it. And I'm cool with everything's on an option of how we fix this and how we do this. I'm being transparent about everything. I understand the optics of the family thing, etc. I want to do something beneficial for the fund, get our capital back, make some money on top of that, and still develop. I'm trying to be creative here. I'm not enriching me, I'm trying to be creative and do something for us. I got our capital back, plus returns, and still developing rights and land.
King, time check. Sorry.
Go ahead, yes.
It's 9:30. I just got two quick questions from the two last questions from the internet.
Sure.
All right. Sorry, Bo. First question is, what would you say is your biggest hurdle / mistake that hindered the performance of the fund? And what would you do differently to ensure the return to investors?
That's a great question. So let's have that moment, right? And I don't have a pre-planned answer. I'll go off my heart with this. Ask one more time. I get it, but I just want to hear it one more time. Please don't tell me you deleted it.
I just did. Hold on.
What was the impact the performance of the fund?
So the question,
What would you say was your biggest hurdle / mistakes that hindered the performance of the fund? And what will you do differently to ensure returns to investors?
I think one of my biggest hurdles it has to be that advisory board piece, being very intentional about that in the very beginning, right? Like, even if it was like people said no to me because of, investigation or because of a smear campaign, still fighting through that and being very intentional, like, we ain't moving forward till I get a true advisory board. And not like skipping that step because I'm trying to see, being transparent. When you start raising the capital and the clock starts ticking in your head that it's accruing, and you got to get the money from out the bank earning 0.01% or 1% out into the market. So, what I'm saying? It was all that. So I'm thinking, like, I got to get deployed fast so it's not losing, but then I got to address this concern over here. But then I got to build a board, but I still got to keep raising capital, right? Because we still got another goal. But then I got to deploy the capital, but I still got to build a team and infrastructure. And I should have got more support early on from the beginning. I should have been intentional about that. That's on me. I had a team. We hired people I could show you, but it just should have been I should have slowed down. If I knew better now, I'll tell anyone doing this again, slow down. Block out the noise. It was mad noise. When we went viral, raising all that capital, it was so much noise. And people coming out the blue saying you this and you. I didn't expect that. I really thought white supremacists were going to come attack our fund. I didn't expect us. That was a sucker punch to me. It was like, oh, snap. Like, wait, us? And I just in experience, I would have took that back. In regards to getting our investment back, our capital back, et cetera, what I also realized is I would have had more time to do that, and we still have more time by recapitalizing the company. We only raised 1/5 of our business plan goal. And that's through murky waters and mad sabotage and undermining and all that. And I realized that if we double down on the vision and bring in a better team, and more, and use our fund, technology also increased. 5 years ago, it wasn't the same technology for real estate funds. This was a new fund for everybody. It's a whole new industry, crowdfunding. So now there's new technologies that provide better efficiencies. And so I would take all those findings, which is what we're going to do. We'll take all those findings, all those different things, management fee structure, all those, it's 5 years in, it's a foundation. Take all those, tweak it, advisory board, and just all those adjustments and continue the mission, y'all. 5 years in on a major thing that none of us done before. And so I would correct those things. I would bring those findings to advisors and other smart people, and we together collectively would make some stronger decisions than I can make individually. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
Thank you, Queen.
Go ahead.
all right. So
If you can help out with that Albany Land Bank thing, let's talk, please. Please. Can somebody get his number, please? All right, we gotta wrap up. Get some more Zoom. Get his info, please. We gonna build. Let's build.
yeah, so
That's it. Go ahead, King Lawrence.
yeah, so I got one for you, Jay. Two, real quick. So what's the status on profitability of the Legacy Center? How much is it losing year over year? If you know, if roughly estimate, I don't know.
Well, I don't know that answer, but the Legacy Center actually is gaining year over year.
Okay, so
Yeah, we are on our way to stabilization. Where several months ago we were at 230% revenue increase, but we even increased since that revenue. So we could be near. I don't want to just throw out a number because but we've been increasing year over year, stabilization, more tenants, better team, all that. So I'm anticipating stabilizing the legacy center where it's actually cash flow positive for us in the next.
So now with that, with the change, so you know the legacy center underwent from when it first opened up, primarily being a co-working space. Now we know co-working with people more so working from home, that's really declined. And that's not a legacy center thing. That's all over the country. WeWork's closed down, so all these co-working spaces have closed down. Can you talk a little bit about the transition from how much it really impacted the business bottom line and top line when you had to make the change because the memberships were not really there for the co-working space like you thought initially in the business plan, and having to really switch to the event side and the cost of the development of the inside, because you own the property, but then it was a cost to make all of this. Like this wasn't here. None of this stuff was here. The HVAC, all of those different issues and problems that cost the fund a lot of money.
Yeah.
And put it in profits, right? Because as a company, right, as a fund, you were putting in a lot of money. So could you speak to like what's the goal of making Legacy Center profitable? Like how do we make it profitable? Like that's the biggest thing. Like how do we make it profitable to the point where people can get paid out from what they invested? How do we, what's the plan? What's the game plan to make Legacy Center profitable to the point that people can start seeing a return?
Yes. Plan is already heavily in place. We got world-class team here. Again, we have an events venue manager, 30 years with the Hilton brand hotel year, leading this venue, Mr. Greg. He believes we should be at upwards $200,000 a month with this space.
With this space. Or $200,000 a month, you times that pretty much by, you take that 200,000, you times that by 12 a year. So you're saying that you expect to be making, the Legacy Center should bring in $2.4 million in a year.
That's our goal. That's our goal.
Now,
that's our goal projections.
Exactly. So
I want to say that. He said that. Also, our sales team has 40 venues under their management. They also make the same. This ain't just Jay Morrison. These are professionals in the industry for years. 40 venues under their management said we should be the same thing, upwards of $180,000 to $200,000 for revenue.
Now, with the goal of potentially, you talked about within the next 5 to 7 years having 20 legacy centers. What's the capital that takes for it to be possible?
Very little. It's not capital intensive because we're not investing in those assets.
So to make more legacy centers to potentially bring more profit to the fund. So if you make I'm asking if you make multiple legacy centers, you're saying that it could bring back potentially, right, based on estimates, those other legacy centers could bring in $2.4 million a year.
Well, they could
and revenue. Now we know that's not profit, that's revenue.
Well, no, they would do whatever they do in their markets, but as a franchisor, we would get 10% of their gross revenue, right? Just for allowing them to use our swag, our models, our systems, our process, all that. So as a franchisor, we get 10% of their gross revenue plus a franchise fee. So for us to have multiple LCs around the country, we don't got to pay the operational costs. We just get overrides of all the LCs, which is free money to us in a sense.
And then as far as this project, with the goal of building homes, houses, how much are you expecting to bring in month to month or year to year on this particular project? And the fund can take back, because really, that's all my questions that I'm asking is just about revenue being generated, expenses being covered, profit being had, and money going back to investors.
100%.
That's it.
I just wanted to chime in because you did talk about your portfolios, like the ones on the wall here. Like what's going on with that? Like, is it making money?
Yeah, many of those deals were loans that we loaned to about a dozen Black developers in 10 different states. And so a lot of those loans have come back. There's some that's still out that we'll get back, that we'll get back as well. So as we recapitalize, we'll keep our private lending arm. And we had a great lending partnership, but because of the scrutiny around us, we lost that partnership. But we'll continue to privately lend and try to earn those same kind of returns as we move forward in that as well.
Oh, okay. I was just curious about
that. Yes, ma'am. Was there more Zoom as well? I think you go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
My name is Nathan Daley. I have just a few questions for you. Understanding like the complications as it relates to our community in reference to the propaganda that's been put out, how do you go moving forward on repairing the relationship and also the loss of respect that a lot of people have for the fund and investing? Or do you have a plan moving forward for that?
Well, one is continue to do the work, but I want to underscore the point to y'all. If we all keep promoting these negative things about the fund in the Legacy Center, it makes it very difficult for the Legacy Center to make money. Right? So if it's negativity around the brand and the fund and these accusations, it makes it very hard for us to perform. How do we get around it? All I can do is continue to do the work.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
If the investors got together and said to you, they signed a petition to say they prefer you to step down, would that be something you'd be willing to do?
I'm open to any conversation, but right now, we haven't seen any traction from investors at any serious level. I'm talking about even from this recent onslaught of very consistent campaigns that even hacked our email list and all that kind of thing, all those kind of things. We've seen less than 100 redemption requests.
Right.
Right. Even with all this YouTube and noise and all this kind of things, the mass body of our investor pool have been supportive and is supporting the fund. What's that? Yeah, people are still. We just got capital pledges just yesterday in the heat of this. So the noise says all of this online, but the reality, the data does not show that this is how our investors feel about us.
Okay.
So we keep pressing forward. We keep producing results. We keep marching on. I'm always an open ear to what the investors say, right? Whatever the case is. But there's no kind of that's. I'll just leave it.
No, I respect that. So last question though, for those who don't know, because I've learned about you when you first started this whole venture, this whole journey, and I also invest, so I'm very familiar with the paperwork. Can you speak to your qualifications for those who may not be familiar, those who are watching online? What are your qualifications in business and finance to be able to manage a fund this large or this project?
Sure. My qualifications come from 20 years in real estate and mortgages.
Okay.
Started in mortgages in 2002 as a loan officer and worked my way up to a branch manager of 2 mortgage companies, Liberty State Finance in New Jersey. Also have worked as a developer investor in all those years. Licensed realtor for nearly 10 years in New Jersey. Licensed realtor with Sotheby's International Realty, the world's largest luxury real estate company. And have just been executing and being an entrepreneur for the last 2 decades. Growing a business from scratch in my garage, New Jersey, to being 5,000 twice, understanding infrastructure and business building. And God gave me the idea and vision to execute this fund at this level. And
so you're saying you have the experience to manage a multi-million-dollar fund?
I've never done one before.
Right.
Right. So I do not have the experience of running, nor does anyone have the experience of running a multi-million-dollar, or at least in our community,
correct,
Reg A Tier 2 fund. So this is a new venture for me. Yes.
No, I think one of the biggest issues that I've seen, what I've heard from my own research, is the lack of, I guess you would say, expertise when handling this type of project. And so I think that's where a lot of, like this gentleman earlier who came up, I think he was spot on. A lot of questions I was going to ask, he asked them. At the end of the day, I think people are looking at how things are done ethically and how things are done professionally. And there's some questions there that I've seen personally, just from looking at it, just from a investor to an investor standpoint. So what I would just overall, I think what you're doing and the objective is just. I think at the same time, the biggest issue, in my personal opinion, is that we do have a community that's not quite educated and we don't vet people properly. And what I heard today, because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say from their perspective, your response, though, was rooted in the idea, or I would say your explanation was based from a perspective that you don't have the experience, to take on this type of project, but you sold that idea that you were able and capable. And that's, I think, where the disconnect is. Your own explanation is that I made a mistake. I didn't know, I didn't realize. Essentially, to me, what that sounds is that this is somebody who's not qualified to do a project this big on this magnitude with a multi-million-dollar project. That's what I heard from
Yeah,
you.
I want to correct that then,
All
so
right.
you can hear correctly.
Okay.
When I say I didn't know,
Mhm.
what I'm saying is that in a crowdfunding environment, as a trailblazing fund, you know, our fund was the
Oh, I
first
remember.
Black-owned real estate
I remember.
crowdfund,
Yeah.
right? So there's no one living of our descent that knew. No one, right?
Right.
So
Do you think that is an appropriate excuse or justification?
no, I'm not saying excuse. I'm
Okay.
I'm just saying the experience. So
Okay.
if it were you that started, let me finish.
Go ahead.
So if it were you that started it, or any one of us here that started it, we all would be new. We all wouldn't have the experience.
But I think anybody with business knowledge and experience and training knows that you don't reinvent the wheel. And so all I heard tonight was you saying I'm reinventing the wheel and I made a lot of mistakes.
No,
And
King.
yeah,
There was no one with the wheel
there's no one with the wheel who's done crowdfunding.
that did crowdfunding within our community to non-accredited investors.
So are you saying that the knowledge is not there to actually manage a crowdfunding?
We had in 2018, we had multiple crowdfunding consultants, legally, compliance-wise, accounting-wise, et cetera. The Jobs Act and crowdfunding was so new, they all were still figuring out. It was an emerging industry. The whole industry was new, King. Right? So I brought those experts in to advise us on how to do this new thing that none of us had done.
Okay.
But none of them have done it in an environment where you're dealing with our people, which is very special.
Very true.
Right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. There was no wheel of how do you deal with 15,000 majority Black people non-accredited in this environment. There was no wheel to follow. We created and set the wheel.
Okay.
So now the rest of us can leverage that with more wheels so we all can move forward. And that was always my goal, not one fund, but 20, $50 million funds, $1 billion in assets under management and funds with other partners.
Well, I'll say this, I respect the fact that as a man, you came up here to challenge the opposition. I think that's admirable. And, you know, unfortunately, I hate what happened to you or to being smeared and the issues with your family. That's unacceptable. But I do respect you coming up here and you know, addressing it head on. I think that's what men do. And I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
King J, it's about to be midnight. How many more questions we taking? We're gonna take. We got two people here for sure in line. I don't know what we have.
We'll take two online. We'll take two online and two in line.
All right.
Okay.
That's it. Two online, in line.
All right, two online really quick. How much profit was made from the 25 properties that Tref loan transaction funds to?
I don't have that number on top of my head, but it is in our audits per these transactions.
Second question, will Jay show us proof that he paid the fund $800,000 plus $25,000?
Absolutely, and also your proof is in our audit by our third-party auditors who had no irregularities and have verified all this information. They're literally there to verify it, but we'll double verify for our confidence if that's what's necessary. So we'll talk to the team about that. We're not making these things up. These are documents that are, you know, in our audits. Thank you online. Thank you guys for streaming in. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to hear me before making conclusions and understand our mission. And again, I want to give clarity. I want to give access, and I wanted to debunk these baseless claims of fraudulent misappropriation, these things within the company. Yes, ma'am.
Peace, King. How are you doing?
I'm well, Queen. Thank you.
Good, good.
Yourself. I'm sorry. Yourself.
I'm well. Thank you. My name is Sarai. I live in Atlanta. I've been coming here for a little over a year. And to be frank, I didn't know anything about this fund before a week ago and everything was blowing up. And I just also wanted to publicly acknowledge you because I felt very just heated over the pure scandal and drama that all of this has incited, because
it's embarrassing.
It makes me purely upset because I don't know anything about this fund. I know what I get when I come here, and quite literally, if I knew my money was coming into the Legacy Center and that's all the profit or whatever it was going into, that would be more than enough for me, because I understand and recognize the real impact that this space has alone before you get to any of that stuff. Like, I truly respect and value the space that you and your family are creating here. So I want to acknowledge that. And I also feel like calling out my people a little bit, because it's amazing to me how we're so quick to hold each other to this high level of accountability, when I'm willing to bet that half of you bank at Wells Fargo, and we know how shady they've been over the last however many years. We all bank there, have banked there, whatever, and nobody's pulling up to the CEO of Wells Fargo or Bank of America or whoever with all of this accountability. We lose money and interest every single day from these people, but y'all have the audacity to come up here and convict this man of things that he's told y'all over and over again. And by the way, I heard you say that you put your own money up to support this fund.
Yes.
That sounds like an accountable person, a trustworthy person to me. So me hearing that, I don't know anything about it, and I want to invest because I didn't know anything about that. So I just want to publicly acknowledge the work that you're doing, because like I said, I come here, I've attended a lot of events here, and I always get something out of this space. So thank you. Bless you and your family. I appreciate you.
God bless you, Queen. God bless you. Again, I got you, King. Again, I'm not trying to say I'm Mr. Perfect Investor, y'all. I'm saying this is a genuine effort to produce for our community. There's no corruption or misappropriation. That's all I'm saying. Like, please stop putting that on my family. Like, if you just think I stink, just say he stinks. But don't put that on us. That's not right. That's not right. That's not fair. Right? So I'm here to head that on. Let's just change that narrative. Like, do that. And I'll address anything else. Like, we can do it privately, whatever, but let's take that narrative out of the picture. Genuinely put my heart on the line for our people. Yes, sir.
All right, brother. I guess I'll be the last one to close us out tonight.
Do it.
Yeah, so my name's Antoine Davis. I run a branding and marketing firm. I also own some real estate. I'm from Albany, Georgia, too, but I've been up here in Atlanta. I live in East Point. I've been rocking with you since you yelled, "Wake up," in the Maybach. So I've been like since then. And so I had really just kind of one question, just trying to understand from an $11.5 million investment that, all of us have kind of contributed at some level. In your boring kind of style of real estate of just buying residential apartment, 15 unit, 20 unit, 30 unit, just, almost like, I don't want to just use his name, like a Grant Cardone style, just like, hey, we're just going to flip portfolio like this. Not so much something so that requires huge development, a lot of risk, a lot of overhead, a lot of capital induced to do, just 20 unit, 30 unit, 40 unit, 10 unit, 50, 100 unit, like that, just doing that model with the 11 million. I guess I'm trying to see why wasn't that done more, and just because that's cash flow, just apartment units, just churning, very simple. Why wasn't that, or what made you not move in that direction from a strategy standpoint?
We were certainly moving in that direction. Mm-hmm. That's part of why we had the syndication to make it for 98 units, partnering with the developer to do that development, who ended up literally defrauding us. Right. We've invested 14 units in Knapp Street in Lake Charles. Mm-hmm. We were looking at other partnerships of development and multifamily spaces as well. Mm-hmm. But what actually, so we were still going there, right? Mm-hmm. And it was just the duality of deploying capital, still raising capital, compliance and reporting, and then I got to deal with smear and undermining and all that at the same time, right? While I'm trying to run the company, right? And so that was a loss of focus and distraction. But we did. We literally have went after other assets in South Chicago. We've underwritten like over 200 something deals, right? So went after a lot of these assets. Some we took down, some we didn't. Then when COVID happened, we decided on Legacy Center first because we saw early that the fund was much heavier to run than even a multifamily asset could produce in cash flow. So I was trying to stop the cash burn from a higher cash flow model from the co-working model, which is very booming coming into 2020. Right. This is a beautiful asset, beautiful space, prime for it, all that. And so we did Legacy Center first while we still were doing Knapp Street in the 98 units, while we still were doing other developments, while we're still raising cap, right? So we were doing a lot. Right. Then this happened into the pandemic, which neutralized our cash burn neutralizer. And so then we had to kind of pivot in that. I also want to highlight there are funds that literally have lost money, lost doors, and went bankrupt buying multifamily in the same market. We all act like multifamily is like, oh, you put money in, get it out, it's all good. There are multiple funds that have lost money in the same market on multifamily. Multiple white-owned funds with big boards with all the experience that lost 128 million in their fund.
Right.
This is facts, y'all. And we'll send that out too. We act like if you just get a board and you have all this experience and you're just guaranteed to be successful in multifamily. That's not real estate. That's not entrepreneurship. And so, again, still saying, I wish I would have been more intentional, blocked out more noise, had a lot, right? You always watch the game tape and say what I would do different. But when you're in the environment,
right,
when you're in it day to day, and you're trying to raise capital, reach that goal you had, but then you're trying to deploy capital, and then you're fighting against, and the SEC's coming in and scanning your laptops and emails and all of that, and you're like, what the heck is going on? Right? It's just the environment. But we did our best, more to do, a lot of findings and growing. But we did do some multifamily, and we're pursuing multifamily pretty heavy.
Okay.
Until we got into this asset as well, and still pursue it for sure as well.
Okay. Last thing I want to say, and I'm done. I do agree with a couple of people said this, and I know it might be difficult, but in my opinion, I think, I don't know if y'all saw the WeWork situation where Adam Newman, he ended up getting kicked out, and they had to kind of resurface WeWork. I do think because there's so much backlash around you, I do think that is something to really consider from a standpoint of longevity of the fund. If there's a way for you to kind of separate and be a visionary endorser of what's going on, having a team that comes in and can solidify the fund, scale it, grow, you still share vision. I think that could potentially be the best route for the fund because the enemy is coming after you all in such a vicious way. And like what your wife said, I think was so necessary just to cover you in this environment because it's a heaviness. And, Sean King, he was a pastor of mine. He was on Courageous Church. And I've watched him go through hell in what he's been doing on social media and getting the same kind of attack. So I don't know if that's going to stop. Like, it's hell.
I can't take any more. That was a lot. You guys, listen, I do this for you, right? Like I had to go out there and sit in front of that bullshit for 3 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours. I'm gonna do a reaction to this. I had a plan tonight and I was gonna do this a certain kind of way because what ended up happening initially is Jay didn't want anybody recording inside of the spot. So when Julian somehow got the link to post, I said, okay, cool, works out perfectly. I want you guys to hear and see exactly what was going on. And I'm going to react to it. I'm going to give you my thoughts. We're going to break it down. And there's a lot to cover. There's so much to cover. There's so much to cover. Shout out to the Little Gaming channel. Thank you. He said plant. You guys, there were a lot of plants inside that place. We're gonna talk about it. Shout out to you, brother. I really appreciate that support. And let me go ahead and give you a little gaming channel came back with another 50. Man, thank you. He said he admittedly made a lot of mistakes because he has no experience. Why would you continue giving him your money to play money manager? Not me. I'd rather give it away on YouTube. Hey, shout out to you. Thank you. Listen, at least as you're giving it here on YouTube, especially here, your amazing donation. Just know that it's going towards the education of the masses. You're talking about real work on the ground. You guys, listen, I'll pull up on these guys, right? I pulled up on Tariq Nasheed's foolishness. I had to pull up on Jay Morrison, ask them some questions. And, I kept it cool, you guys. At the end of the day, Jay Morrison is not the problem, right? We could look at him all day. Jay Morrison is not the problem. And, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to go over, I had this whole layout of how I was going to break this down. I'm going to switch it up
simply because now you guys actually were able to see it. But I plan on chopping this up simply because this video is going to be, as you can see, pretty long. So I want to recap for those who may be just getting in and everything like that. So before I get into all that, you guys, listen, welcome back to the channel. This is about to be a great stream, great discussion, and I will be bringing people up if you want to add your 2 cents, because there's a bigger question that needs to be asked in reference to this as we see. So listen, there's a lot going on. I've been extremely busy, no excuse, but I definitely want to make sure I got a chance to talk to you guys before this weekend. For those who don't know, this weekend there is the MANOSPHERE Conclave, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave event. I've been honored and asked to speak at this event, which I'm super excited of, you guys. I'm very blessed to have the opportunity. So I want to put up on the screen real quick. I'm going to drop this down for a second. I want to put this up real quick because I want to dive right into the content so that we can get as much information as possible. Let me take this off. All right, take that off. All right, take that off. Before we get into all that, you guys, listen. If you haven't already, those who are new to the channel, you guys, this is your first time on a live stream with me. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for your support. Please, by all means, follow me here below if you have not already. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook. And I just got on Rumble. I'm trying to get that together since people's channels getting deleted and all that. So let me stop playing, right? They hit your boy over the head. I had a video that was on its way to go viral and YouTube snatched it down, unfortunately. So it is what it is. But please, if you haven't already, please go on these social media platforms and follow me if you have not already. Please also check out this. I don't know, I was covering my whole face. I will be speaking at the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave here in Atlanta. Looking forward to it. A lot of great panel members and speakers who will be present. We're going to be talking about a melee of topics. Please go to the website. Go to the website, check it out, get your tickets. You can buy online tickets or you can show up in person. If you are in Atlanta, please check out blackmanosphere.org. If you go on my community tab, they're also sponsoring, I think, one black male young man to come and attend the event. You guys, they've been doing really great on the sales. I'm excited, so excited to be there. So if you are in town, please show up. If you're unable to and want to stream online, there's a feature for you to stream online. So please go and check that out. I want to make sure I made sure I gave that information out. There's so much, you guys, there's so much going on, right? Unfortunately, we had a young woman who was killed recently with the police situation. I plan on doing a live on that just so you guys can ask these questions. A very tough incident. We're going to go over that. But tonight, we're going to be talking about Jay Morrison. All right, we're going to be talking about Jay Morrison. And this is so necessary for us to talk about simply because, let me give a special shout out as well to teammate Jet. Here we go with the white supremacy. I'm going to talk about that. Jay Morrison mentioned white supremacy. He was talking about how he thought the obstacle in raising this money and managing this money, this fund in tunes of $11 million, he said he thought his biggest obstacle was going to be white supremacy. You know, shame on him, right? Shame on him. He then turned around and said it was black people were the reason why the reputation and why there's a loss of money. He blamed it on black people, right? So we're going to talk about that. So shout out to you. Thank you. Shout out to you again, the Little Gaming Channel. This is truly a blessing. So we're going to cover this. Jesus Christ, where do you begin? Right? So you guys, you heard what happened. Before we get into it, let me give you, we're talking about Jay Morrison. We're talking about the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. That's what the Tref Fund is. Let me give you my thoughts All right. Because I was there. I sat there. I went to the spot. I'm listening. I'm taking notes. You guys, let me first say this. People want to ask, here are the questions. Is this fraud? Did Jay Morrison scam Black people out of $11 million? Did he do it? All this and more. I'm going to answer all these, but I want to run it back a little bit. What are my thoughts, you guys? I'm going to be quite honest with you. If he's not careful, that's what I'm going to say. I see prison in his future, you guys. And I'm explaining to you why. I'm explaining to you why, how dangerous this is that he's doing. Now, let me give you some history. When this whole thing started, where did I first learn about Jay Morrison? He was on the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club is known for putting out charlatans. So would I call Jay Morrison a fraud, a scammer? I would call him a charlatan, you guys. Do I blame? Who do I blame? Let me get into that. I'm gonna get into that. As a community, there's some things that we need to talk about. Because there's some due diligence that was not done. And as Black people, we get what we pay for. It's nobody's responsibility but our own to vet. This is what I asked them. This is what I said on stage. We need to do better about vetting people. There is no reason why a man who has no expertise in finances. He said, listen, I asked him, what are your can you share with the audience? Can you explain to those online who are watching what your expertise and experience is? Can you show us your educational background that makes you qualified to manage, you guys, a multi-million-dollar portfolio? I want to know where you went to school at. I want to know how many businesses that you've managed where you in tunes of multiple millions of dollars. I want to know. I want to know. You guys, what did he say? He said he worked for someone who worked for someone and he stamped paperwork. He did real estate. He was a real estate agent. He was a loan officer, right? You approved money that didn't belong to you for someone who's qualified to get the money. All you did was look over and sign over paperwork. You didn't really manage anything. You didn't even intern under someone who manages multiple million. Then he said to me, and I asked him, what experience do you have? He's, well, crowdfunding. No one knew how to do it. I'm the first one. I don't know anything. You guys, that's a lie. That's a lie. What was my review of this entire thing? Because I know from the beginning when he started, like I said, I saw him on Breakfast Club. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, right? Anybody can tell you how to make money. Everybody can't make money though, right? There's a difference. And I want everybody to be clear on that. Right now, I can tell you if you take 10 iPhone cell phones and you sell it for $800, I'll say you make a profit, right? That's easy. Anybody can tell you what to do in order to make money. That's the easy part. Everybody can't take that knowledge and then go and actually make money. There's a skill set, right? There's a level of discipline. There's a level of sacrifice, integrity, knowledge, applied knowledge. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of variables to it. So yeah, he's good at reciting information. You can get a how-to book on how to do real estate. And I can regurgitate that information and make it sound good. And then you think that I know how to do what I'm telling you needs to be done. You guys, that's all he did. You guys, Jay Morrison is a charlatan. He is a word wizard. He's a warlock with words, you guys. And for those who don't know anything about business, for those who are easily persuaded by the usage of race, racism, white supremacy talk, here's what this all comes down to. And this is because see, this is less about Jay Morrison and more about how easily influenced Black people are when you bring up race and racism. Here's the problem. The power of using historical pain in order to profit. We see this amongst our charlatans in our community, our Tariq Nasheeds, our Dr. Umar Johnsons, right? Our Sean Kings, and that brother's not even Black. And we see it here with Jay Morrison, the idea that we can weaponize racism against our own people in order to get them to open up their wallets, to give them the money to do a job that they're not qualified to do. But you don't care. You don't care. Why? Because he massaged your feelings. He said, this is something we have to do. As Black people, we got to come together, bring up, you guys, I remember listening to him. We got to pull our money together and do what? Rebuild Black Wall Street. That's what he said. That was his promise. Pull our money together, you guys. I'll take the funds. We'll do it. He gave a speech and you guys gave him $11 million. No one asked whether or not he was truly qualified. No one verified any college documentation. No one verified any taxes from his businesses. No one verified anything. The community gathered behind his voice. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying that you guys didn't ask any questions. You asked no relevant questions. The questions that I'm hearing now, the things that I'm hearing people ask about now should have been asked in 2018. There's no board of trustees. How do you have a financial business, operating business, where there's no board of advisors? There's no board of trustees. There's nobody. He answers to nobody. And so now when he's tricking off the money the way he wants to, it's not against the law, technically. Technically, right? We're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down. I'm gonna tell you what he said, and I'm gonna translate it for you. Because he was talking fast, and those who are talking fast, he's trying to put you in a situation where you can't understand what's actually being said. What he did with this fund is unethical. It's deceptive. And I'm going to tell you guys, if he doesn't clean it up, if he doesn't do something, I see prison in his future behind this. Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you why. I mean, break it down. And we're going to start from here, you guys. I have to change this whole structure because the video was released. Using historical pain for profit. That's what we're looking at. When you take the name of the business and you label it one of the most horrendous historical events, one of many in this country, where a group of evil, racist people burned down, killed hundreds of Black people. Talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Black Wall Street. One of many cities that they burned down, development cities or cities that were functioning, thriving Black communities that they burned down, some that they drowned out. Shout out to here up in Georgia, right? Seemed like every time a white person goes swimming over there, they die, right? For those who don't know, we got a Lake Lanier over here. It is a graveyard for swimmers. It seemed like every month, 2, 3, drowned is always a mysterious death. You find out that they flooded a Black city. You guys, listen, let's be real. He names the fund Tulsa Real Estate Fund. His sales pitch back in 2018 is we want to rebuild Black Wall Street. You guys, 6 years later, $11 million. You know how much money's in the fund? Sub 500,000. You guys, so we don't even know if it is 500,000. It's sub. He said sub, meaning it's underneath. We don't know. You guys, the fund is bankrupt. And then people asked, what do you own? How much do we own this real estate fund? What do we actually own? I'm going to tell you. And listen, when I was there sitting in the audience, I was disappointed because I was trying to figure out where is the outrage. You watched the video. I heard no outrage. So either everybody in there was planted, 99% were followers of him, or they were so oblivious as to how bad this really is, or they truly believe in him and think he can turn this around. I was waiting, and I just found out recently, which is why I had to change up everything. I just found out recently that when I went up there, well, I decided to wait. The reason why I went last is because I was waiting for Julian. So you guys, listen, under this video, I have the references and resources for you to go back and watch so you can get a better understanding of what's going on. And the reason why I'm covering this is because, as you know, I'm on a campaign to call out to police, right, these bad actors in our community. We have to start taking a stand and speaking out against these things, holding our people accountable. This is real Black excellence, not hesitating and not falling a wayside. Listen, I'm recapping from a different perspective. Shout out to Pocket Watching with JT. He did a phenomenal job covering this. Julian did an amazing job covering this. You guys, I'm about to speak to this from a different angle, from the angle that we are having people use Black pain as a tool to influence you out of your pocket. That's the conversation that needs to be had. It's despicable. Black pain produces profits. That's it. Using racism, weaponizing it against your own people produces blind loyalty. We have to talk about that. Why do we keep falling for the same trick, you guys? Jay Morrison is a hustler. He's an ex-con, right? An ex-drug dealer. That's not my words. He has according to him, he has no college education. He's not qualified. I talk about it all the time on this channel, how we allow people to come in our community who are not qualified to talk about things that they have no business talking about. And we submit to them. We submit to them. He called out and he blamed a gentleman by the name of, where is it at? E.J. Hawkins. E.J. Hawkins. And guess what? I'm hearing these things for the first time, so I can't speak on what I don't know. I can't challenge what I don't know. He called out the gentleman by the name of E.J. Hawkins. He said, E.J. Hawkins is the reason why we're missing X amount of millions of dollars out of the fund. He stole from Tulsa. He stole from y'all. That's what he said. You guys, I hit him up. I hit E.J. Hawkins up. You guys, and he gave me a brief explanation of what happened. And I asked him, I said, hey, is it okay if I share this? Is it okay if I share with the people the truth? Or I will say your version of the truth. He said, absolutely. He said, absolutely, you guys. What did I hear while I was present at this meeting? Lies. Listen, I have no dog in the fight, right? You know why I didn't invest in this fund? Because Jay Morrison promoted or he used historical pain. One, that's a red flag. He had no business experience in the financial sector. That's a red flag. Third, he had no accountability. He had no board of trustees, no board of advisors. You guys. And in a few days, he raised millions of dollars. I remember like it was yesterday. I said, this is crazy. I said, this is crazy. And then fourth, you know what he did? He bought a community. He bought a community space called the Black House, the Legacy Center, in an area that wasn't booming, right? It didn't make any sense. And he took that and he started bragging behind that. He started showing up on all these podcasts, bragging, saying he's this real estate guru and this, that. Then I did some research on him and found out, sir, he just got out of prison. You know, like, it's weird to me. And so I left it alone. And he's up and coming just like Dr. Umar was up and coming at that time. It was like the rise of this Black folks get together. We got to do this and do that. To me, you guys, it was so obvious. I'm not shocked. I didn't know they raised $11 million. The reason that what got my attention was the fact that this account is pretty much bankrupt and there are no assets purchased. I'm like, how did this happen? I'm going to tell you how it happened. And I'm going to tell you the genius behind this foolishness. So Mr. Hawkins, I'm going to, out of respect for Mr. Hawkins, I'm going to read to you exactly what he said. He said he doesn't mind me sharing it, and I really appreciate it because honestly, if he said not to share, I wouldn't share it. I'm gonna read to you what Mr. Hawkins said, you guys, and I think we have to, right? Because I think the biggest problem that I have just in general with this is that you have a person who couldn't, his character and name was defamed and he wasn't there to speak on it. And Jay Morrison threw his name out several times. He said, E.J. Hawkins is the person. You need to go and dox him. Show his address, put his information out. You know, he stole from you. That's what he said. I didn't say it, you guys. I'm just there watching. This is what EJ said. EJ Hawkins said this. Well, let me read to you what I actually wrote to him. I said, hey, Mr. Hawkins, how you doing? This is Nathan Daley. So I wanted to reach out to you to learn more about this allegation that Jay Morrison made regarding the Tref Fund. I'm doing a video on him tonight, breaking down the meeting from yesterday. Wanted to get your opinion on what's really going on with the fund. And respectfully, he responded. Really grateful for his response. What did EJ say, you guys? He said, of course. He said, evening, Mr. Daley. He said, of course, Jay would make an allegation without sharing the full story. He said, my team and I have been hesitant to share the full story as I have no ill will towards Jay, right? Classy. However, his inability to share the facts can be concerning. He said, the reality is Jay never loaned us any money. So for those who don't know, what the Tulsa Tref Fund is supposed to be doing is buying up real estate assets, building up the portfolio, because it is a real estate investment portfolio, taking the funding from the people and using that to basically make profit, right? Get people a return on their investment. What Jay Morrison has done is he was allowing people, Black investors, those who are buying and flipping homes, to reach out and apply for assistance through the fund, and he would fund them, right, through the money that was raised by the community. This is what we call crowdfunding, for those who are not familiar with how he's operating this thing. So he was basically he's acting as a bank for Black people who are saying, hey, the bank wouldn't give me money for this deal. Jay Morrison is the fund manager. He's also he's in charge of a lot of stuff, apparently. So that's what was going on. So he's linking up with other Black investors. What Jay Morrison didn't realize is they're actually real Black investors who know what they're doing and admired what he was doing. And because they admired it, they wanted to work with him, right? This is where you get all this stuff that was going on with Tony the Closer, for those who kept up with that, right? That's a whole nother thing, right? Listen, you guys, I'm just a fly on the wall, and I'm always soaking it in because I think it's interesting how people, they believed in him. That's the problem, right? And let me explain to you. They believed in Jay Morrison, and you hear that a lot. Even in the meeting, Jay Morrison is like, I did my best, you guys. I was out here. Listen, he's like, something that he said that I thought was so interesting. Essentially, he said, well, you can't call me a criminal. You can't call me a fraud. You can't call me a scammer because I messed up. I made an honest mistake and I fumbled $11 million. So what he's saying is, listen, you guys, look, family, I made an honest mistake. I just wasn't that good. I thought I knew. That's why when I asked him the question, I said, sir, you're not qualified. And everything you said tonight was nothing but excuses. He said, well, I mean, I wouldn't say excuses. Sir, you just said, right? He's asking for grace and saying that he didn't know it was going to be this difficult. Well, of course you didn't know, sir. You don't have any experience. He turned around and said, well, no one has experience. No, sir, that's not true. Look, King. Look, King, right? That's not true. Instead of admitting that you didn't know what you were doing, instead of admitting that you embellished your skill sets, I remember, you guys, when he came on the scene, he was actually talking like you'd have thought he had a conglomerate. You would have thought he was second to Donald Trump. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't know I didn't know about these fees. I didn't know how difficult it was going to be. And who did he blame? He blamed Black people. He said, well, you know how it is with our community. I was like, okay. You heard what I said? I said, okay. Well, you know how Black people are. No one has experience doing this with our people. Okay. I wanted you guys to hear the excuses. He couldn't even just be honest. He said, man, dude, this undertaking was way over my head. It was way over my head. I hyped my skills up. I didn't know. You know what he could have done? He could have been a figurehead for this whole thing. All he had to do was hire the people who actually know how to do the job. Whether they're white, black, Asian, or Hispanic. Black folks just want their money and they want their ROI. That's it. I don't care who's managing the funds as long as my money is flipped and it's returned as promised. All this, they got to be black. No, they got to be qualified. And if they're black, it's a bonus. But all this seeing everything through skin color is what's getting us in these messes in the first place. Oh, I can't vote for him. He's not black. If you don't vote for me, you're not black, right? This is where we get all this. Where you want to see everything through skin color, I'm looking at qualifications. You gave a black man who's unqualified $11 million, and he told you, I'm sorry. I blew the account. And he blamed it on black people, highlighting his poor management skills. He says black people's fault. And because of black people, the reputation of my name, my family, and the Tulsa Real Estate Fund has crumbled because it's your fault. He said it's your fault. Wow. The gaslighting. Whew. Next level. This guy, he's magical with it, you guys. He's magical. Jay Morrison could sell water to a whale in fire and hell, and soap in jail. You guys, talk to him. Hey, bro, I got this bar of soap, bro. You ain't had no bar like this, bro. It's Dove. Dove, sir, you use carved Dove on here, sir. This is regular commissary soap. He told you that you were the problem, not him. Not my lack of experience. Sorry, not my no experience. I asked him, you guys, I said, what can you tell the people, tell the audience, those watching online, your qualifications? He rambled off a bunch of nonsense. Do you know the qualifications you need to have to run a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio? My God. The brother don't. How did we get here? Is it Jay Morrison's fault? No, it's your fault, you guys. You get what you pay for. This is what you get when you pay more attention to the words and not the actions of the individual. This is what you get when you allow a soothsayer to speak foolishness in your ears. This is what you get when you allow someone to talk to you more than actually show you. You guys, this is what you get. You got what you paid for. Nothing. You got nothing. Did he scam black people? You guys scammed yourself. And we do it continuously. Hell, we still trying to figure out what Umar is doing. Jesus Christ. Tariq got y'all a museum and he flipped it into a nightclub. Cuckoo Cuckoo. Right? How we get here? Each one of them use racism as a tool to inspire you. It's something about when we bring up racism and white supremacy, some of y'all go into autopilot. You click off. You click off. Your logic is gone. Why is that? Because when your emotions are high, your logic is low. That's the reality. Pain for profit. The Democrats do it. Politicians are doing it. Black Lives Matter did it, and we keep falling for it. We keep falling for it. Black people do it to black people. We keep falling for it. Keep on falling for it. Then you have Black people who are genuine, who want the best for you, who come out and they condone the behavior that they see of these charlatans, and you guys call them sellouts. You call them traitors. You call them coons and Uncle Toms. We don't listen to those who are more qualified. We listen to those who sound the loudest. We haven't learned. We're so enticed by this showmanship popularity thing in our community, you guys, to our detriment. To our detriment. I know Black men who are really moving in real estate, and you don't see them on social media. They would have taken $2 million of your money. You guys, remind you, this is at the highest point where real estate in Atlanta was through the roof. You talk, this brother had over $11 million, up to, he had millions of dollars, and he didn't buy anything. Let's talk about what he bought. Is he a fraud? No, he's a charlatan. He's a charlatan. The little gaming channel back again. He says, you are deceived people. Easily deceived. Why? Because we lead with emotions. We lead with emotions. You know, we lead with emotions. Back to back. Trying to break it down. And I think, you know, for those who know, for those who realize. But again, he has over 15,000 investors. He raised over $11 million and people are still sending him money. What did he do, you guys? What did he do? You know, he said a lot in that video. I'm going to basically just break it down to you. And then I'm going to get back to what EJ said. I know I kind of skipped off of that. I'm going to get back to what EJ said. But before I speak on what EJ Hawkins said, since he was defamed during this process, or allegations were made against him, some strong allegations, I want to give you what the information, the terminology you need to be aware of while we're breaking this down so you understand what's taking place. All right. Pull this over here so I can look at these notes, because this is what it is. All right. Here's some names. Julian put together a list of some great questions, right? And he is cultivating and getting with the investors and are working on reporting Jay Morrison again to the SEC. Okay. I put the first SEC findings on the bottom of this video for you guys can peruse through, along with reference material below. What information do you guys need to know? I'm going to break it down so you all can be clear. Okay. You guys understand, you know, my background as an investigator. This is light work. Okay. This is light work. Let me explain to you what's going on. Okay. Here are the terminologies that you need to be aware of before I start explaining what happened. All right. 3900 Demoni Drive. Okay. 3900 Demoni Drive. When you replay this video, you start hearing these terminologies. You'll know exactly what everything is. He's speaking so fast, he's trying to confuse the audience and people listening. 3900 Demoni Drive is his actual address. It's his new real estate. People put that information out there. Technically, he put it out there, right? Because he's doing messy business. He's doing messy business. He's saying that people doxed his home address. No, that's not accurate, okay? And before I get into that, I don't condone any threats, any people harming or threatening his family and so on and so on. That's unacceptable. I mean that, right? I absolutely mean that's unacceptable. Challenge this man, challenge him in court, challenge him by getting your money back, challenge him by not, Not supporting or speaking out. All right. Family off limits. Him off limits. All right. It just is what it is, you guys. For those who are out there doing that, whoever's doing that. All right. So let me just be clear on that. This information is already out here, so it is what it is. But we're going to talk about it. Let me show you. Let me pull up so you guys can see how much this house costs. And in that way, we can start making sense of a lot of things. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. How do you, where's the plus button at? Move the keyboard. All right. This is the house. We're here really looking at the price. Okay. The house was purchased $850,000. All right. This was last year. $850,000. This is 3900 Demoni Drive. This is essentially, this is the property that he talks about inside of this whole in the meeting. He's talking about that property, you guys. You could almost just say this is pretty much $1 million property. Okay. You could pretty much just write this off and say that's damn near $1 million property. Where did he get the money from? Okay. That's the question. Where did he get the money? 3 beds and 3 baths for this? That's a little much. I'm sorry. I'm not spending that much money for 3 bedroom, 3 bath. But nonetheless, all right. That's the property that people are bringing up in this whole conversation. Investors are saying, did you use the Tref money? Okay, so here's the other word, 3900 Demoni LLC. Okay, that's another term that's going to be brought up in this conversation as I break it down. 3900 Demoni LLC is not the same as obviously his street address. Demoni LLC is actually the filing business name, right? That's the name that's filed with the Secretary of State. The DBA, doing business as name, is South Fulton Rental Group. Okay, that's the name of the company. All right, so remember that. Let's go into this other one. Tref, T-R-E-F, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. You're going to hear it called out as Tref. Okay, all right. You're also going to hear 6 West. I'm going to talk about 6 West. 6 West is a 300+ acre compound, developmental compound that was purchased by the city of College Park to build a multi-billion-dollar community, business, residential, apartment, the whole 9 yards. Okay. 300+ acres. It's called 6 West. This is important. All right, this is important. Then I talked about E.J. Hawkins. I already told you who he is. I'm gonna get to him. This is under the tabs that I'm gonna cover. All right. Those are the concepts that I want you to understand. Now let me explain to you where we are. These are the key things in this entire 3-hour video that I want to break down so you have an understanding of what's going on. All right. Let me get my tabs together. So that's this. That's this. This. Okay. All right. Okay. And then I have this image I need to pull up, which is here. And then okay. All right, y'all. We in business. Sorry. I just want to make sure, I like to be organized. I like to get everything right. I want y'all to see exactly what I have so we can break this down. All right, here we go. Let's get to business. Where are we? What did Jay Morrison do? Jay Morrison created a crowdfunding business. He asked Black people to help out. Black people did that. He sold what he sold. It is what it is. Everyone believed in him. They trusted him. They sent their money. I have to caution you all about the power of the word believe. The word believe, and why this is a dangerous word as it relates to business. As you guys are believing in him, he is not showing anything that makes what he's saying believable. And every word that he says needs to be scrutinized. This is business, you guys. This is not about feelings. This is all about facts. When it comes to business, I need to see the money. I need to see the balance sheet. The problem with this fund is that for every single year, he's lost over $1 million+ a year out of the fund. He was not bringing in enough capital. His expenses, the largest parts of expenses, were going to things that it shouldn't have been. Way too high, right? And I urge you to look at the other videos that I put on. I'm not going to go over all the details of the numbers, but essentially it costs more. He was losing more money than he was making. A lot. Think of almost $2 million a year were going out the window. We're talking over a 6-year period. All right. Here we are. He gets this money. He's lending the money out to do real estate deals. Okay. However, all these deals went down. He's saying all these things. Cool. Here we are, you guys. People are asking questions. And these questions, he's answering them. Let's start with the first question that was asked. We're going to go one by one. Did you buy your home, 3900 Demoni Road, with Tref money? Again, you know what Tref means. What did he say? He said, did you buy your home, 3900 Demoni Road, with Tref money? He never answered the question. The first question was asked. He didn't answer it. All right. That's a fact. What he said was, yes, I own that home. The home that I just showed you. Okay. He said he owns this home. He says, yes, I own the home. But the question was, did you use the real estate money, the fund money, to buy this home? He didn't answer that. He just said that, no, I own the home. Now, the next question is, who owns 3900 Demoni LLC? That's the business that he named after the street name of the house that he owns. All right. 3900 Demoni LLC, its doing business name is South Fulton Rental Group. Why is that important? All right. Why is that important? He says, Tref Real Estate Fund, it is 100% owned, right? South Fulton Rental Group is 100% owned by Tulsa Real Estate Fund. So let's break that down real quick before we go any further, because this shit gets convoluted, right? It gets messy. He's saying that Tref Fund, the real estate fund, this business is a subsidiary of Tref. Okay. So Tref Real Estate Fund is here. The subsidiary, which is the South Fulton Rental Group, is a subsidiary. That's what he said. The next question was, are you affiliated with the South Fulton Rental Group? He says yes, right? He owns shares. He owns ownership in this business. So here we are. I don't know if these are real subsidiary, if it's a real subsidiary, right? I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I'm telling you what he said, but I'm going to tell you about the conflict of interest in a second. Tulsa Real Estate Fund, he's saying the subsidiary is the Demoni 3900 Demoni LLC, which is the South Fulton, the South Fulton Group, South Fulton business. Now, here's the next question. Did you buy 3900 Demoni Road on July 27th for $850,000 through Demoni LLC? Right? He's asking, the question was asked, did you buy this house? Pull it up, you guys. I got to do it. I'm sorry. I got to do it. I got to do it because it's crazy. Did you buy this house with the company 3900 Demoni LLC or Tulsa or the South Fulton Rental Group? He said, no, I did not. He said that Tulsa Real Estate Fund bought the house. Okay. Tulsa Real Estate Fund bought the house. How is he saying that? He's saying that technically because, according to him, this is a subsidiary that's owned by Tulsa Real Estate Fund. You guys, he's not being accurate. He's not being accurate. I'm going to explain to you why. Someone asks, who lives at 3900 Demoni Road? All right. He said he does. All right. So basically, Tulsa Real Estate Fund bought, is what he's saying, bought the house. So it's true. You're living in a house that was purchased with the real estate money that you manage that doesn't belong to you personally. That's where we are. That's where we are. That's what he said. He said in July, the fund 100% through the subsidiary, right, purchased 32 acres of land 12 miles outside of 6 West Development Zone. All right. Here's what's going on. Shout out to the lead. He said he... Shout out to Lee. He said he want his money back. Man, listen, it gets crazy. This is who I need up here to come help me break this law. This is the law. Now we're about to get to the law. Lee, you already know you always welcome here, brother. If you want to come up and get your 2 cents, you know, you're always welcome. I'm gonna drop the link for you. You only. If you want to come up and get your thoughts, you are more than welcome, brother. Hold on. Let me drop the link. Make sure. All right, to the moderators. So this is what's going on. He told the audience that he actually, him and his family own the South Fulton Realty Group, right? He said the family owns that company. But then he's also telling you that Tulsa Real Estate Fund is over that company, is under that company. So here we are, you guys. We already have a beautiful conflict of interest right here. Here's the biggest problem behind all of this. College Park has an area called 6 West. You guys, I'm going to show you what 6 West looks like, just so we can all be on the same page. And I put the information at the bottom so you can actually see what 6 West development looks like. All right, let me see. And then let me zoom. All right, this is the area. I know we probably can't see it that well. This is the area of 6 West. All right, let me go through, maybe find another page. And I put the link in the description under the description of the video, just so you guys can see that this is the area, over 300 acres of land. What is Jay Morrison saying? Jay Morrison is saying that he wants to buy land that's approximately 12 miles from this booming area, this area that has not been developed yet. Has not been developed yet. Jay Morrison is saying College Park is about to build this. We want to be outside of this area, right? He's looking at a patch of land that's approximately 12 miles outside of 6 West. All right. And I put the link down so you guys can kind of go through all that on your own. But I just wanted to let you know what this information is so you can follow up. All right. Why is this important? I'm about to show you. This is what Jay Morrison is saying he wants to develop. This is what called the Legacy Preserve. This is what he had posted up at the meeting. Legacy Preserve, mixed use development. Jay Morrison said he needs more money. He said he wants to buy and build this area up, which is approximately 12 miles from the 6 West, right? This is what this is about. And let me explain to you what he did so that we're all on the same page, because this is where things get funny. This is where things get funny. What did he do, you guys? People are asking him these questions. They asked him about South Fulton Rental Group. Jay Morrison said his family owns that business, right? We all know who Tulsa Real Estate belongs to. It belongs to the people. Jay Morrison is an employee for this real estate fund. He's an employee. He's a manager who's in charge of managing the money that he took from Black people. He now has a business called South Fulton Realty Group, okay? That's working in conjunction with the Tref Fund, right? The Tulsa Real Estate Fund. This is what's going on. What happened? Jay Morrison found a plot of land. He found 32 acres of land 12 miles from the 6 West, where they're developing a multi-billion-dollar community. Jay Morrison's like, oh my God, you guys, I want land over here because it's going to be booming. And he's absolutely correct. What did Jay Morrison do? Jay Morrison told us he took $125,000 from Tref Real Estate Fund, and he bought 32 acres of land in Atlanta, College Park, you guys. All right, does everybody follow me? He took $125,000 of Tref money, and he bought 32 acres of land near a booming site, multi-billion-dollar site. All right, here we go. This is where things start to look a little suspicious. Now, all of a sudden, Jay Morrison's family business, South Fulton, says to Tref, hey, can I buy that land off of you that you just bought? Tref says, okay. Tref sells Jay Morrison 27 acres out of the 32 acres. Now it belongs to Jay Morrison's family. All right, does everybody follow me? Does everybody follow me? Jay Morrison says, listen, I'll take the 27. I'll let you keep 5. Tref says, okay. Tref decides to keep 5 acres of the land and gave Jay Morrison 27. But Jay Morrison's like, hold on. Listen, I'm going to do you even a better solid. I'm going to give you, Tref, exclusive rights to build on the 27 acres that I own, that my family owns under South Fulton Realty Group. So not only am I giving you 5 acres to keep, Tref, I'm going to let you get exclusive rights to build property on my land that I bought from you. Okay? Does everybody follow me? Does everybody follow me? This is where we are. All right. Now, Jay Morrison's company has 27 acres that he bought from Tref. He gives Tref's 5 acres and then gives Tref's exclusive rights to build on the 27 acres. But Jay's like, that's not good enough, you guys. Jay tells all of us that in 60 days, this worked out actually. He says Tref got all of its money back and made an additional $25,000 and an ROI. 60 days is what he said, 2 months. He said the ROI, those are a return on investment, $25,000. He said, listen, you guys, I did this, pulled it off. Look what I did. Look what I did. And Tref made an increase of $25,000. What does that sound like to me? Technically, if you just want to break it down, and mind you, I haven't seen the paperwork. I'm telling you what he told us, what you just witnessed on this video. I'm telling you what he told us. He said, essentially, somehow, Jay Morrison's company gave Tref $175,000 for 27 acres of land. What's the problem with this, you guys? Jay Morrison is the manager of the Tref Fund, the fund of the people. Jay Morrison is also the owner of the business that bought the land from Tref. The same person operating both businesses. One his family owns, and the other the people own. But yet he is the sole manager of the Tref Real Estate. You guys, he's playing both sides. Could you imagine you sitting at the business table and you're the only one there? And you're signing the paperwork. Oh, can you sign over here? Yeah. Oh, can you sign? Yeah. I would like to give my company 27 acres. Okay. And I'll approve it over here. Okay. You guys, could you imagine? I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's not accurate. I'm not saying this is fraud, but it looked a little fraudish. I'm not saying he's a scammer. He's damn sure a charlatan. Why do I say that? He convinced y'all Negroes of giving him $11 million, and he's never done this before. That's what he said. He said, he said, nobody has ever done this. Nobody black. He said, I don't know what I'm doing. That's what he said. Could you imagine? He practiced with $11 million. Jesus Christ. You know, when I first started investing in stocks, you guys, I was playing with $300. I was buying stocks, practicing. He practiced with your money. And the balls of this one, as confident as he was, the narcissism is strong within this one, you guys. I was looking at a magician on the stage. He pulled everything but a rabbit out his hat. And I'm looking around the audience and I'm saying, is anybody upset? I'm upset for you. I'm upset for you. I didn't understand. I didn't know what to ask because I thought everybody was cool with it. You heard what I asked. I didn't know. I just didn't know what to ask. Why am I going to start a fight with someone that you guys don't see a problem with? I didn't understand why Julian didn't get up on the mic. And then I later find out that the man sent him a cease and desist when he walked in the door. But then the shame of Jay Morrison and his wife, unacceptable. What they do, they started berating him in front of everybody. Why won't he come up? He over here, everybody got a lot to say on YouTube, but he wouldn't come up. And you served this man a cease and desist and you didn't say that? Wow. I was blown away. I was blown away. Jay Morrison's a magician, you guys. He's a magician. The brother thinks he's Houdini. But I know a cage he's not going to be able to get out of. I know one he can't get out of, you guys. And it's on its way. Let me go back to this money movement. Let me go back to this money movement. And I'm going to tell you what Jay Morrison's his justification is. He blamed it on ignorance. He said, I didn't know any better. He said I wasn't skilled enough, that this was complicated. He said it was COVID. He said it was black people smearing his name, smearing the fund. Black people sabotaged their own success. This is what he said. Not one time did he say it was his own ignorance and lack of experience. No. He said, I did the best I could. Don't call me a scammer. I didn't defraud her. I didn't do any of that. You guys, I did the best. I worked hard. And I paid myself almost $1 million a year. But I worked hard. You guys, this is Netflix documentary next level. This isn't even close to Bernie Madoff, you guys. Let me tell you why. People say, oh, it's the Bernie Madoff. Absolutely not. The difference between Jay Morrison and Bernie Madoff is Bernie Madoff was educated. He knew what to do and how to do it. Bernie almost didn't get caught. Why? Because he was an expert in finances. You guys, he started the damn stock exchange. Jay Morrison is not an expert at all. At best, he sold a house or two as a real estate agent. You guys, we're talking about multi-million-dollar portfolio. How did he pull it off? Because of the ignorance of black people who gave him money, and for those who believed in him. Those who invested in him, who knew better, did it because they believed in him. What did they believe in? They believed in his words. You guys, the power of the word believe. In the word believe, you'll always find a lie. Look at it. You can't spell believe without lie. There's always a lie. Lie is always in the middle of the word believe. Look at it. Believe me. Why? Why is lie inside believe? There's always a lie. There's always a lie. Instead of believe, what should people be doing? They need to know. Jay Morrison, I don't believe in you. I trust the numbers, sir. I don't trust you. We would have been better off giving $11 million in the hand of a Jewish man. Show me the numbers. I don't care if you like me. I don't care about the color of your skin. I want my return. Show me that you know how to flip this money. Jay Morrison, he could have been just the head figure organizing, galvanizing Black people to put their money into a trusted fund with trusted advisors, with a board of trustees. Trust. The word trust is in all of that, and we don't have it over here. Why? There's no overseer of this money. There's no overseer of the money. Why would he want a board of trustees? Because guess what? It creates trust. What did I ask Jay Morrison? I said, if all the investors signed a petition and asked you to step down, would you do it? You heard the pause? He was, I don't know if I knew right then and there. Right then and there, I knew what time it was. Right then and there, I knew what time it was. Sir, if everyone's asking you to step down, you need to step down. You damaged the reputation. Your reputation is damaged for good reason. Where there's smoke, there's fire. We all know what it is. You mismanaged the funds. A lot of this stuff, depending on what that contract looked like, you guys, this is unethical. He is one whistleblower away from blowing his ass in the prison. I'm telling you. So the question is, what does the real estate fund own? How much is it worth right now? Sub $500. I'm sorry. Sub $500,000. What does that mean? Sub of anything? It's below. Do we know how much? It could damn near be $10 in the bank. He said sub $500,000. You guys, that's being generous. You can't even buy a house for $500,000 in Atlanta right now. The fund is done. The fund is over with. It's sub $500,000. You can't buy a house in Atlanta for $500,000. You guys, it's over with. What does the house own? What does the real estate portfolio own right now? Cash, sub $500,000. It owns 5 acres of land that he let them keep. Okay? What else? It owns developmental rights, exclusive rights to actually build on the 27 acres of land that Jay Morrison's family owned or owns now. I'm going to tell you what his game plan is. They have exclusive rights indefinitely, is how he put it, in perpetuity, right? But that perpetuity only lasts for 27 years. So they have, so the Tref fund, right now where it stands, sub $500,000, the number's unknown, 5 acres of land, Jesus Christ, can't make this up. Exclusive rights to build and develop on 27 acres that does not belong to the fund. But the fund was the one who bought the land in the first place. So let's get this straight, you guys. He used your money to buy an asset for himself indirectly, a personal asset. He bought that from the money that you used, that you gave him. You guys, it's not looking good for him. It's not looking good for him at all. At all. And then now what is he going to do? Look at the game plan. I always like dealing with criminals who think they are the smartest ones to invent the crime that they're committing. I think it's so interesting to think that they are the most, every criminal thinks that they are the most creative of them all. And I always tell them on our way to court that there's always someone who did this before. You may have did this a little different, but someone's already tried this, man. You're not slick. You're not as slick as you thought you were. More smarter, more educated people have gotten away with a lot less. Tulsa Real Estate Fund bought 32 acres under the leadership of Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison then took his personal company, bought 27 acres, right, from Tulsa Real Estate. He didn't have the money to do it himself. The moral of the story is Jay Morrison didn't have the money to buy his own land with his own money. So he used the real estate fund to buy indirectly this asset for himself. That's what he did. And the way he's trying to wiggle out of it is by saying that his company that he has stake and ownership in, he couldn't lie about that because I pulled it up online. He's saying that it's a subsidiary, saying that it's still owned by Tulsa Real Estate. But he's the pen and the paper, you guys. So check this out. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I'm going to have to chop this video up. But check this out. This is basically what's going on. So I know I kind of repeated it, but here it is. Now Jay Morrison owns 27 acres. He needed the Tulsa fund to buy because he couldn't afford it. All right. He pays Tulsa back the money and then gives, and then somehow they make an extra $25,000. He's saying it's ROI. I didn't see the exact transaction, right? So regardless, based off of that deal, essentially one could argue that Tulsa got back $175,000, right? Jay is saying that the reason why I did that is to shield the real estate fund from any carrying costs. What is a carrying cost? Taxes and all kind of other little miscellaneous fees. That's his justification for why he did what he did. Oh, I was doing them a favor. But here's the problem. Now he's sitting on this asset that his family owns. We all know the value of land. Then guess what he's going to do? He's going to get the real estate fund to build on the land that he owns. He doesn't have to come out of pocket. He's going to let the real estate fund build. Guess what, you guys? This. He's going to take the money that he raised. He gave the real estate fund exclusive rights to the money. This shit is you can't make this up, man. He's going to have the real estate company. He's going to have the real estate fund, your money. He's going to make you pay to build up the land that he. I mean, 144 units, 144 doors. I want to do we all understand what's going on? Do we all understand? I want to make sure we are all understanding what this man has done. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, one will be provided for you. Sorry, I try to do it. Oh, I can't believe I just for the life of me, it's not even so much. I think for me with this, it's the audacity, right? Like it's my God, man, the balls on this one, man. Listen. Hold on. Basically, what we have here is Jay Morrison, what he ended up doing, this warlock of words, he's saying, listen, this is basically what it is. You pay me, and I pay me to pay them that's paying me, and I pay you for paying me. That's what this is. You got essentially, that's all he said at the meeting. You're paying me, so I'm paying me with what you paid me, so I could pay them that's also paying me because I own them. And in return, I paid you back, but then you're giving it back to me anyways. This is not genius. This is stupid. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You guys, I just, oh my God. And could he have gotten away with this? Shout out to Viva Woodlife with the $100 super chat. Let me hit that man one time. JD said it wasn't for the Pepsi kids. This sounds like it sounds like an episode of Scooby-Doo. When your whole operation got blown up by. Yikes. Shout out to this brother. He said, this smells of a conflict of interest and fiduciary irresponsibility at a minimum, and embezzlement wrapped up in the loopholes unsophisticated investors didn't read. In the same way he held the bulk of C-suite roles in the fund and paid his companies. Woo! What are we looking at, you guys? This is the pay for play. This is the stuff that people get in trouble with all the time in these cities and county officials. What do? Right? They are on the board. They sit, they're councilmen, they're in charge of approving county work, improving the building of or the expansion of, the redistricting of lines. They're in charge of making these financial decisions. They're in charge of giving out these permits. They're in charge of approving permits and so on. And this is what they do. They end up approving. This is what's going on, right? That's almost like if I wanted to hire somebody, you hire me to do a job. All right. And say fix your roof. Say you hire me to fix your roof. And what I do is, okay, no, it's a bad example. Let me just stick to this. This is what it is. All right. I'm a county official. I work for the city and I approve permits for people to do work. Like say, fix the road. The road's really bad. We need the road fixed. And then what happens? I recommend the company to fix this road. I'm not supposed to have any connections, financial connections with this company. But I approve the permit for this company to do it because I am a part owner of that company. So when I, as a city official, approve the work to be done and I own 50% of that company, that's against the law. You cannot do that. It's called a conflict of interest because I only approve that contract because I have a stake in it. I have ownership in it, right? So now I'm going to let the bid for the contract is $3 million. And I'm like, they're good. I'm going to approve for 3.5. Why? Because guess what? I own 50% of the company that nobody knows about. So I approve it. And now I get a little kickback. You guys, Jay Morrison has a private company that he says is a subsidiary of Tref. His family owns the private company. Jay Morrison used Tref money to buy 32 acres because he himself could not afford it. Then he takes his private company that he says is his family's company, and then he takes that company and buys the land away from Tref. The land is supposed to belong to the people. It's the whole purpose for the fund, is to have asset, not building responsibilities. I sold the land to my company, but you guys can build on it. I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he thought that he would get away with that. So you took your personal company, you bought the land away from Tref, and you kept the bulk of it. You didn't give yourself 5 acres. You gave the Tref fund 5 acres, and you kept 27. So you can afford the cost, the operating cost, and the taxes. Who pays Jay's salary? You guys, Jesus Christ, he's triple dipping. This is the trifecta. You guys are paying his salary. He uses his salary to spend money on his personal. Then he uses the company to buy his personal property. Oh my God. I mean, but then check it. The final move, what does he do? He says, I give Tref exclusive rights to build on the land that you helped me buy. I'm going to let you spend your money and develop my land. You guys, that's slavery. Essentially, what Jay Morrison did is he got 27 acres that he's going to get you to pay for and get it built for free. Essentially. Technically, Jay Morrison did pay the money back to Tref, right? Jay Morrison said Tref bought the land. It cost $125,000. His company gave the money back, but only gave you 5 acres. You guys, that's a loss. That's a loss, because now you're going to pay to build his land up 12 miles away from a multi-billion-dollar community project. It's disgusting. He turned the Tref fund into a developing company, a contracting company. All of a sudden, Tulsa Real Estate Fund is for building property for other people. No, the fund is supposed to be for owning real estate asset. Land is something that it should be owning. Jay Morrison said that this right here is the next. He needs this. This is what 144 doors, and he needs more money. He needs Black people to give him more money. Dude, if you couldn't flip the 11 million, you need to be on a plane to Cuba. You need to be on a plane to Cuba, brother, at this point. That's all I'm going to say to you. Let me get to these super chats, man. Thank you again, brother, with this $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Little Gaming Channel, man. Shout out to you, brother. Hitting the super chat. He said, Little Gaming Channel said, Jay is sitting at the round table meeting, and he's sitting in all the seats. Jay is moving money from his right hand to his left hand. Yep. I mean, basically. Shout out to my homie, Chef Shapino. If y'all don't know, better ask somebody. Chef, shout out to you, Playboy. Shout out to you. T Kings. No, he didn't. He didn't. I was in there hungry and mad too. Matter of fact, I got out of there like 10 o'clock, you guys. I was pissed. I'm going to replay the part that I asked, and then I'm going to close it up. But anybody want to come up and add 2 cents? I want to get your thoughts on it, especially if you've not been to this channel before. I want you to be able to come up and share your thoughts. I know we're going on a little long, but this was an emergency. Had to cover this. I will clip the conversation piece separate from the stream of the actual spot, just so people can get right to the meats and potatoes of this. Again, shout out to my boy. Facts. This was bad, you guys. This was bad. And again, I'm just this was bad. Man, shout out to this man right here.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Ooh.
Listen, brother, thank you so much for this blessing. Thank you so much for this blessing. What does he say? Viva Wood Life hits me with another $100 super chat. Man, God bless you, bro. I really, really appreciate that. And everybody donating tonight to the stream, you guys. This is a very, very serious problem. This is very interesting, you know, and I had to go down there. I had to go down there and hear directly what was going on. I've been keeping up with this thing since 2018, and I'm just so hurt, man, by it. Because at the end of the day, this is discouraging for a lot of people. A lot of people believed, right? Believed in him. And it just, no matter whether you think he did something criminal or not, he failed, and he failed in a way that it's so egregious to the people that it's the pain, the blowback. You know, he just made it, him and these other guys, it just make it so much harder for people like myself and others out there who don't ask for money but just want the support, man. So shout out to you, brother. He says, if this were a city, state, or federal government contract, this would be a hefty civil fine, felony jail time. This is like when dude tells his baby mama to let him flip the tax money. He goes to buy a 15-year-old Benz with 25% interest rate and gets repo in 4 months. That's exactly. You know, you guys, you can't do what he just did. You know, it's not ethical. Shout out to you, Dre. I see Dre heading to the times at 12 o'clock. It's not ethical, man. I'm not gonna call this man a criminal. He is definitely a charlatan. And I don't agree with how he managed this fund, you know, and that's what I'm gonna say. I don't agree with how he managed this fund. There's no excuse to why this fund failed during the height of a real estate boom. A real estate boom. You know how many properties he could have bought that were going for 2% interest? Man, get out of here. You know, with 11 million, you could have got a loan for $250,000 off of that. There's so much. He could have bought and not only that, he's talking about I'm just listening to just the bad business plan, the bad everything. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know what he was doing. He had no clue, you guys. You guys gave a hustler $11 million. I'm gonna play. I just want to play back the clip. Let me see if I can. I want, for those who are just pulling in, I want you to hear what I said, what I asked him. Before I go on that, I want to make sure I cover this email with Mr. Hawkins. Jay Morrison said a lot about Hawkins. Again, he defamed him in front of everybody. He made some allegations saying E.J. Hawkins is the reason why we don't have no money. He said he frauded us out of all this money. That's what he said. I reached out to Mr. Hawkins myself, and I just asked him, I say, hey, listen, this is what was said about you, and I was there. And I know this is bullshit, you guys, but I said, listen, I'm curious. Do you mind sharing? You know, what's your side of the story? I'm about to do a reaction to this. I said, you know, Morrison said that you, sir, are the reason why they filed late. You, sir, are the reason why, right? He said that this man robbed the people of the money. He said, go after E.J. Hawkins. He said, go and dox him. Put his address out. Go chase him down. That's what he said, you guys. Like, you can't make this up. Mr. Hawkins, I asked him if I can share this information. He said, go ahead. Mr. Hawkins said, the reality is this. He said, Jay never loaned us any money. You guys know the real estate fund is supposed to help Black investors who have difficulty time getting money from banks to flip property, okay? He said, Jay never loaned us any money. My partners and I purchased a property that Jay subsequently partnered on, which was not supposed to happen, okay? We put up 1.2 million of our own cash, and he put up 550K from the JMREP28 LLC, the Jay Morrison Rep 28 LLC. Probably another business he has, because it's weird because he also has Morrison Holdings LLC as well. He has the South Fulton Realty Group LLC. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jay Morrison had other businesses that he's not really telling anybody. But this is what he's saying. JMREP28 LLC. I'm going to have to look that up. He said the lack of duty on his part and incompetency of his team was so bad, we decided to end the partnership, which he didn't want to do. We paid Jay his initial investment, $500K, in July of 2022. All right, to end the partnership. Our disagreement lies with what is believed to be his ROI. Okay, understandable on his investment. We agree he is owed a return on said investment, but what he alleges or is asking for is unjust. Basically, in so many ways, he's saying that he's asking for more than what he deserves to get. He also said from what he'd been told, he never shared with you all, he was paid. So he's basically saying that from what he was told, Jay Morrison is telling people that he was never paid. He was never probably given his money back. He's saying that we gave him his money back. He also said, thankfully for us, hold on, let me see. He sent me an update. Let me make sure. I've been getting a ton of support. People, we will keep in touch. Okay, cool. All right, I just want to make sure he didn't change his mind. Let me just read that email. All right. Good brother. I'm going to keep in touch with him. He said, from what I've been told, he never shared with people. He never shared with everybody else that he got paid from this thing. So again, this is what he's saying. And then he adds, thankfully for us, this is what Mr. Hawkins is saying, we paid him via escrow. All right, I'm going to tell you why this is important. And he signed an agreement. and acceptance of the funds. So we have our receipts. That's how you do it. That's professionalism. It's documented, right? You can run it back. You can provide receipts. That's how it's supposed to be done. So what is he saying? He's saying that, you guys, when the going gets tough, guess what? We have proof. We have a paper trail. We have a paper trail. And this is what this brother said. He said, I'm not here to tear him down. I'm not here to tear him down. But Jay Morrison is here to tear you down. Why? Because he needs a scapegoat. He needs a scapegoat. So that's pretty much the gist of that. I'm not going to share any more of that email, but I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that I was blessed enough to be able to reach out to Mr. Hawkins just to kind of get his side of the story, because in the moment, Jay Morrison was saying a lot. I just want to run back and play the conversation I had with Jay Morrison, the questions that I asked him, and I want you guys to know why I asked him these questions. So let's go back, and then I'm gonna pull anybody up who wants to come up and provide a couple statements, give your thoughts. I would love to hear what you have to say. I see you, Nikki D. If you guys want to start pulling up, if the moderators can drop the link in the back, and for those who want to come up and give their thoughts, please be cammed up. You guys, of course, this is one of these type of things where we definitely want everybody cammed up for obvious reasons. And let me stop sharing that. Let me see. Let me pull up. I want to just pull this thing up real quick. I'm gonna add this in the chat because I want to know what you guys think. I want to know what you guys think. Let me run it back right here. Okay, let me add this. I want to ask you guys right now in the chat, do you think that this is ethical? Do you think that this is fraudulent? Do you think that this is okay what Jay Morrison did? And we all, just from the breakdown of what you heard, this did not come from me. Okay, this came from Jay Morrison himself. He explained this. I didn't say this. Jay Morrison said this. All right, to be 100% clear. 100% clear. Also, Nikki says she on the bonnet. You on the bonnet, Nikki? All right, come on up, sis. I got you. We got to protect the bonnets. Nikki, come on up. Come on up. I'll let you come on up. And then I want to, it's just because we got trolls and all that kind of stuff. So we got to be careful. Can't just let people up. Nikki, for bonnet purposes only. Nikki, I'll let you come up and say what you have to say. Let me share this clip. I want you guys to hear what I asked him. Was sitting there in the audience. I took notes. I listened to the foolishness, and I was very, very disappointed. I can't stress how disappointed I was. And it's, and it's sad, you guys. It really is. It's sad, and we got a lot of work to do. We definitely have a lot of work to do. Let me pull this up.
So for us to have multiple LCs around the country, we don't got to pay the operational costs. We just get overrides of all the LCs, which is free money to us, in a sense.
And then as far as this project, propaganda, that's.
But we'll continue to privately lend and try to earn those same kind of returns as we move forward in that as well.
Oh, okay. I was just curious about
Yes, ma'am. Was there more Zoom as well? I think he can go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
My name is Nathan Daley. I have just a few questions for you.
All right. So I'm up, you guys, and we're about to have a conversation with Jay Morrison. I'm about to ask him some questions. I want to tell you why I'm asking him these questions, and so that you guys can understand what is actually going on. and why I asked them and the importance of these questions. So let's dive into it.
Understanding like the complications as it relates to our community in reference to the propaganda that's been put out. How do you go moving forward on repairing the relationship and also the loss of respect that a lot of people have for the fund and investing? Or do you have a plan moving forward for that?
Well, one is continue to do the work, but I want to underscore the point to y'all. If we all keep promoting these negative things about the fund in the Legacy Center, it makes it very difficult for the Legacy Center to make money. Right? So if there's negativity around the brand and the fund and these accusations, it makes it very hard for us to perform. How do we get around it? All I can do is continue to do the work.
All right. So the answer is no, he doesn't have a response. What did I ask him, you guys? I asked him about the reputation. Why do I ask him that? Because when you have a CEO, you have a manager, you have someone in a high-ranking position in the company, and they are under scrutiny from a behavior, doing something unethical, something questionable, some level of embarrassment, some conspiracy, you name it. What do? They step down because them being a part of the brand, it ends up damaging it. Right now, with everything that's been going on with Jay Morrison, whether it's true or not, you guys, he damaged the brand, right? This is about a brand. This is about representation. He destroyed the reputation of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Everybody who understands how this game works, you have to step down. Why did I ask him that? Because all throughout this meeting, you know what he kept saying? Oh, because of the reputation, I'm missing out on millions of dollars. People don't want to invest in the fund. You know what these companies end up doing? They fire people, they fire CEOs, they replace people, and they change the name. You guys, I worked in the Black community for years. And one thing I know for sure, anytime we get a homicide in one of these apartment complexes, it could be the Oaks or Stonecrest. 2 people got shot and killed. By 2 months later, it is the Oaks of Chimney Ridge. What happens? People get fired. The names change. Why? Because they can't take the name damaging the reputation. Jay Morrison has destroyed not only his own reputation, the legacy of his family, but the name of this business. He killed it, you guys. So I asked him, what are you going to do about the reputation? He doesn't have an answer. Why? He has no intentions of stepping down until what? Until he gets the Tulsa Real Estate Fund to build on the property that he owns, that he purchased with Tulsa real estate money. That's how he's going to do it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the name. He doesn't care about the reputation. So what do I ask him next?
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
If the investors got together and said to you, they signed a petition to say they prefer you to step down, would that be something you'd be willing to do?
I'm open to any conversation, but right now, we haven't seen any traction from investors at any serious level. I'm talking about even from this recent onslaught of very consistent campaigns that even hacked our email list and all that kind of thing, all those kind of things. We've seen less than 100 redemption requests. Right? Even with all this YouTube and noise and all this kind of things, the mass body of our investor pool have been supportive and is supporting the fund. What's that?
So what is he saying? You guys, if you go to the Better Business Bureau website, it doesn't add up. If you hear all the complaints, if you do research, it doesn't add up. I know hundreds of people who requested to get their money back. But he's saying the bulk of his major investors are down. They're down because you can't give them the money back. You can't give them, you have right now, you have less sub 500,000 of cash. We don't know how much is in there. Essentially, 1 through 500,000 is a possibility that the dollar amount is somewhere between $1 and $500,000. We don't know. He can't give anybody's money back. He can't. So I thought that was an interesting response. He said he would not step down. He said he wouldn't. If all the investors put a petition together and said, we want you to step down, he said, I wouldn't. And the investors aren't complaining. That's what he's saying. Okay. You see how long it took him to answer, though.
Yeah, people are still, we just got capital pledges just yesterday in the heat of this. So the noise says all of this online, but the reality, the data does not show that this is how our investors feel about us.
Okay.
So we keep pressing forward, we keep producing results, we keep marching on. I'm always an open ear to what the investors say, right? Whatever the case is. But there's no kind of that's I'll just leave it.
No, I respect that. So,
Yeah.
so last question though, for those who don't know, because I've learned about you when you first started this whole venture, this whole journey, and I also invest, so I'm very familiar with the paperwork. Can you speak to your qualifications for those who may not be familiar, those who are watching online? What are your qualifications in business and finance to be able to manage a fund this large or this project?
Sure. My qualifications come from 20.
All right. Why did I ask him that? I'm here to put him in a trick bag, you guys. But let's hear what he has to say. I want to know what his qualifications are to manage a multi-million-dollar real estate fund. See what he has to say.
20 years in real estate and mortgages.
Okay.
Started in mortgages in 2002 as a loan officer and worked my way up to a branch manager of 2 mortgage companies, Liberty State Finance in New Jersey. Also have worked as a developer investor in all those years. Licensed realtor for nearly 10 years in New Jersey. Licensed realtor with Sotheby's International Realty, the world's largest luxury real estate company. And have just been executing and being an entrepreneur for the last 2 decades. Growing a business from scratch in my garage, New Jersey, to think 5,000 twice, understanding infrastructure and business building. And God gave me the idea and vision to execute this fund at this level.
So you're saying you have the experience to manage a multi-million-dollar fund?
I've never done one before.
Right.
Why did we give him $11 million? Why did we give him $11 million? So I want you guys to understand what he said his expertise were. Real estate agent, loan officer, signed paperwork for a company he didn't own, and an entrepreneur. Catchphrase, entrepreneur. He started a business out of his garage. You guys, I started 2 businesses out of my bedroom. How was he able to garner $11 million from Black people who say they don't have $11 million? How do you do it, you guys? He used racism. He used the historical pain out of Black history, created a marketing theme and slogan, and he sold it to you, and you bought it. He used historical pain for profit. That's what they're doing now. Someone said hope hustling. Black people suffer. A lot of us suffer from hopeism. Y'all listen to everything he said and nothing of what he's done. He asked you to believe in him, and you did. He told you how he's going to make money that he's never made. He told you how he's going to manage the money that he's never managed before. I just asked him, have you ever Have you ever? He said no. He said no. Let me just run this back just a little bit.
Redemption request.
Right.
Right? Even with all this YouTube, our investors feel about us. That's I'll just leave it.
No, I respect that. So,
Yeah.
so last question though, for those who don't know, because I've learned about you when you first started this whole venture, this whole journey, and I also invest, so I'm very familiar with the paperwork. Can you speak to your qualifications for those who may not be familiar, those who are watching online? What are your qualifications in business and finance to be able to manage a fund this large or this project?
Sure. My qualifications come.
Be clear, I did not invest in this fund. Okay, I want to be clear 100%. When they first came out with this and he launched it, I looked at what was being said. I saw everything that was missing that needed to be there. And I said, this was a bad idea. I told a lot of people that. And I didn't think it was going to be this successful. Well, I didn't think he was going to be able to raise this amount of money he did. So no, I'm not an investor in this. I just want to be clear on that.
From 20 years in real estate and mortgages.
Okay.
Started in mortgages in 2002 as a loan officer and worked my way up to a branch manager of 2 mortgage companies, Liberty State Finance in New Jersey. Also have worked as a developer investor in all those years. Licensed realtor for nearly 10 years in New Jersey. Licensed realtor with Sotheby's International Realty, the world's largest luxury real estate company. And have just been executing and being an entrepreneur for the last 2 decades. Growing a business from scratch in my garage, New Jersey, to being 5,000 twice, understanding infrastructure and business building. And God gave me the idea and vision to execute this fund at this level. And
so you're saying you have the experience to manage a multi-million-dollar fund?
I've never done one before.
Right.
Right. So I do not have the experience of running, nor does anyone have the experience of running a multi-million-dollar or at least in our community.
Correct.
Reg A Tier 2 fund. So this is a new venture for me, yes.
No, I think one of the biggest issues that I've seen, what I've heard from my own research, is the lack of, I guess you would say, expertise when handling this type of project. And so I think that's where a lot of, like this gentleman earlier who came up, I think he was spot on. A lot of questions I was going to ask, he asked them. At the end of the day, I think people are looking at how things are done ethically and how things are done professionally. And there's some questions there that I've seen personally, just from looking at it, just from a investor to an investor standpoint. So what I would just overall, I think what you're doing and the objective is just, I think at the same time, the biggest issue in my personal opinion is that we do have a community that's not quite educated and we don't vet people properly. And what I heard today, because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say from their perspective, your response though, was rooted in the idea, or I would say your explanation was based from a perspective that you don't have the experience, to take on this type of project, but you sold that idea that you were able and capable. And that's, I think, where the disconnect is. Your own explanation is that I made a mistake. I didn't know, I didn't realize. Essentially, to me, what that sounds is that this is somebody who's not qualified to do a project this big on this magnitude with a multi-million-dollar project. That's what I heard from you.
I want to correct.
All right. That was my rebuttal to him, you guys. And clarify, when I said I'm an investor, I invest. I am an investor. So when I said that to him, I wanted him to understand the context, that he's not talking to somebody that's ignorant. He's not talking to someone who doesn't understand how this thing is supposed to work. You guys, it's not hard to buy real estate. You just need the money and you need the know-how, but you just need the money. It's not difficult, you guys. So the way he's explaining it would have you believe that he had no control over the current outcome and condition of this fund, and that's false. It's absolutely false. It's not hard. And I wanted people to hear, because I know his expertise and background. He has none. That qualifies him to do this project. to take on this undertaking of this magnitude. Not only that, he lacks the integrity to actually wield such a powerful position within the Black community. When you step and take on this mantle that you're doing this for Black folks, you guys, you better be damn near spotless. You better be damn near spotless. Period. Period. Essentially, what has happened in this situation, you guys, he embellished, let's say embellished. He paid everybody more than what they were worth with the Tulsa money. He paid everybody more than what they were worth with the Tulsa money. Instead of giving everybody a modest pay, modest this, respectful that, people getting 200 something thousand, million to almost 2 million on executive fees and all type of foolishness. You guys, let me bring this brother up real quick. I got to bring this brother up because he definitely sponsoring the stream with the donations. Let me bring you up real quick, brother. I want to hear what you got to say. Let me see. Everybody, welcome. Man, let me shout you out, man. First of all, I appreciate the support. First and foremost, thank you so much for just supporting the channel. Man, yeah, introduce yourself, let people know. Man, you got a channel as well. You want to let people know who you are and where you coming from.
Yeah, my name is Aaron, and I run a channel called The Little Gaming Channel. It's an amateur gaming channel. Got into it around COVID. You know, was in the house, just started ordering stuff and got into it. So I just keep it going now, you know, as a little side thing. But I enjoy doing it.
All right. Please drop his channel in the chat, you guys, and go and check him out. Absolutely check him out. I'm a gamer myself, so I'm curious to see what you got going on over there.
All right, definitely.
All right. Well, what's your thoughts, brother? What's your thoughts, man? Drop some wisdom on us.
You know, I mean, just to elaborate on what you were saying, I too listen to what people are saying, and if you don't act off emotion and you actually listen to what they're saying, you won't get caught up in these situations, in these scams, right? And I don't really blame people may disagree with me, but just like you, I really don't blame Jay too much.
Nope.
I personally don't think Jay should go to jail, right? Now, mind you, there is a consequence to it. I believe he should be more so ostracized from the community.
Okay.
Rather than go to jail, right?
Okay.
And we need to really use this as a learning lesson. We need to just step back, get out of our emotions when it comes to things like this. Listen to what they're saying, just like this whole Umar Johnson thing. Umar Johnson is putting together what? He got 2 or 3 buildings. He's going to put this school together, and he's the only one doing it.
Okay.
He is the only one accepting your money, hiring the contractors. He's interviewing the teachers. He has all the hats on. He has all the hats on doing everything, right? And this guy, Jay Morrison, he's doing the exact same thing. He's wearing all the hats and taking your money.
Okay. So let me pause you. And let's start with Doctor first.
Okay.
Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is wearing all the hats. I'll give you that. The problem is there's a difference between doing something and doing something properly. There's a difference between doing something and doing something ethically. And there's a difference between doing something that you are qualified and not qualified to do.
Okay.
And and I'm not saying It's a difference when you're doing this for yourself. See, when I started my business, I had all the hats. Hell, I got some of the hats on right now.
Right.
But when you step out and you are going to be an advocate for the people and you are going to take funds from other people,
right,
then it changes. See, it's not like he didn't have the money. Say Umar didn't have enough money and he had to do. Umar's excuse is he got a lot of them. He had the money. He misappropriated. He misused the money because he did not know and understand what he was doing. He wasn't qualified to put together and organize and structure the business. He has the knowledge to run the school and maybe ideas on how to put the curriculum together, but that's as far as his hat reaches. And the problem is, in our community, you have some of these guys who they think and believe they can do everything, and they're just not qualified. And ultimately, who ends up hurting because you don't want to come off of your ego, or you don't want to release the funds to pay people properly to do the job and its efficiency, because this is where quality, this is the difference between quality, right? When we're talking about Black excellence and quality, that comes from the understanding that you have to pay someone else to do something that you don't know how to do, and you have to be okay with that. Because now ultimately, who hurts? Black people. Dr. Umar is going on over 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he has nothing to show for it. It's not, he could have the best heart in the world. Doesn't mean he was qualified to do what he set forth and put his mind to. There was a better way to go about doing it. And so I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that there is the proper way to do something and there's the wrong way to do it. And
Right.
I believe they're all doing it the wrong way, and it's having a negative impact on the people.
Yeah, right. I mean, because when I renovated my home, I hired a general contractor.
Okay.
I didn't know anything.
Right.
I had all these change orders to the home, and I mean, it was a lot. So I hired somebody to do it who had the expertise and the knowledge to actually do it.
Yes, correct.
With this Umar Johnson, that's a 10-year-old
That's a whole nother
thing. Right. That's a whole nother thing. But
Right.
but back to the Jay Morris, none of his, I watched the entire thing, and none of his answers justified anything.
Nope.
Even when his wife went up there, she just threw fuel on, she made things worse.
Yep.
She made things worse. I mean, but I think as long as he continues to, like you said, kind of go on people's emotions, tap into people's emotions, and take the worst of what happened to us as a people, and use that as the platform to get money, he will continue to collect money. I mean, sad to say, but he will continue to collect money over and over and over again. And that's the sad thing about it. So just like you said, we need to step back from our emotions and kind of look at this. Just step back and just take a look at everything. Like, is he showing receipts? Like the lady said, she wasn't even getting emails.
A lot of people aren't, because I think he's on his way. I think he's trying to work on his exit strategy. I mean, the fund is pretty much bankrupt. Let's just call it what it is. It's pretty much bankrupt at this point. What are your thoughts on this? Let me ask you this. Do you think it was appropriate for him to use the Tref money to buy 32 acres of land and then use his own personal company to buy the land from Tref?
No, he's the king of LLCs. He's just creating a company to move money from one place to another. Like, I mean, the government will, I'm sure the government is watching this. Somebody is watching this.
Of course.
Somebody is watching this, and they're going to see that, yeah, he should have just stayed. He should just stayed off the channel. He shouldn't even just did that. it's just because the way you broke everything down, even though I knew what he was doing, but the way you broke it down made it really, really clear to me exactly what he did, because it was really so convoluted. He's doing so much that he confused you.
Yes.
Like, wait a minute, he did what? He bought this for $80. He did what from here to there, and you're trying to figure it out. But the way you broke it down made it really clear. And now I'm 100% confident it was just wrong. It was wrong what he did.
And I would have to say it's it's criminal.
Yeah, it is criminal.
It's deceptive practices, unfair trade practices. I mean, the list goes on. And people think because you got away with it right now and no one's watching you, you guys, the feds give you a good 5 smooth years.
Yeah.
And they don't, and the only problem I have with the feds is they don't care how many victims come out of this. If no one's dying behind it, the feds aren't going to rush closing this out.
Right.
They're going to wait until you dig such a hole that they just show up to put the tombstone on.
Right.
The feds way, I remember how they did this guy, I forgot his name. Heavyset guy, he was messing around with the copyrights. He had a streaming thing and he was selling streaming stuff. Something with a Hellcat. Anybody who knows him?
Oh, I think I recently watched a YouTube video on that where they finally caught up to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they knew about it.
Yeah.
They knew about it.
Yeah, just gave him enough rope.
Yeah.
From
the negotiator's plea.
Yeah. And one last point.
Omni with the Hellcat. Yeah.
The worst thing about what Jay Morris did is that the amount of donors and the amount of probably small amounts of money that people gave off emotion and hopes that he was honest about what he was doing and legitimate about what he was doing. Because I'm sure people gave $10, $15 here and there, money they didn't have to lose, and expecting some kind of return, even a small amount, because people really need money. People are really hungry out here. I work with people on Skid Row in Los Angeles. And so I see the homelessness and the poverty and I just see all of this, and I'm just it upsets me that he took advantage of so many people giving small amounts, even small amounts. That's just a tragedy.
It is. And I think which is why I asked him about the reputation. Why not step down? And at this point, the only option is to liquidate everything. Again, and I want to be clear for everybody, the fund right now owns 5 acres of land that he let Tref Fund keep. Right?
Generous of him.
Generous. He let Tref keep 5 acres of land. We know there's sub 500,000 cash liquid. And then we know that he gave Tref, he negotiated Tref 27 acres of exclusive building rights, exclusive rights to build on the 27 acres of land that he owns. So he's letting Tref have exclusive rights to build, that he's in charge of paying the contract. So the question is going to be like, who's the contractor? Who's going to be building on the land? I found out based on the document, it's if that's going to be the person doing it, it's a Black-owned contracting company. So, but is there kickbacks? Is this? It makes you wonder, ask questions like, what is he getting in return?
He'll start a construction company.
He'll probably start a construction company, LLC, and hire contractors to build what he wants. And so essentially then you're still paying him. He's signing the checks that are paying himself.
Yeah. He'll do that. And he will never step down because his ego won't allow him to, and the hustle won't allow him to.
The hustle's too good.
The hustle is too good.
The hustle's too good, and the money's too good. But man, listen, brother, let me let people know where they can find you, man. I'm gonna bring up the next caller.
The Little Gaming Channel. Just look me up on the Little Gaming Channel on YouTube, and you can see me there. I have giveaways and things like that. I give away to the people who join in on the stream and everything. So come over there and check me out, the Little Gaming Channel.
Man, that's what's up, you guys. Listen,
the lead turned me on to you. Now I'm here because the lead.
What's up?
The lead attorney. Turned me on to you. Okay.
Shout out to TLA. That's my homie, man. That's the big bro.
Yeah,
big
definitely.
Bro. All right,
Definitely.
brother.
You take care of yourself, brother. Keep up the good fight.
Again. Thank you again. Welcome back anytime. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bye.
All right. Chef, I see you. Give me 1 second. Let me bring up Nikki D. She's waiting in the mat. Nikki, you ready? Hold on 1 sec.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, my dear? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Let me make sure I got you up. You sound a little bit low. I'm put on my headset so I can hear you a little bit more. Okay, hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Yep. So, first of all, thank you for having this platform.
Oh, thank you.
Because people like yourself and JT and Eli, you guys are considered the haters. You guys are considered, the people who, are trying to stop people's hustle, basically, at the end of the day, because that's what they're saying, right? So we're grateful for people like yourself, because don't get it twisted. I would sit at home with my finger on the button, like, should I invest? Should I invest? And I was like, nah, let me just see how it pans out. Because if it's right, it's going to be right, right? And you'll be able to get in later.
There you go.
But just to I'm just going to sound like a broken record, because I'm going to reiterate a few things. And one, it's absolutely unethical what he's done. It's terrible. He's used the emotional massacre, or the emotional state of the massacre of Tulsa to even start this thing. So that's, like you said, that's even racism within your own people. And that's really, really bad. That is absolutely horrible. And he doesn't even see that, because when you started questioning him and asking him about his qualifications, one, he just was fumbling the play altogether. His shoulders was up in the air. His body language was saying, I just need to answer this stuff. I just need to get it out. But he never said anything that qualified him to run a fund like this. You know what I mean? Like, he never said anything, and left it to the thought that Black people just don't have this kind of education, which is an absolute lie. So what you do is you hire a CPA, you hire a real estate, you hire people who know. You know what I mean? But because he wanted sole control, which is the reason why he was able to bamboozle these people. The subsidiary companies, right? The land, buying the land, he bought it with his subsidiary company. That's and correct. Then, but with the money from Tref, correct?
Well, so he used Tref because Tref had all the cash.
All the credit, right.
And the credit. And so he bought the land with Tref first, 32 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And then his justification, then he used his personal company that he said is a subsidiary, but he owns
the subsidiary.
He owns the subsidiary.
Wow.
So he calls it his family's business. He said South Fulton Realty Group, or 3900 Demoni LLC, which I looked it up. He's the registered agent for that company.
Wow.
If you look under the state of Georgia, Secretary of State, you'll see that he said that he used his own company to negotiate to buy the land, right? Because he didn't want Tref Real Estate Fund to have to deal with all the miscellaneous expenses that come with buying land.
Lies. Just makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense, because somebody's gonna have to deal with it.
Somebody got to pay it. So why are you so you're gonna use your personal money to pay for the, because you're doing Tref a favor, but you leave them with, but then you needed them to buy the land because that's what you wanted. You bought it for personal use.
Yep.
And you then used your power and influence and authority, and you unethically bought the land from Tref, which is a violation of your responsibilities.
Absolutely.
Because your responsibility is to build assets for this fund. You know,
and I just really feel bad for these people because they trusted
Damn.
him. And you were
Yes.
saying that no one said anything that was in the that was in the crowd, that was at the town hall or whatever. It's because I feel like at that point they realized that they had been bamboozled. And all the stuff that he was saying was like, oh, and then they didn't understand half the stuff he was saying because he was dancing around a bunch of stuff. Like he didn't answer the questions. Like Jay Stone was getting at him. Like he was really giving it to him. And he had all these answers, but they were never answering the question.
Correct.
And I just hope that at some point, somebody comes through and they file some kind of class action against him. I'm gonna just say it. Like he's a criminal. I'm sorry. Like you took all this money from these people. You're dead wrong for doing that. Your wife gets up there with her emotional acting skills and goes in and wants us all to feel some kind of pity for you. Nobody felt that. And this is the reason why we can't get ahead, because you'll constantly have people like this who are, they have all the bells and whistles, but then it's smoke and mirrors when you get inside.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like people like yourself will call it the haters and, oh, you want to send cease and desist to people because they're actually about to tell the truth. That's the only time you really want people to stop talking about you, is when they're about to get at you. So I really hope that these people get their money back. And, he just banked on the fact that they were ignorant about subsidiaries. It's like a 360 deal. It's like a Sony Music having Columbia and having all the other labels underneath it. But in the end, it's still going to go to Sony. You know what I mean? And you use the subsidiaries just as the cushion to move everything around.
Correct.
And
Correct.
To tell these people that they got 5 acres, but they have exclusive rights to build, but you still control the land. So they don't really have any exclusivity.
No, you have the real value. So even though basically what he's doing, and just so you guys can kind of understand the trickery behind it. Michi said, minding my business. Oh, Michi, she's so funny.
I love Michi. Shout out to Michi.
Shout out to Michi. Michi said she over it. Basically, you are can't even say paying them.
Right.
They're not benefiting at all because you're using their money to build up your property.
Yes.
They're not getting paid.
They were bodies to get the bag. That's it.
Their bodies get the bag. I mean,
and that's basically it, honestly. Because he did. These people look like they don't. It's not that you're supposed to show up in a Bentley and your jewelry, but these people that look like they had much. And then you got the plant in the end that walks up and goes, "I feel really bad that our people are doing this to our people." Shut up, because you knew what it was. Stop it.
Yeah,
you know what, Nathan? I just want to say thank you again. I appreciate you. And sorry, it's bonnet time. And next time I'll be on point for you.
You better, folks don't know you're a pretty lady. They need to see all your
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much.
No worries. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Brother, man, I just Nikki D in the house. Should have had her drop some bars for the channel. I'm about to hit her up. Yo, Chef, you ready, homie? Bring up the big homie, Chef Shapiro. Hey, y'all go follow Chef Shapiro. Listen, we about to cook real quick. I'm gonna let my man throw down because Chef.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Peace, love, and light to everybody within the sound of my voice. Thank you for giving me a little opportunity to cook for a second.
Chef, you always welcome here, brother. You already know what time it is.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna move within the spirit of Nathan Daley. Nathan Daley has a tendency to take certain topics existing within current events, in popular history, and he goes and breaks it down. And what he does is he takes a moment to delete the emotion in the conversation to actually bring together the law and to bring together the facts, so we don't get moved by emotion when we shouldn't. Because remember, in the spirit of this conversation, Jay Morrison moved on emotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that was the thing that was used to cloud or blind certain people. Cool. What I state is this: pay close attention. People that are crooks, they're not just thinking about going in and getting your stuff. They're also thinking about how the hell they going to get away. That's why there exists something called a getaway driver.
Yeah.
All right.
Exit strategy.
Exit strategy. Okay. You think about that movie, the Oceans series, Oceans 11,
Oceans 12.
right?
Yep. Yep.
All right. I want you to think about that. Whenever you thought they were caught, and they were caught, they had an exit strategy, which was an additional contingency plan that was built in from the beginning.
Right.
So now, this is where the legalities come in. Folks, it's important that you guys understand that conflict of interest, it exists more on what you would call a moral or ethical plane than it does on a legal plane. The only conflict of interest issues that can get you, give you legal sanctions or financial sanctions are ones that are on the books. But that's the reason people create shell companies, inalienable trusts and offshore accounts and all of these things to move money around. Not because it's illegal, but because it is legal. Okay. So here's the thing. 11 million was invested at this point. This is less. It could be anywhere from $1 to $500,000 in that account. Right. So we know the money's gone. We understand the money can be tracked. But here's the thing. He may have hardwired a certain escape hatch, if you will, for himself within the whole situation. And that's why he might have the amount of confidence and hubris to be able to stand on the stage and take questions. So we as the people have to understand how the laws work and what can and can't get people locked up. And unfortunately, in terms of everything I know about this situation, he's properly insulated himself to the extent where I'll say he may not hold a whole bunch of liability, right? Because so it's constitutionally prohibited, but it's constitutionally prohibited within certain realms. The conflict of interest law, it could lead to litigation, penalties, termination of employment. Termination of employment exists within a company or a corporate setting, right? But here's the thing. In certain situations, it can, he can get up to $10,000 per penalty if something is proven, but it's going to be hard as hell to prove it. It's going to be hard as hell to prove it. Unfortunately, I do believe that he was able to, create a really interesting grift. It wasn't on Bernie Madoff size, but it was definitely, something that was able to enrich the Morrison legacy, because at the end of the day, he created a business dynamic which would pay his family in perpetuity. That's all I got for you, fam.
Yeah. That's right now he's at the land phase. The land's been purchased, nothing's been built on it. But like you said, if the investors can prove that his intentions were to use the funds to privately buy, his intent was to buy it for himself, for his personal gain, and not in the best interest of the fund, which is what he's obligated to operate under, they would have grounds for like a lawsuit. They would have grounds of being able to get money back and things like that. People, like you said, you made a good point about what makes it criminal is when it becomes deceptive. He talks about how where he's insulated is his creative transparency. Okay. He's transparently misleading is the best way to describe his leadership style, right? It's like how we talk about people telling white lies or saying, someone saying, well, you told me a lie. And you're like, no, I didn't tell a lie. I just didn't tell you at all, right? So
Transparently deceptive.
Transparently deceptive.
That's what, listen.
That's what it
Transparently, look, transparent deception. And, I spent a lot of time in the music industry. I was an executive for Sony from the age of 19, long story. But transparent deception is how people will sign, will sign to a label, give up their masters and a percentage of what they've created without even, well, they will realize it, but it at some point it becomes a spiritual choice that they make, and it's weighed upon, the trust that they have in their own growth. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Okay. No, I like that. I'm about to use that. I think that's the best way to explain it, because when I was listening to him, he was being transparent, but he wasn't obviously it's like when you're making you're going into a contract with somebody, you don't want to necessarily tell them how you're going to benefit from asking for certain things in the contract, right? So he's not telling people that 27 acres of land right next to a multi-billion-dollar community that's getting built in College Park in Georgia, 300 plus acres. He's not telling the Tref Fund investors that the reason why he wants this little plot for himself or more of it is because 10 years from now, the homes and property that Tref builds on his land is going to be worth $1 billion. He's not telling them, he's not giving them the insight to why he's making the moves that he's making. So it's deceptive. It's legally deceptive. And there lies the problem. But is it illegal?
Well, one of the things that's going to be the pieces or the pillars that will hold, a scam, let's call it a scam charge or a conflict of interest charge, is going to be a lack of disclosure about pertinent facts. So now there's something we have to weigh, though, because one thing is about a lack of disclosure, but I'm only so responsible for what you need to do, because of course you have to disclose certain things, but the other party has to perform what's called DD, which is due diligence, where you have to learn yourself. If I'm buying a house from real Nathan Daley, I'm going to pay for an appraisal. I'm going to pay for the appraisal to do that due diligence check to see if there's a leak in the roof, if there's a crack in the foundation, right? So that's that fine line or that gray area, that demilitarized zone that's going to determine whether it's, conflict of interest or lack of skill.
Okay.
And therein lies the grift.
Yes. And so one of the things that he said that I thought was very fascinating in this is, in so many ways, he said, you can't say that I committed fraud because I failed. You can't say I committed fraud because I failed. But the reality is, but the reality is he didn't fail. He actually was paid quite handsomely. He was able to maneuver land and assets around for his personal gain. And if he's a owner, his family's an owner of this business, he could easily say, okay, I only own 25% of this company. Well, you still benefit though. The problem that he's not realizing is that, again, there are smarter people who've done a better job than what he's doing. And they had the experience. Someone said Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff was an expert. And he got caught because somebody on the inside told. And so, again, you're talking about someone who created a massive organization, Bernie did. And he got caught because the feds had help on the inside. This is to me, this is light work. This is light work for the feds. You know, Jay Morrison, though he's creative, and he has the gift of gab, he's out of his league in this area. He's out of his league. And I think if it was a smaller project, he would have gotten away with it. But I think because he put himself out here as a real estate mogul, he's all over the place. There's too many eyes on him. If he was not social media personality, he may have been able to pull this off. If it was a smaller fund, maybe 5 million, you know, started off small, but no.
So I think that it's objective or subjective, whichever you choose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could
in terms of what you deem successful, because you compare him to a Bernie Madoff, you know, of course that's a pittance. Bernie Madoff, if he had the amount of money that you're talking about 10.5 million, Bernie would have committed suicide, self-deleted a long time ago. Okay. So let's be honest about it. What I would say is this: was he successful? Yes. Now, could he have been more successful?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
If he had the correct infrastructure.
Yes.
And I believe that he was not stupid. If he had the correct infrastructure, that would have been able to create an outline, a blueprint of the proper business model that was going to take the fund to the future.
Yeah.
Then abso-freaking-lutely, he would have gone with that instead of 11 million. So was it successful? I won't say it was successful because I know he was thinking about more money, right? But what he did was he insulated himself in the beginning. He had his out already situated. He knew where to escape if there was a fire or if there was an emergency. The only thing is he didn't tell the rest of the passengers on the plane. You see what I'm saying? So he already insulated himself from the beginning.
Well, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so pretty much, do I believe that he wanted it to succeed? Absolutely. The success of it would have been way more enriching for him than this $11 million. 10.5, if you want to say he took money out, there's, you know, a potential of 10.5 or what, right? The thing is, really, how much is that in terms of somebody that works in finance or has played or dabbled with a certain amount of money? If it worked, he would have ran with it.
You
know,
what's gonna happen? I think I'm just trying to think, if I was investigating this, what route I would take. To me, this is easy. It's an easy slam dunk. I think in these type of investigations, you can insulate yourself, but once I know what the intent is, if I can prove the intent behind your actions, you know, that's 70% of the work. Because the insulation is one thing. The insulation is there to protect you. It can protect you to a certain degree. What happened is he got greedy. And this is a slam dunk case. Unfortunately for the feds, they don't touch things unless it's over a certain dollar amount anyways. He would have been better off. What's going to get Jay Morrison in trouble is that he was greedy. It wasn't that he did what he did. It's that he was greedy with it. A lot of these guys who end up getting caught or get their eyes under the feds, it's not because the feds caught them on their own due diligence. It's because they got greedy. I'm thinking every financial crime I investigated, it was the greed. If they would have flew under the radar, right? And I'm not here to give people game, but to be honest with you, if Jay would have managed his greed expectations, he could have kept the fund afloat and at the same time been able to continue the grift. He would have grifted comfortably. But boy, you know, when you start getting that fast money, you know, you get cocky. You know, you get overconfident. Every major criminal that I've arrested and investigated, it was because they were overconfident. And you made a good point about Oceans. They were very clear about their in and out strategy. You know, there's another movie, I forgot, the military, they went overseas and they were I forgot the name of it, but they were robbing the drug dealer, and it was like South America. They had left, they stashed the money, left, had to come back and get it again. Greed got them all killed, right? And it was this idea that they just couldn't get enough.
Four Kings.
What was
that
it?
Four Kings with Ice Cube, where they had the gold in the desert? Was it that one?
That's actually a good example. I cannot remember the name of the movie. What's the name? Ben Affleck was in it. He was actually the last one to get he was the greediest one of them all. Actually, they were trying to get out of this drug dealer spot, and was holding on to, they were taking too long trying to get, I think it was gold bars or something. Anyways, but regardless, what's gonna get him tripped up was his greed. That's what got this whole thing popping in the first place. When you look at Jay Morrison, how he was stunting over the last couple of years, more money was going out than was coming in. If he simply had bought property like he was supposed to, he could have, listen, these politicians out here, let's be real, there's politicians out here who are scamming, taking money, right? And I say this all the time, you got corrupt 666, you got corrupt politicians out here who are taking money from the people all the time. The ones who get caught, I'm gonna tell you how they get caught. I have friends who used to investigate them for the county. What ends up happening is they would take the money that they get from the city and put it in their pocket and spend it on what they want to spend it on for themselves. And then bills and expenses come up for the city, and you know what happens? They don't have enough money to pay those things, so they've been taking money out of the pot. The ones who get away with the corruption are the ones who pay the bills first, and then what's left over they take from that, because that way no one's asking any questions. What Jay Morrison did was he was spending up all the money. Now the people are asking where the money is. He has nothing to show for it. Well, we see what happened to the money. Those who followed him over time, you see the lavish lifestyle he was living. You know, you can't, you know, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. This is an easy case. And I think this video is going to age well.
So I'm gonna hold you to the fire.
Go ahead.
Former officer.
Yes, sir.
Please explain to your viewers how hard it is to explain intent, especially in terms of prosecution. Because, you know, and I'm, for the record, you know, I like to play devil's advocate. Remember?
No, go ahead.
I believe that, you know, right now, depending on how he's insulated himself prior, because you guys got to remember, they did not give him the money. They invested the money. So whenever you participate within the investment dynamic, you already assume the potential for loss of everything, right?
Yes.
So now, how he's insulated himself may be the determining factor, but you got to explain to these folks how, you know, proving intent is really hard without, you know, prior information.
It's hard. It's very hard because he was hired to do a job. So intent's hard to prove because he can lean on the fact that I did the best I could. And that's what he said to everybody in the meeting. Hey, you guys, I worked hard. I did the best I could. It just didn't work out. Why? Because of COVID. Why? Because the reputation on the fund is bad. People were wanting to bring money, but we couldn't secure the deal because the name and reputation's bad. Where do you find intent? As an investigator, you look at the behavior. the behavior becomes self-explanatory, because if you did not intend to defraud, if you not intend to be deceptive, then how do you explain this behavior, this behavior, this behavior? Right? That's what happens. Okay. Perfect example. I'm coming back from Colombia, right? I make it to the US. Guess what? They stop me. There's a little bag of that Lindsay Lohan in my pocket, right? In my jacket pocket. They got me in cuffs, sir. This is illegal. You can't have it. I'm like, yo, this is my friend's jacket. It was cold. He let me borrow his jacket. I promise you it's not mine. Right? I could show proof that this jacket doesn't belong to me. I got a picture of my friend in Colombia who wearing the jacket. I can say my friend actually put that in there, Your Honor. It wasn't me. Guess what? The state has a hard time proving that I had intent to bring that over through the airport and bring it over here to America. Now, I'm diddy bopping through the airport and I get stopped by a canine. The dog sniffs. He's like, you smell like you got some of that booger sugar on you, baby. Right? You got some of that stuff on you. They search me. They don't find anything. They take me in the back. Right? They tell me to spread it. And right beneath my sack, a bag falls out. A bag of the white girl, right? The Lindsay Lohan, right?
Miley Cyrus.
That Miley Cyrus. The booger sugar, right? A bag falls out in between my scrotum, you guys. Right? Same drug, different scenario. What am I going to say? They're going to say, how did it get there? You have access to the most intimate parts of your body. How did it get there? Right? That's intent. You intended to conceal that on your person. What other excuse do you have? So when you were talking about insulation, you're absolutely correct. People can use LLCs to move, position things around, and insulate themselves from liability. A limited liability company, it's limited. That's what the L stands for. It doesn't mean infinite protection. It says limited. So now what happens? I look at this LLC that you have, and the accusation is that your deceptive practices, you had the intent to use our money to buy something you couldn't afford so that you can use your company to buy it from a company that you're supposed to be managing the best interests of the people. You deceived us because you were not authorized to buy personal property with our money. Then we find out that you own 50% of this company. You take your business, buy the land away from the company you're responsible for, managing the funds for, use our money to buy personal property and personal asset for you, and then use your company to buy it from the company you're supposed to be managing. Now, guess what? We're looking at the behavior to find the intent behind the action. You use the company that you are responsible for managing the funds for the best interest of the people. You bought 32 acres. Then all of a sudden, your company that you got whatever percentage amount, I don't know how much percentage he got. He said it's his family's business. You take your family's business and then you go over and you buy the land, 27 acres So, and then you leave 5 acres with the company that you're supposed to be responsible for, that you manage. So hold on. You took the bulk of it? This is the greed. He didn't take 5 acres. He took 27 from the Tulsa Real Estate Foundation. He took 27 acres after they bought it. They're going to ask, how do I, as an investigator, check intentionality? I say, did you have 150,000 of your own personal money to do it? Because see, that's an alibi. That's a defense. Hey, listen, you guys, I had 300,000 of my own money. I could have did it. That's a strong defense. But if I, as an investigator, find out you were broke, now that's all that is right there. That is just more evidence to support my claim and the claim of the investors that if it wasn't for the Tulsa money, you would have never been able to afford 27 acres of land, right? He used Tulsa money, 125,000. Sir, did at any point in time over the last 3 years, did you personally own 125,000 cash to be able to buy this? The answer is no. So I'm looking and putting all this together to build my case to show that there was an intent to deceive the people based on the actions and behaviors. Why do I say that? Because at the end of the day, how does he benefit? He benefits because he didn't give the asset back to the company. He gave them a right to build exclusively on the company. Well, whose money is going to build property? He's using Tref funds as a labor force. I'm using the company I manage.
Leverage.
There you go.
He's using it.
Labor.
But here's the thing. If you listen to what you just said, bro,
mm-hmm.
and that's therein lies the rub in terms of when I was talking about pre-layering. They're not purchasing a physical thing.
That's correct.
They're not purchasing a damn brick.
Nope.
They're purchasing rights. Okay.
Correct.
So Nathan Daley, give me $500,000 in the money in your account, and you have the right to build whatever kind of shit you want to build in my backyard for the next 30, 40 years. It's rights. But if I died 6 months from now, it means nothing. Nothing is in perpetuity, right? So the only thing I've said, do I believe that there's a hustle in the mix? Yes, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But I think the hustle was wired into a lack of trust or confidence in what they were going to do, because this could have been something that made a lot of money for a lot of people and could have really helped the community. But the craziest thing is that I believe, greed played into it, because they didn't expect it to hit as hard as it hit, as early as it hit.
That's what he said.
And scale, in terms of business, folks got to realize scale is one of the hardest things. You could start with a lemonade stand, but once you want to start going national, it's a whole different game. Scaling a business up, scaling business, vertically, right? So, I mean, horizontally and vertically. The thing is, he wasn't able to handle that scale.
He wasn't qualified to handle.
He wasn't qualified.
And 5 million in 3 days. And you know what's so funny? All he had to do. What's sad about this though? Let me just say this, and then I want to finish this, and I'm gonna close out. The people would have paid him whatever he was asking for if he would have just been true to and right by them. He'd have still made. If he would have scaled this as easy as it is, Black people were backing him. They were backing him, man.
He was the last one standing, bro. Everybody, you got him 500, all the rest of everybody's been looked at and being scrutinized, and he was literally the last one standing in terms of the Black YouTube space finance gurus. He was one of the last ones that was looked at with integrity. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good. it just hurts because it wasn't that I didn't, when I first heard him, it wasn't necessarily, I mean, I just knew he wasn't qualified to do what he was asking. But if he would have just been the face and inspired Black people to put in something that was structured, legitimately structured with the intent and integrity to do what it was supposed to do, the fund would have been right on time for this real estate boom. You're talking, I see an easy multi-billion-dollar portfolio, easy because what would have happened as Black people would have spoke on the quality. And guess what? In 2 years after he produced, he could be like, hey, listen, y'all are paying me, $500,000 a year to run this thing. Look what I did. Look at the outcome. I want $1 million next year. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's how you move. You take your time and you build up. It's the greed that got him, Chef. He wanted
our hustlers and our folks have never been really known for our patience,
That's true.
In terms of our community. And I'm not trying to elucidate the negativity, but certain aspects of our community has not been known to utilize patience or understand it as a virtue. It's about living for today, living for tomorrow. And the people who make those kind of decisions, you see them compared to the patient ones. The patient one's going to shine in 30 years when this one's going to shine for the next 3.
That's correct. I just hate it, man. I saw the beauty in it. That's why I became so invested in wanting to speak on it. I saw the beauty in it, just like I saw the beauty in Dr. Umar's vision. Saw the beauty in Tariq Nasheed's vision. As far as what they spoke about is what we need, but then what they act upon is what we do not need. And that's the part that hurts, man, because you have people who back it, and they end up not seeing. I don't know. What's your closing thoughts, Chef?
My closing thoughts are this. For each of those people that donated even 75 cents to $1 to this fund, for the ones that wanted to help build the community, not the ones that just wanted to make a nickel, but the ones that wanted to build the community, I always think about this. If you go and you put $100 in the collection plate at church, even if the pastor is a scamming ass thief and takes that $100, the Lord upstairs, all right, your Lord and Savior, they're going to give you the credit for it. And they just going to take it out that person's eternity. So if you were in it to build a community and be able to become, create a resurgence within our people, to build something, and you put that money up front, and that was one of the main precipitating factors or impetus for your movement, then what's going to happen is you're going to receive your blessing, in a multitude. Those of you that were thinking about getting rich, when you put that money up, you walked into it knowing it's an investment and you could lose your shirt. I invest in the stock market heavily, all right? And we understand that. So all I could say is, if you're about our people, please be about our people. If you're not, say so. There's going to be a lot of our people that will rock with you just because they know you about that buck. But please allow folks to make that decision themselves so they can decide whether they're going to really trust your capabilities or not. Keep it real. That's all I got.
Well said. Well said. Y'all go and check out my homeboy, Chef Shapino. Chef, you going to be at the conclave this weekend?
Yo, I'm on my way.
All right. I'm being there. So link me up when you get in, brother. Link me up.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chef. I appreciate you.
Peace, love, and light to everybody in the chat as well. Hold it down, big dog.
All right.
All right.
Oh man. Huh. I think that was well said. Those who have good hearts have good hearts. Those who understood the investment, you know, they understood it. Great stream. Great stream. Let me I just want to say thank you tonight to everybody. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover. It's funny, I had this crazy structure, then I ended up having to, everything just started to happen and unfold. I was like, damn, let me just go ahead and do this and just kind of let it flow. Let me see. Let me just finish. Let me finish this last piece from the conversation that I had. Let's see where we leave off at. Oof.
Correct that then, so you can hear correctly.
Okay.
When I say I didn't know, what I'm saying is that things about the fund and the Legacy Center, it makes it very difficult for the Legacy Center to make money. Right? So if it's negativity around the brand and the fund and these accusations, it makes it very hard for us to perform. How do we get around it? All I can do is continue.
So let me just run it back, you guys. This is from the first question. This is about reputation, about him stepping down and things like that. And he's given his explanation. So we're just going to follow through the last piece of my questions, and then we'll close it out. And if anybody else wants to come up before, and just let me know. All right, let me just play this last clip.
Continue to do the work.
So let me ask you this: if the investors got together and said to you, they signed a petition to say they prefer you to step down, would that be something you'd be willing to do?
I'm open to any conversation, but right now, we haven't seen any traction from investors at any serious level. I'm talking about even from this recent onslaught of very consistent campaigns that even hacked our email list and all that kind of thing, all those kind of things. We've seen less than 100 redemption requests. Right? Even with all this YouTube and noise and all this kind of things, the mass body of our investor pool have been supportive and is supporting the fund. What's that? Yeah, people are still, we just got capital pledges just yesterday in the heat of this. So the noise says all of this online, but the reality, the data does not show that this is how our investors feel about us. So we keep pressing forward, we keep producing results, we keep marching on. I'm always an open ear to what the investors say, right? Whatever the case is. But there's no kind of I'll just leave it.
No, I respect that. So last question though, for those who don't know, because I've learned about you when you first started this whole venture, this whole journey, and I also invest, so I'm very familiar with the paperwork. Can you speak to your qualifications for those who may not be familiar, those who are watching online? What are your qualifications in business and finance to be able to manage a fund this large or this project?
Sure. My qualifications come from 20 years in real estate and mortgages. Started in mortgages in 2002 as a loan officer and worked my way up to a branch manager of 2 mortgage companies, Liberty State Finance in New Jersey. Also have worked as a developer investor in all those years. Licensed realtor for nearly 10 years in New Jersey. Licensed realtor with Sotheby's International Realty, the world's largest luxury real estate company. And have just been executing and being an entrepreneur for the last 2 decades. Growing a business from scratch in my garage, New Jersey, to think 5,000 twice, understanding infrastructure and business building. And God gave me the idea and vision to execute this fund at this level.
So you're saying you have the experience to manage a multi-million-dollar fund?
I've never done one before.
Right.
So I do not have the experience of running, nor does anyone have the experience of running a multi-million-dollar, or at least in our community.
Correct.
Right.
So he had to clarify when I asked him, you don't, basically what I was going to say is you're not qualified. You don't have the qualifications to run it. Based off of everything you just rambled off, you guys, I basically said you don't have the qualifications to run and manage this level of finance on this scale. You just don't. And it's okay to say that. You should have said it 5 years ago. And you should have structured and put together the business properly so that qualified people could manage the fund. Manage the fund. And so, again, that's what I'm saying. He's how does Chef call it? Transparently deceptive. Because here's his explanation, though. His explanation is, well, I didn't have experience, but nobody else did. That's inaccurate. There's a lot of people who have the experience to run a fund of this magnitude. There's a lot of people. And people who are in business managing funds, $11 million is not even a lot of money to them, you guys. It's not a lot of money. Let's be real. People who are really in this stage of business, $11 million is like chump change. It's chump change. All right. Let's just be real. A lot of these big major firms are managing way bigger portfolios. All right.
A tier 2 fund. So this is a new venture for me. Yes.
No, I think one of the biggest issues that I've seen, what I've heard from my own research, is the lack of, I guess you would say, expertise when handling this type of project. And so I think that's where a lot of, like this gentleman earlier who came up, I think he was spot on. A lot of questions I was going to ask, he asked them. At the end of the day, I think people are looking at how things are done ethically and how things are done professionally. And there's some questions there that I've seen personally, just from looking at it, just from a investor to an investor standpoint. So what I would just overall, I think what you're doing and the objective is just. I think at the same time, the biggest issue, in my personal opinion, is that we do have a community that's not quite educated and we don't vet people properly. And what I heard today, because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say from their perspective, your response, though, was rooted in the idea, or I would say your explanation was based from a perspective that you don't have the experience, to take on this type of project, but you sold that idea that you were able and capable. And that's, I think, where the disconnect is. Your own explanation is that I made a mistake. I didn't know, I didn't realize. Essentially, to me, what that sounds is that this is somebody who's not qualified to do a project this big on this magnitude with a multi-million-dollar project. That's what I heard from you.
I want to correct.
All right. That was my spill to him. You're not qualified. You don't know what you're doing. You never done this before, and you admitted it. How we get here? And that was my question to him. And of course, I talked about how he was able to do this to a community that's financially not savvy. Everybody supported him. Well, I won't say everybody. A lot of people supported him off of the hope and belief in what he was saying. And then I spoke to something about how he marketed himself. You guys, he was all over he was on the Breakfast Club. He was on Vlad TV in his little suit, little three-piece suit, talking about how he ragged to riches. He used to be a dope boy. He came out, got his life together. Now I'm a multi-million-dollar real estate investor and I'm doing this. See, buying a house for you and your family is different than managing $11 million or millions of dollars of other people's money. Right? And he just told you he has no experience. He's never done it before. The delusion of Black people to think that his resume of being a real estate agent qualified him. You guys, what he's claiming to be doing, there are college degrees, there are financial certifications, accounting. I mean, like, there's so many certifications and experience, real experience. He's just, I don't know how this happened. I don't know how this got away from us this long. I don't know how he was able to raise so much. I just don't know how. And in the midst of all of this, he's on social media prancing around in expensive clothes, cars, and events, throwing money around, so forth and so on. We know where the money went. We know where the money went.
Correct that then, so
right.
it can hear correctly.
Okay.
He said I didn't hear correctly. He said I didn't hear correctly. That's a lie. I heard him pleading to the people that he did not know what he was doing. He didn't know how difficult this was. That's what he said. Now he's telling me I didn't hear correctly. I asked him what's his qualifications. After hearing what he said, I said he's not qualified. Then he said you didn't hear correctly. So let's hear what he has to say.
I say I didn't know.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is that in a crowdfunding environment, as a trailblazing fund, you know, our fund was the first Black-owned real estate crowd fund, right? So there's no one living of our descent that knew.
There's no one living in our descent. That's false. Because now you're saying that there are no, I know 4 right now who manage multi-billion-dollar projects right now, you guys. This is not true. You guys, Jay Morrison's talking as if there are no educated, financially savvy African-American men and women. I know some real estate agents who are managing multi-million-dollar portfolios right now. Women and men. No. That's what he wants you to believe. And even if there is nobody Black, there's somebody Asian, there's somebody white, there's somebody Hispanic, Indian, Middle East, you name it. There's somebody else who knows. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. And if we can't find someone in our community that's qualified to flip money for us, then we find whoever is qualified to do the job. You guys, this isn't about color. This is about progress. It's about progress. What he just said was racist. He just devalued Black people and made people believe that there are no qualified Black people who could have did the job. That's false.
No one. Right. So
Is that, do you think that is an appropriate excuse or justification?
No, I'm not saying excuse. I'm just saying the experience.
Okay.
So if it were you that started, let me finish. So if it were you that started it, or any one of us here that started it, we all would be new. We all wouldn't have the experience.
But I think anybody with business knowledge and experience and training knows that you don't reinvent the wheel. And so all I heard tonight was you saying I'm reinventing the wheel and I made a lot of mistakes.
No,
and
King.
Yeah.
There was no one with the wheel.
There's no one with the wheel who's done crowdfunding?
That did crowdfunding within our community to non-accredited investors.
So are you saying that the knowledge is not there to actually manage a crowdfunding?
We had, in 2018, we had multiple crowdfunding consultants, legally, compliance-wise, accounting-wise, et cetera. The Jobs Act and crowdfunding was so new, they all were still figuring out. It was an emerging industry. The whole industry was new, King. Right? So I brought those.
You guys, this is me. There's nobody else. There was no wheel. The wheel doesn't exist because it's Black people involved. So the wheel. Okay. I said, so you're going to reinvent. You're going to just come up here and you're going to. King, I'm trying to tell you, King. Look here. Word is bond, B. Look. Hey. You guys, crowdfunding, angel investing. This shit ain't new. This is not new. No one's done it with Black people. That's false. You guys, we're not some Neanderthals living under a rock. There are a lot of educated Black people out here who crowdfund. This is his response. See, it's different when, and he knows, when you're talking to somebody who's not an idiot.
Experts in to advise us on how to do this new thing that none of us had done.
He said there were no experts who could advise us. Guys, that's false. Right? That's false. There were no experts to advise us. That's false. There are multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar financial institutions that do this for a living. Guess what? It costs money. But they're good on their return. It costs money. Jay Morrison took the money from this real estate fund and paid a bunch of Negroes who don't know what they're doing. Basically. Because when you're trying to pay people to really do the job, you got to pay them. You got to pay them properly. Okay.
But none of them have done it in an environment where you're dealing with our people, which is very special.
Very true.
Right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. There was no wheel. How do you deal with 15,000 majority Black people non-accredited in this environment?
Wow. If a white person say that, y'all would be up in arms. How are we supposed to do this with Black folks? No one's ever done it. No one's collected money from Black people from a crowdfunding standpoint. I like this. This is good. Why didn't I say that? For what? There was no point to argue with them. You guys, I wasn't going to argue. I'm going to tell you, I was a little disappointed because mind you, I was there for 3 hours. I was disappointed because nobody seemed to care in the room. So why even argue? What is there to argue about when I know he's lying? There just really wasn't a point. I don't see the point. I came and asked my questions. He said what he had to say. You can't argue with someone who believes they're not wrong. I don't waste energy. You guys, you see it all the time on my channel. I have people who get on me, on my homeboys, especially when I follow. He gets on me all the time about it. He's always telling me, man, dig into these people. I'm like, man, I tell him, for what? There's no point because you see the lie, you see the deception. You guys, I just don't do it. I don't. He's being disingenuous from the beginning. What am I going to argue with him about? All the qualified investors that he did not hire on purpose? All the qualified advisors, him not putting together a board of trustees, him not managing. Argue with him for what? You guys, he's already bankrupted the business. I just want to know what he's going to do about the reputation. Why won't he step down? And why are you reinventing the wheel? He gave me his answer. He believes that there are no Black people qualified to do what he could not do. What am I going to do? Convince him? You guys, I don't argue with fools. I do not argue with fools. I don't. Because I'm wise. Wise men don't argue with fools. I had my little questions, said what I had to say, and I left. And here we are.
There was no wheel to follow. We created and set the wheel.
Okay. That's why you heard what I said? Okay. Okay. Why? Because that's what he believes. His perception is his reality. He believes there's no wheel to this. That's what he believes in his heart of hearts. What am I going to do? How am I going to educate him? This man just blew $11 million. What am I going to tell him? I just listened to how he finessed the people out of land. What am I going to convince him? You don't think he knows that? And that's just what he told us. Who knows what, when you dig into the forensics of the accounting, what you will find. Why am I going to argue with him? Steven says I gave it a max 1 year before it's all done. I don't know, Steven. He said it's sub 500,000. You can't even buy a house in Atlanta for 500,000. The fund is done. The fund is done. Jay said it's sub 500,000 cash. What does Chef say? That's between $1 and 499,000. We don't know. You guys, the fund is done. There is no money. Think about it. He has people he has to pay. Salaries still have to get paid. And there's 500,000 cash. Sub 500,000. It's done. That's why he's not doing any of those monthly meetings and blah, blah. People are saying they're not getting any responses from him. He's not. You guys, it's done. It's over with. It's finished. Cuckoo cuckoo. The money is through. Money is through. Money is through. Shout out to you all. Said Soltez says, good seeing you, bro. Thank you so much, brother, for the super chat. It is a pleasure to see you too. Been so busy, you guys, with work, these cases. I got to fly out next week. I got MANOSPHERE this weekend. I'll be speaking with. I got a speaking engagement tomorrow. I'll be speaking at a police department, talking to officers, reference to mental health, mental wellness, and suicide prevention. So I just been running around, and I love doing live streams. And this one right here I had to do after sitting in on this meeting. You know, I've been following this thing for years, you guys. I've been following this thing, so I know what's going on. I didn't know the lot. I learned a lot just from sitting there. I was like, damn, he was doing all of that. He was doing all of that. I didn't know he didn't buy any property, guys. I think he only owns like 3 assets. I think they said when they're explaining it. I'm gonna give you the final recap as far as what really is owned at this point. But man, it's nothing. It's nothing. You know. Chef came back with a. Brent said, damn, bro, you went to his crib and took a heavy piss on the carpet and the couch. Man, I had to show up and say, you know, listen, I don't mind pulling up. You know, we pulled up on Tariq Nasheed. He wasn't there. Bless his heart. You know, we pulled up the Hidden History Museum and found out that all the history was hidden in the museum that he turned into a nightclub. I show up at the Legacy Center, and it's actually a really nice center for what I saw. Very nice on the inside. You know, it's an event space, which is what he said, legit. This is supposed to be the flagship for the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. It's bad business, you guys. Horrible business plan. He'd have better off buying laundromats and car washes. He would have made back his money. Could have wrote off a lot too with those. But let me finish this, you know. So he's talking about the will. Black people don't have the skills to do any of this. So he's the first one. No one else has sat in his shoes. All right.
So now the rest of us can leverage that with more wheels so we all can move forward. And that was always my goal. Not one fund, but $20, $50 million funds, $1 billion in assets under management and funds with other partners.
Well, I'll say this. I respect the fact that as a man, you came up here to challenge the opposition. I think that's admirable. And, you know, unfortunately, I hate what happened to you after being smeared and the issues with your family. That's unacceptable. But I do respect you coming up here and you know, addressing it head on. I think that's what men do. And I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. I appreciate the work you're doing. 11 million to 0. Good job. Good job. Appreciate what you're doing. What am I gonna say? You guys, what am I gonna do? Discipline them? Who am I? I don't have any skin in the game. I don't have any skin in the game. I'm not gonna argue. I'm mad of how this whole thing unfolded. I couldn't imagine how angry the people are who put over $1,000 plus into this thing. I just had questions for me to share with y'all because I wanted to know his thoughts. I wanted to feel out his personality. You guys, talking to a man who has an ego that's unregistered. An unregistered ego. It's off the charts. He's panicking. He's out of options. And he's working on an exit strategy. My next stop, I got to go see Dr. Umar's school. I'm about to holler at that brother. He's another one. He's another one. I did give him mercy. I think I was very fair. I was very fair. I was very fair, and I wasn't there to start a fight. I wasn't there to get in no debate. I asked him a question. He gave us an answer. He showed you everything that we needed to know. Nothing else to talk about. Why? Because it's already done. It's done. It's over with. It's dead. It's dead, you guys. The only option is for him to step down. Someone else be put in the rank. A board of trustees is created. Salvage what they can. Change the name. Get people to get behind it now that the name has been cleaned and they have a management team and secure. They go on an actual campaign, marketing campaign, letting people know, hey, the funds weren't managed properly. We're under new management, new name, new vision. Here's how your money's going to be secure. Here's what we are doing, what we will not do. I told him, I commend you. I think the idea is a great idea. I think it was an amazing idea. I love the idea. You were just not qualified to do it. That's it. It's a beautiful idea. You shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be in charge. I think you're a great hype man. I think you're good at selling it. I think you're a great salesman, Jay Morrison. You're a phenomenal salesperson. Give this man an award. Hell, have your wife up there. She's an amazing actress. She deserves an. But sir, you're not a financial expert and you don't have the credentials to support it. You just don't. And that's okay. You can still make a lot of money. You could still make a lot of money. But this right here, sir, you might go past go and don't collect $200. So you're on your way, bro. You're on your way. You're on your way, man. You know, everybody want to be fresh to death when the feds is watching. Fresh to death when the feds is watching. Listen, you guys, I want to give a special shout out to Viva Woodlife. Man, this brother came in, was dropping bombs in the super chat, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for both of you and the Little Gaming channel, you guys, for sponsoring this channel. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the support. I really, really, really appreciate that. It means a lot. I can't thank you enough, you guys, and everybody who donated tonight. You guys, it makes me feel good. It lets me know that you see value in this channel and also what we're doing. You guys liking the video, sharing the video is the most valuable thing you can do over here. Thank you, everybody who came in tonight. For the guests who came up, shout out to y'all. I really appreciate all of that. And just everybody in the chat, all of my moderators, Gail, S.Eds. I always keep telling her she need to change her name. Thank you guys so much. Dre, homeboy, he's out. He got to go to work. I know he's working on the project. I just I hate this. Had the potential, man. I think that's what hurts the most. This had the potential to be a staple source of economic prosperity for those who invested. And the sad thing is, you know, I'm not going to call him a criminal, but I definitely believe he's a charlatan. And, you know, it's on the investors. It's those who invest their money. It's their responsibility to seek out the truth and hold him accountable if they feel like he violated them in some way, form, or fashion, if he did not live up to the contractual agreement that he signed with them. That's on them. I am simply a surveyor of the truth, right? A voice for the people, a translator of things. But being in that room, I was frustrated because I couldn't understand why people weren't up in arms. And maybe, who knows? Who knows? So we did 6 hours. We normally wouldn't have done that, but True, I was trying to piggyback off the stream. Shout out to JT, Pocket Watcher and JT, Julian as well, for his courage of calling this out and orchestrating and putting the evidence and information together. Shout out to that brother. Also, shout out to I have him in the description as well. Spencer Cornelia. He also dropped a very interesting video. There's links to the SEC report for 2021 for you guys. If you're not familiar with reading those things, take the time and just go through it and just learn, right? Like, just kind of learn. I know a lot of stuff might be new to us because we just really don't, a lot of us don't get involved in some of these things, but take the time and learn. I think it's important just to be familiar. A link to the 6 West Development Project here in Atlanta. Look over that. It's a very, very, very great thing that they're doing down there. And also check out the link to the MANOSPHERE, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave, you guys. Again, I'll be speaking at the event. Please make sure you go and check it out. If you can make it, blackmanosphere.org was blessed with an opportunity when they reached out, said, hey, we would love for you to come and speak about policing to a lot of the Black men that will be here, discussing police relationships in the Black community. And you know, we're gonna be talking about a lot of things. We're gonna be talking about a lot. You know, it's the MANOSPHERE, so, you know, I'm talking about the ladies. I gotta talk about the ladies in there. But very constructive conversations. There's gonna be a lot of great speakers that'll be there. I can name off a lot. Of course, Obsidian, one of the founders of the MANOSPHERE, he'll be there. Shannon Rawls also, he'll be there speaking, sharing his knowledge and wisdom. You guys know he's an entrepreneur, business guy as well. We have TLA. You know, he's definitely going to be in the building. We already know his credentials and what he's working with. That's going to be a phenomenal class that he's going to be putting on. Who else we got in there? We have my boy Sir Hill Speaks. I gotta Sir Hill, shout out to that brother. He's if you're not following him, he has great content, man. He talks a lot about relationships. So Sir Hill will be there. A couple other brothers, Kosher Clinician, familiar with his channel. There's a couple other brothers I'm not too familiar with. I'm learning for the first time. Will be there. Greats. I know they're gonna bring a lot of great information. Then you have, who else am I missing? I know El Guapo will be there. Former military vet. He's gonna be there dropping some knowledge. That's gonna be interesting. Oh, my homeboy Zuma Thailand. He's coming through. Richie Mack, those who are familiar with him. So man, it's gonna be a packed house. And who else am I missing? I know I'm missing somebody, but there are a couple people that I'm learning for the first time that are there. I'll be speaking on Sunday. I'll be closing out the show. So you guys know I have a great show for you guys. I cannot wait. Check out the flyer. Again, this is September 8th through the 10th, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It will be in Atlanta. So go and grab your tickets. Want to see you there, or you can grab online tickets and stream from home. I heard the online tickets are also popping, just like the tickets for the show. They're doing really good. So I'm super excited just to be a part of it. And then I got to fly out afterwards, and we'll talk about that. So anyways, you guys, thank you so much for coming in tonight, just being a part of everything, giving your thoughts and expressing. I didn't even take any questions from the crowd. Damn, I normally get questions. But add your questions. If you have any questions, those coming in late. I'm going to cut this video. This video is going to stay on the stream, but I am going to chop the video up and segment, our conversation. That way it's not too long, so people can kind of enjoy it. So you will see a video portion of a clip of this video from the live stream reposted, so you guys can check it out. For those who struggle with we'll be doing 6-7 hours over here. I don't know, just be happening like that. Yeah, thank you so much. Shout out to EJ Hawkins. Thank you so much, sir, for one, trusting me with your information to share. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, your transparency. And that's it. Listen, you guys, I hope that you found this information, this conversation invaluable. I really do. Yes, check out the merch. I keep forgetting. Check the merch out. I got the merch. The merch is for y'all. I got my Facts Over Feelings shirt on. I got my Facts Over Feelings cup. Folks been loving this. So again, you could be at the workhouse, at the work job, and be Facts Over Feelings. We ain't got time to hear nobody's mouth. Just tell them the truth and keep it moving. All right. So please check out the merch. I think you guys will definitely enjoy it. Other than that, no, where else we at? I forgot to do all my little fair use stuff. And it is what it is. Man, this is a great stream tonight, you guys. Thank you again, always, for supporting my day ones, the members. Man, y'all a true blessing. Like, comment, share, and subscribe. Woo, this was crazy. I can't wait to get the comments in the comment section. We got doing another video on I got another idea. I might do a live stream tomorrow. It's crazy. I get prepared. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm about to make something to eat. I know it's late, but I have to do this for y'all. Let me know your thoughts, you guys. I forgot to do a poll. I was gonna do a poll survey in the comment section. Was this illegal or was it unethical? I think at the end of the day, that's really what it's all going to kind of boil down to. Was this illegal? Should Jay Morrison go to jail for this? Maybe that might be too much to ask. I mean, not too much to ask. That might be unfair to ask. Damn, I mean, I don't think anybody agrees with any of this. I don't think it's even worth asking. All right, y'all. That's it for tonight, man. I appreciate you guys. Like, comment, share, and subscribe. And with that, Let the truth find you where the lies have left you, because we know a lot of y'all have been left in the lie for a minute. So I hope this truth has found your ass, because this was crazy. Anyways, you guys, good night and God bless.